Welcome, everybody. What is up? People. It is finally time for the ESL R1 Major live right here in Munich. It has been a very, very long journey for all of our drivers. We've had 55 of them throughout the duration of our 8 rounds. The real question is, though, with only 24 of them remaining, who will be walking away with that sweet, sweet prize of 45,000 euros to their name in our Drivers' Championship? Without further ado, it's time to welcome our Group A. First 12 drivers, baby. Give it up for them. Keep the applause coming, people. First up, we've got Mitchell de Jong driving for Porsche Coanda. We've got Autosport Sim Racing Driver of the Year 2022, James Baldwin for Mercedes-AMG Petronas. We've also got two-time BMW Sim Live champion, Erhan Yayovski driving for R8G. Representing Mercedes-AMG Petronas esports team once again, Marco Pajic. And our only back-to-back race winner in ESL R1, it is Dara McCormack for Williams. Give it up for Yuri Kasdorp from Mouse as well. And boy, oh boy, it is the Big Mac himself, Matt Backham, representing Porsche Coanda. With experience driving in the 2019 F1 esports team champion, Joni Tormala from G2. And with a big old target on his back, our current leader in the Driver Championship is Luke Bennett for Team Redline. Followed by Enzo Benito, his teammate from Team Redline. We've got Nils Nyok from BMW MBS competition. And last but not least, we've got Jakub Brzezinski from Williams. Hold on a second, we were definitely not supposed to have a 13th driver. I'm pretty sure, wait, hold on, aren't you the guy that went from 4 seconds off the pace to 1 second off the pace and still couldn't make it to the major?
I have 4 points.
Are we talking about that guy, Crimsix? Get over here, come on.
Unfortunately, I have to get over here because I'm not good enough to be up there.
You're good enough to be here on the desk with me, though. Talk to me, what do you think about the stage setup?
The stage is incredible. The trophy, unfortunately, I won't be able to take that home, but it is beautiful. Wow.
So close, yet so far, Crimsix.
Yes.
But don't worry, you're in great hands. We're going to have a whale of a time here on the broadcast.
Technically, I wasn't close at all. So it's just so far.
Well, I mean, technically, right now, you're close. Close, yet far, but we are not
I get it. I'm an idiot.
Don't worry, Crimsix. We'll get through this together. But we're not going to be the only faces here on the broadcast. We're also joined by Ash Vandelay, our pit lane reporter. How's it going, Ash?
Hey, Jazz. Hey, Kurt. Thank you so much for throwing it over here to the pit lane. I'm Ash Vandelay, and I'm going to do what I do best, which is talk a lot and find the people you want to hear from. We'll be taking temperature checks from the drivers, the engineers, team managers, race control, maybe a little bit of the crowd, because I heard they're pretty energetic today. We have an amazing crowd here. We're so excited to bring you this racing. And my first victim is going to be Team Redline. Let's bring him over here. Congratulations on winning the team championship here for the spring major. Now you have Luke Bennett leading the points. So what is your strong suit for the team? What are your strengths that you're playing up to today? What's the strategy for the weekend?
I mean, the strategy is pretty straightforward. We have to win, right? But ultimately, it's a heavy competition. We have a couple of top drivers who really have all chance to win. So yeah, the plan is clear. We have to support Luke as much as we can with all the other drivers, make sure we take points off Marcel Chinchik and Rogers and Baldwin, and hopefully we will enter tomorrow's day as point leaders with the point transition. So yeah, let's see.
Well, good luck, and give it up for Team Redline. We're so excited to see what they can come up with today. So for the past 8 rounds, you've been watching your favorite drivers try to make it here to Munich. But this weekend, things are changing up a little bit. So let's check out what's different with the format.
The best 24 drivers from the regular season have qualified for the major LAN event,
where they will compete for the title in the final rounds of the ESL R1 spring season and for the prize pool of €225,000. The major is a LAN event stretching over 2 days. Major Day 1. The 24 drivers are divided into 2 groups, 12 in each. The 2 groups will now be racing 4 times each. After each race, drivers score points from 0 to 25 depending on their placement.
These points will be added to their existing points from the regular season.
The overall top 12 drivers after the 4 races will be qualified for the Major Day 2. Major Day 2. At this stage, the points of all 12 remaining drivers will go through a little transformation. This means that the points tally of the leading driver will be set to 100 points. The points of the other 11 drivers will be transformed so that they maintain the same percentage gap to the leading driver. From now on, the drivers will race at least 4 races before a champion can be crowned. When a driver reaches or surpasses 160 points, they gain finalist mode for all following races.
Once the driver has reached finalist mode, they only have to win 1 more race in order to be crowned champion of ESL R1 2023 spring season.
€45,000 on the line, Crimsix. From a professional standpoint, tell me, does that factor into the minds of professional drivers, professional players when competing at this level?
Yes, well, it definitely does, but I have no idea how much money that is in USD. So unfortunately for me, that sucks. For these guys, not so much. They're playing for a lot of money here, and the pressure is on. The 24 best in the world right here, right now.
Right here, right now, indeed. But Crimsix, obviously we've spoken about the fact that you're unfortunately not here to join them as a driver. But talk to me, how are you feeling about being here as a member of talent? How's it being on this side of things?
I'm gonna be honest, it sucks.
What?
Okay, it
I'm not
sucks.
that bad.
I want to be up there. Okay, I was, we're playing that cutscene, and I'm sitting here stretching my wrist out, getting ready, but I'm like, wait a second, what am I doing? So, I mean, the broadcast stuff, it's definitely interesting. I'm doing something new here, and either way, we're looking forward to a great day.
Yeah.
It's going to be a lot of racing, 8 races.
Exactly.
8.
Speaking more on that note as well, not only 8 races, but 4 tracks, baby. We got Monza this time around as well. As you can see on the screen right now, all of our 24 drivers are divided into 2 groups, groups A and B. The orders of the races will go A, B, B, A. ABBA, ABBA, basically, is the gist of things and how things are going to go today. Each group will race 4 times, so that gives us a total of 8 races today. And during the online season, you guys had raced a maximum of 3 times per 1 track per week.
Yeah.
So this is very much an endurance test for a lot of our drivers.
I'm actually really jealous that they're getting to race multiple tracks on one day. And can we just say something? Can we just talk about, that was a handsome group of drivers, and then there was Enzo, unfortunately.
You're so lucky you can't hear you right
He
now.
got me a horrible birthday present. I don't like that guy right
I want to
now.
know what the birthday present was.
It was like miniature pasta. It was terrible. Anyways, let's...
Yeah, at least he tried. The guy tried.
Yeah, he did try. He did try.
All right, well, speaking more about the tracks in particular, you were actually the one that did the draw for all of the tracks.
Yes.
So without giving away too much, if you yourself were driving right now in the R1 Major, would you be happy with the order of tracks that were drawn?
Honestly, no. Because Nürburgring, for me, that was the most difficult track. It was the longest. It was like right after Poland. Okay, so we had a month of practice, and I spent about a month straight in silence, alone on stream, talking to the chat, this and that, but it was just all frustration because it is a difficult track, especially for someone like me. But for these guys, they've probably been racing it since they were 7 years old. So I think, track 1, Nürburgring, I spoke to some drivers, okay? Apparently the Mercedes is OP.
OP, okay.
Yes,
okay.
I'm going to use that word, gamer terms. OP stands for overpowered, okay? And Audis apparently can't do curbs all that well right now.
Okay.
And other than that, every single driver was pretty fed up with their car after practicing for a month and a month and a month and a month, same track over and over. And I think, but anyways, Nürburgring, we're going to see how this pans out.
Yeah.
I would look for the Mercedes drivers and probably the BMW drivers.
Okay,
So,
cool. Well, taking a further look at our Group A, our first set of our 12 drivers, anybody in particular that really stands out to you? Anybody you're going to be keeping your eye? Obviously, Luke Bennett has got a huge target on his back.
Yeah, I don't know what his placement was on the second go of the Nürburgring, but he won the first one. I remember him telling me his times, and I'm just like, how? How did you get there? Like, how did you do that?
Well,
And I think that I don't know who would be the weakest here. What car would be the weakest? I think every single car is pretty balanced right now, and it's going to be a fun one regardless, because there's some people that with the format, with how it's scheduled, that it's going to be very difficult to make it through tomorrow. And then there's some drivers that are like basically automatically through. So you're going to be seeing some very interesting racing. I think I don't know where did Nils place, like in the seating row?
Well,
because we have a head-to-head.
Yeah, we do have a head-to-head. So on the Luke Bennett front, we've got him with his 7 finals placements going head-to-head with Nils Nyox with 2 finals placements to his name as well. You can see, it's game face. They're prepped, primed, and ready. But for the side of Nils Nyox, facing off in the exact same race as someone of the caliber of Luke Bennett, do you think there's potential there for him to go head-to-head with him, to take him on?
Well, see, I asked about, so I talked to Nils a little bit. He doesn't seem very hopeful. And meanwhile, Bennett is seated #1, okay? And Bennett has the advantage of his dad being here. I don't know where Ash is, but we got to get that interview.
We need an applause for the parents coming to support. Come on, clap.
Yep.
That's exactly what we love to see here in the fabulous world of esports. But Crimsix, come take a walk with me.
Okay.
Let's go take a walk because
no, we got to look at the trophy.
We do got to go look at the trophy.
Do I got to do it?
Yeah, you do. Come on. You'll be fine. You'll be fine, bro. I'm alongside you. It's okay. Yes, there is 45,000 euros on the line, but we also have a sweet trophy. Don't touch it. Don't break it, Crimsix.
This is like, it's like Thor's hammer. If you think about it, flip it upside down, and it looks like it too. I'm touching it. I don't care.
Don't break it. How does it feel? I haven't actually touched it yet. Okay, well, I know it's a beautiful trophy.
I'm not going to hoist it. I don't deserve that.
Talk to me in terms of competitive standpoint. Obviously, we've spoken about the incredible prize pool, but also now we have a trophy.
Yep.
How does that fare up? What's more important from a competitive standpoint, the trophy or the prize money?
Ooh. Well, I'm sort of a weirdo when it comes to this. I personally don't like seeing trophies every day.
Okay.
So I think that these guys, especially with how much time they put in, how much, of their lives they dedicate towards this, that they don't have lives outside of it. So they need the money, regardless. They need the money. The trophy is just a bonus. For me personally, I didn't like to look at the trophies because that's sort of like a ego booster.
Okay.
So it's sort of, I think they're going to like the prize money a lot more than the trophy. The trophy is probably going to go to their team.
Okay.
And they won't see it.
It's still a part of the bragging rights, though. I think it makes for a beautiful aesthetic, bragging rights definitely as well. But for everybody that's joining us, I hope you've been enjoying the show thus far. Before we get things started, though, none of this would be possible without the wonderful support of our partners over at VRS. If you want to learn a little bit more about all of their products, go ahead and type !VRS in the chat. And for everybody that's joining us here today as well, I want to see you snapping up the photos, making sure you're using the hashtag ESL R1, or if you're joining us from home, feel free to go ahead and follow us at ESL_R1 on social media, or if you're feeling a little bit lazy, go ahead and type !social in the chat as well.
And can I add to that?
Of course you can.
And if you're feeling spicy, I'll see you in the hot lap challenge.
Ooh,
okay? Because I just lost for a while. Time to beat everybody here.
All right, Crimsix is ready to bring his A game, but our two casters, Ewan and Lewis, are also ready to bring their A game. Please give them a round of applause, everybody.
Oh, there we go. We're almost popular, yeah. We're almost popular. It's not quite as loud as with the drivers, but I can accept that. I hope most of it is for the shirt. Of course, we are here for the ESL R1 Major in Munich. The first of the major, obviously, the spring major. It's a tough grid in both Group A and Group B. I think we're in for a treat today, and tomorrow is a whole different kettle of fish.
Yeah, it's a really different kettle of fish. We've got to focus on that tomorrow. Today is just about being in the top 12. All of those drivers will head forward in towards the slightly more complicated format we have in a day's time. But here are the drivers on your screen right now that will be going in Group A throughout, starting with the championship leader, Luke Bennett.
Certainly so, yes. Bennett, Baldwin, Yayovsky, McCormack, Tormala, Pajic, Benito, De Jong, Niox, Brzezinski, Backham and Kasdorp. Yes, I've done those the other way around, but don't worry about it. I've got to say, quite a lot of those that are in the bottom half of this, they've got a long day ahead. There is potential for them to do so. And when it comes to looking at strong drivers from this, I know obviously that there's the focus on Luke Bennett, but the second driver on these, fourth in the championship at the moment. We watched a bit of practice yesterday, and James Baldwin is absolutely rapid at the moment.
Yeah, he's absolutely unbelievable. We were watching him yesterday. He topped the first 3 sessions in a row yesterday in the half an hour that they get at each circuit. It was unbelievable. And how smooth he was as well in terms of driving. Some of them were a little bit ragged yesterday. It's a little bit of a new setup for some people, but for him, he slipped into that car beautifully. He was driving beautifully as well, and he'll be one to watch.
Certainly so. Like I say, tall order to beat Luke Bennett. But hey, do you know what? That's it's about making up some of the points up to that top. And to be fair, that's ruling out other drivers like Yayovsky. The R8G team do look fairly fast. Dara McCormack and the likes. basically we're in for a thrilling day of racing. Of course, the order that we'll be doing Nürburgring, Hockenheim, Spa and Monza. First off, it is the Nürburgring where Luke Bennett is irritatingly strong. We are moments away though from qualifying, so everyone here, I want to hear a lot of cheering, right? So make some noise! I think they're ready.
Yes, it sounds like they are, and we are as well. It's absolutely fantastic to see everybody out here this afternoon, and yeah, hopefully it's going to be a good show as well. I'm sure it will be, but the thing about this qualifying session is going to be one of the closest things you've ever seen in terms of these lap times. I mean, we barely see it separated by more than half a tenth. It's unbelievable.
Absolutely, and I want to see when we have those good lap times being set, when we have those incredible laps coming onto the board, I want to hear a lot of screaming from the crowd. The first driver onto it then is Luke Bennett. He'll be coming down towards this first corner. Of course, the Nürburgring is a difficult circuit, is a challenging circuit. There's so many places where you have to effectively abuse track limits, really push it to the very limit. This is coming down into the Yokohama S and up towards the Mercedes Arena section. You'll go through this double left-hander, and this is like the first time where we really see that sort of almost like track limit abuse. You've got to take it up to the very, very limit. If you push it over that, you get a slowdown penalty. The lap time is not invalidated, but watch how wide they go here. As they leave the Mercedes Arena section, it's basically all four wheels over the white line.
Yeah, it's miles over as well, and you don't get penalised for it, so it's absolutely fine. In towards the next couple of corners, 5 and 6, which is all about setting yourself up for 6, really, which is a longer run down the hill towards the next hairpin. You might be wondering why they do push so hard in these opening in this session, because it's only one lap. The pressure's really, really on, but you'll see in a moment the times are so close together that you just can't afford to back off even 1%.
Certainly so. Well, it's a 36.3 in the first sector, and we're pushing it up towards the second one, up and over the curb on the right-hand side, basically keeping it pinned, fourth gear, hitting the curb on the left, hitting the curb on the right for the Michael Schumacher S, and then up towards what I think is actually one of the most underrated difficult parts of the circuit. It's so easy to overcook this corner and then be offline going into Warsteiner, but you can see Bennett there perfectly balanced. His record around here is actually really, really good. I think of the 6 races that he's done around here, I'm pretty sure he's won most of them.
Yeah, he's been up there all of the time, and part of the credit, of course, has to go to the BMW, but the BOP is so good now that we can't really speak on the different strengths and weaknesses of the cars a lot. A lot of credit has to go to Luke Bennett for not only the wins that he's had so far this season, like here at the Nürburgring, but also the consistency he's had throughout.
Now, I am using the Rennsport app, which you can go and get on the Play Store, on the App Store, and you can see what kind of lap times we're talking about. That is a 53.207 across the line. He did set a 52.9, but we do expect him to go a little bit slower in a LAN event, just courtesy of the lap times. However, this is looking pretty strong for James Baldwin as he's coming up towards the final sector.
It is. It was top of this session in the practice. It was the third of the 4. He was top here in Group A, and so we're expecting a good lap time here from James Baldwin. Over the line he'll go now, and it will be a 53.0, quite a lot stronger as well.
Round of applause from the Mercedes team. The next driver to cross the line will be Marko Pejic, and of course the last time we came racing around here, it was Pejic that took victory in round number 6 of the championship. Of course, Luke Bennett was on the podium. James Baldwin that joined them on the podium because it was a 1-2 for the Mercedes AMG Petronas team as they come out of the final corner. Marko Pejic is trying to beat that 53.0 that his teammate's done. Is it going to be good enough? Is it going to be a Mercedes front row? The answer is no. He slots in behind Bennett, but still a pretty tasty time as here comes the first of our R8G drivers of the day.
Yeah, not a bad time from Pejic at all, but he could find himself slipping quite far down the order here very quickly. It just depends, obviously, on how everybody else does, how everybody else is feeling, because this will be their first lap in the car for quite some time now. Practice was a very long time ago, and it's very hard to get yourself warmed up for a big lap like this. Erhan Yujovski makes his way through the final corner and over the line now as well. It will be a little bit slower as well, 53.3, and he will be 4th.
Perfect timing for R8G. I've just seen a little bit of extra support added to the crowd. Risto Capit also joins us in the audience. He's given a wave as well. As Jakub Brzezinski will come out of that awkward chicane up towards that final corner. Of course, his teammate that's won 2 races, or 2 of the finals in ESL R1 in the online season. Brzezinski's going to come up towards the line. The sectors are looking okay. First, maybe a little bit slow, and he goes into 4th, just ahead of Yujovski.
Well, he was nodding his head as he came came out the final corner, as if to say, you know, I've done a really good lap here. But when he came over the line, he seemed to be a bit disappointed with himself. I'm not entirely sure if he was, but he's down in fourth at the moment, still ahead of Yoski, as his teammate Darren McCormack will come towards the line now. One of only 2 drivers to have won 2 rounds of the ESL R1 regular season championship. He'll be looking to do the same at the major. Over the line for him now, and it's a 53.2 up in 4th place, right alongside his teammate for now.
That shows how good that pace is from James Baldwin. He still remains above us on your screen. He is the driver that is on pole position at the moment, ahead of Luke Bennett, but Bennett's teammates coming into that final sector now. Again, second sector's gone wanting a little bit, but Enzo Benito's coming up towards the final corner in the number 37 Team Redline. Of course, Team Redline were the winners of the Teams Championship when we completed the online season, of course, a few weeks ago. Benito, the Italian's going to come up towards the line. You can see he's not particularly pleased in his lap time. It's only good enough for 5th. Does anyone else left in this session, do they have any pace to take on that mighty lap time from James Baldwin?
I'm not sure they do. Nobody within a 10.5 at the moment, which is highly, highly unusual in a qualifying session like this. Mac Backham making his way through the final chicane at the moment. He needs a top 5 to even stay alive this early on in terms of making it to the top 12 and making it to day 2. He was pretty resigned about his chances going into this weekend, though, just here to enjoy himself more than anything. He'll go over the line and he'll set a decent time as well. It's 8th place at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, this is still, you know, 3/10 off. Still a round of applause from the Porsche Commander squad that they are here in force. There's quite a lot of them. It's terrifying. It's terrifying to me. Yuri Kazdorp struggled in the first sector, struggled quite a bit in the middle sector as well. This could be challenging, unfortunately, for 9th position in all of this as he heads down towards the final corner now. Out of it he'll go, and Yuri Kazdorp, I am pretty sure, no disrespect to Yuri Kazdorp, I'm pretty sure this will be 9th. He'll cross the line and he's half a second off. You can see a lot of frustration, shake of the head from him. Mitchell de Jong, though, is next. Oh, that's a bad middle sector, though.
He's probably had a slowdown in there. I'm not sure where he would have picked, maybe the Schumacher S, he might have picked it up. I'm not entirely sure. We obviously haven't seen, but he will probably be starting from the back by the looks of things for Mitchell de Jong. Unfortunate, because he does need to make up some points as well. He started in the bottom half, down in 16th going into today. But it sounds quite close. He does need quite a few points. He'll go over the line. It will be a 55.7 that will probably be bringing up the rear for this first race.
Well, next one up towards the line. Yes, I know we can see James Baldwin, but it will be Joni Tourmalet. Oh, of course, yes, they've got penalties. Yeah, no, I remember. The shake of the head, yeah, and I get it. They both have penalties. Joni Tourmalet and Niels Nyox both have penalties. They'll be starting from the rear of the field. And so that means that James Baldwin does indeed have pole position.
Yeah, it's a great lap from him. And the gap, I think, is the thing that surprises me most. Not so much that James Baldwin has actually taken pole there, because he was so strong in practice, as we mentioned earlier on. But the gap there, I don't remember seeing one quite so big for some time.
No, that was a very, very impressive lap time. Let's take a look then at the Group A Race 1 starting grid presented by our partners in VRS. Niels Nyox will start from 12th alongside Joni Tourmalet, with the lap times coming in. A slowdown penalty for Mitchell de Jong puts him in 10th position, just behind Yuri Kazdorp, who was frustrated up towards the line. Mac Backham and Erhan Yovski will start on the 4th row of the grid, with Jakub Brzezinski and the pretty boy himself. It's Enzo Benito starting from 5th. Darren McCormack, Marco Pajic, Luke Bennett, and your pole sitter, James Baldwin. A fantastic lap time, dominant in the qualifying session. James Baldwin is looking incredibly strong. He's looked strong in practice, and he's looking strong in qualifying. Will he look strong in the race as well? Only time will tell, but I can tell that the Mercedes fans out here definitely want that to be the case, because they've been making some noise.
Absolutely, and why not as well? They've got a great chance in James Baldwin there in the Mercedes team. He's the highest of the Mercedes-AMG team, so getting behind him, very important, but he does have a lot of points to make up. We'll get into this a little bit more tomorrow, but he's quite a long way off Luke Bennett. I think it's, what, 66 or something like that?
Yeah.
It's a lot of points, and there's only 100 available today, so even if he wins all 4, there's no guarantee at all he will be championship leader. So it's going to be hard.
And let's just clarify what we mean by that as well, because so let's focus on what we're trying to look for there. No, we had the explainer, but we are looking for the top 12 drivers. This is carrying on from the in-season points. So what we're doing is we're taking the championship standings, we're changing what points are being given out for a race. It's not 60 as it was in the online season. It is 25 points for a race win, 20 for second, 60. I'm not going to list off the rest of them because it's just a load of numbers. But effectively, it's less points than it is in the main season, but you need to get inside the top 12 if you're going to progress through into Sunday.
Absolutely, and realistically, there's quite a big gap between the top 14 or so and the rest. The drivers who are in that bottom 8 to 10 kind of region have been talking a lot during this week about how they've got no chance at all. Now, drivers are often quite pessimistic, and a little bit more so than is actually what is real life. But even so, they do have a lot of ground to make up, and so that'll be a bit of a problem for them. But there's plenty of opportunity for them to do that today, to get into that top 12.
Certainly so. Well, we've got a couple of minutes until the race starts because all of the drivers at the moment are in a warm-up session. It's a practice session between qualifying and the race, because the way you attack qualifying and the way you attack the race are two very, very different things. Of course, in the race, you want to be looking after your tyres a little bit. You want to be keeping the car well under control, not overstepping your boundary, whereas in qualifying, it's just 110%.
Absolutely, it's all about one lap as well, and there's a whole lot more pressure on that. We were speaking just actually before we came on air here to Max Verstappen and Moritz Lerner from Maus about the Audi having better race pace, but then again, over a 15-minute race, it's obviously that effect is minimised. However, the setups of the cars, the way they behave a little bit is different over one lap versus the rest of the race. So that's something to factor in as well. That's what's going to make it interesting, with some drivers falling through the field, maybe some rising up through it.
Well, here we can see in the bottom right, I think that is the feet. I'm not sure if it is Luke Bennett, but he is just wrestling his way through. It's nice to see the foot, what they're kind of doing with it, and how they're balancing on the brake. We were very bad at that when we did our little race the other day. At least you were at turn 1. We won't talk about that too much, though. Don't worry. Let's just talk very briefly before we get into the race as to how BOP happens in this, because the balance of performance, how the cars are equalised to each other, the teams are a key part of that process. Effectively, what happens is they balance each other's cars. So let's say you're in the Mercedes and you want to, you say the Audi R8 is the fastest car, so you go into the Audi R8 to prove that it's the fastest car, so then they can balance out. They think the Mercedes is the fastest car, and so on. And basically what happens is you come to a live event like this, everyone complains about the BOP, and that's a good thing, because realistically it means that they're all complaining because they're all equal. We'll get ready though, because it is race start, the first race here. Once again, audience, let's make some noise. Okay, so James Baldwin's going to be starting from pole position. Luke Bennett's going to be starting on the front row alongside. And the first race of the ESL R1 Major begins on that race down towards the first corner. Baldwin with a decent launch is going to cover off Bennett on the race down into that first corner. Dives from the Williams in the background as they head their way through. It's a decent start though from Baldwin. Bennett just about to hang on, but he's left the door open for Marco Payich as they head into the Mercedes Arena section.
Yeah, he's got the inside line for turn 3 as well, which could give him the place, but Bennett's done well on the outside there, braking late to give him the inside for 4, and he will stay in front of the BMW. Then it's Payich, McCormack, Benito, Brzezinski in the top 6. There's bigger fights behind, but the leaders have got single file.
Yeah, it's Kasdorp that's pushing it to the very limit. Once again, the defensive line being taken by Luke Bennett. It might allow James Baldwin to check out here as they're starting to work their way forward. Let's see what James Baldwin can do, though. Is he going to clear himself off into the distance? This is the train, though, for 8th position. You've got Erhan Yovsky at the head of it, who's taken a defensive line to Yuri Kasdorp. Yorani Tormola's trying to get around the outside, though, after starting from the back of the grid. He's worked his way past Mitchell de Jong in the early phases, but as we head up towards the Michael Schumacher S, let's see if Tormola is able to make his way through. The answer's no. The G2 crowd do not go wild.
No, not for the moment, but Tormola has shown good pace in practice. He was the fastest of the BMWs, in fact, during those sessions, and so might be able to make his way through, but it is relatively hard to overtake. Nürburgring not always providing those opportunities. These GT3s, as we've said so many times, so well balanced, meaning that the pace difference is small and that it's hard to overtake on occasions. Tormola will certainly need to, though. He's on the back of Kasdorp at the moment, might make the dive here into the chicane.
Yeah, Kasdorp was out a little bit wide going into one of the corners in the background. I think Niels Niox might have had a bit of a problem there. We'll see that one in a moment. But here we go. Here's the attack. The defensive line being taken once again from the Maus driver that belongs to Yuri Kasdorp. He takes the defensive line into that final corner. Yoni Tormola's not able to work his way through. And as they head out onto the backstretch once again, Mitchell de Jong all over the rear end. The defensive line being taken. And all all of these points are really, really important. Outside line being taken by Joni Tormela, a bit of a squeeze as well. Contact between the pair of them, just about keeping it on the road. And once again, Kasdorp's able to hang it around the outside.
He's going to be on the outside for 2 and 3 though, and that's going to allow Tormela to get through quite possibly. He'll dive deep on the brakes in towards turn 3. On the BMW in the inside, he's gotten through, just about clear in time.
There we go.
He moves up to 9th place.
Good move, great move from Joni Tormela, once again working his way forward. He is one of the drivers that finds himself in the top 12 of the championship, but he's not particularly in a comfortable position. He finds himself in 9th at the moment, and so yes, whilst he is inside the top 12, losing points in races like this is absolutely, is paramount to avoid. And so working your way up from the back of the grid is important. But now he's got a 1 second gap to Erhan Yovski.
Absolutely, yeah. It's quite important for Tormela, as you say. He's only 7 points above 13th, which means if he loses 7 points, he'll be out of the major tomorrow. So needs to make sure that he gets back up towards the front. And key for Mac Backham as well, who's up there in 7th place. He needs 5th here in this first race to even stay alive. I know that his chances are slim anyway, and he's accepted that, but we could see our first driver knocked out even in the first race.
Certainly so. You can see Joni Tormela here driving in socks, having a little bit of oh no, it's not. There's a bit of distraction happening on stage because of Niels Nyaks having a bit of a technical issue with the rig, but thankfully everyone is able to keep themselves focused. One of those things that happens with the esports racing. Joni Tormela though now closing in on Erhan Yovski. Once he gets to Yovski though, the train up towards Benito is quite tight. You've got Benito, Brzezinski, Backham, and then Yovski, and he's just about at the final points where he can pick up that slipstream. He ride on board with Mitchell de Jong behind Yuri Kasdorp, who does seem to be struggling just a touch.
He does. That Audi at the moment just struggling. Kasdorp has said actually that compared to his teammates, he's been struggling to get used to this rig here at the LAN event compared to his home setup, which is of course very different. Beneke and Lerner have been able to get that quite well. They've been able to get used to it quite well, but Kasdorp has been struggling with that just a little bit. At the moment down in 10th place, Richard de Jong trying to make up those places from 11th, which is just one below where he started.
Now you can see them kind of abusing the track limits here and there. They have a certain amount of track cuts that they're able to take. You might be able to fill us in on more on how many track cuts they actually have. Don't look at me like that. You know why. It's because you abused it too much the other day. I think it's 4, and then on the 5th you get a penalty. And if you do it too many times, you get 4 penalties in one race.
Yeah, I did do that. But yeah, these drivers certainly won't. It's something to note, especially. It's not the biggest problem around the Nürburgring as we take a look at the start, but it will be in the future.
Well, let's take a look then at this replay. So once again, we can see on the inside line being taken by Luke Bennett, it kind of opens up the inside for the next section of corners for Page to go through. He sends it in, but he's on such a tight line here. He's so compromised on the exit that just about that Team Redline car is able to hang on. You've also got in the background the battle with the RAG getting down the inside of Mitchell de Jong and just about almost trying to get side by side off of the Mercedes Arena section. But this is the key point in the race, because this is about the time when Baldwin's just checked out. He's got 1.2 seconds and looks like 25 points is heading his way. Yeah,
it just shows that even at the very first lap of these races, it can be decided at the front, because as you say, Baldwin was completely on his own. He was driving to his pace. When you go in side by side like that for second, as Bennett and Page were, then you do have problems and you do fall back a little bit. That's now created the group you can see for second place, as behind Erhan Yovski tries to make a move on Mac Backham.
Yeah, I'll correct myself. It was Mac Backham in the replay, not Mitchell de Jong, but Mac Backham's making his way up the order potentially. Yovski's feeling the pressure to the outside. The Porsche Comander's going to go. Could be a fantastic move for the 16, but it's not quite done until they have left the Mercedes Arena section. Yovski dives it in deep, and the Macedonians out wide. The cutback coming in from the Porsche Coander, and as they depart the Mercedes Arena section, I think Erhan Yovski is just about going to be able to hang on, but it's not over yet. A bit of a squeeze from Yovski as he's desperately trying to hang on to 7th place in this race.
And he's gone very deep in towards turn 5 as well, which he needed to. It puts him on the inside for 6. Backham will get really close to the Audi, almost pushing him out the corner, and now with the hairpin coming up, downhill braking zone as well, there could be another chance, but the Porsche hasn't really got the run to really do that. He gets into the back of the Audi, but can't go through.
No, that was just a little bit of a wake-up call for the pair of them. Nothing too major. I don't think it's anything that race control need to get involved in. They are out in the open though, so I'm sure they'll be dealing with some of these incidents throughout the race. I don't really feel they've actually had too much to deal with through this. It's been relatively clean starts to the ESL R1 major as they head their way through. Once again, Yujovski's able to keep himself just ahead, Backham behind, but Joni Tormler looking for extra points.
Yeah, and he might be able to get them here as well. Currently down in 9th. Backham just up in front of him at the moment. I think Yujovski's going to be able to get away here as well. Backham has really qualified well, but is just beginning to fall back. And when one driver goes through, then the train begins to really encroach on you, and you do start to lose even more. He's having to even go defensive into the final corner, which doesn't happen very often at all. Tormler should have a chance into turn 1.
Yeah, he's going to rub over the rear end. He's going to get the up and under. Bit of contact between the pair, and once again, G2 and Porsche Coanda are pushing each other to the very, very limit as they head their way down toward the first corner. This should be the move for Joni Tormler. It could be the move for Yuri Kasdorp as well. 3 wide as they head in. That's going to be a very risky move. Joni Tormler is going to push his way through, and he moves up into 8th position. A position and 2 drop for the Porsche Coanda as here comes Yuri Kasdorp.
Side by side between these two and the 2 Porsche Coanda cars as well. Tormler on the inside with Kasdorp trying to keep the inside for turn 4. Can't quite do it. Joni Tormler up to 8th place. Fantastic driving in this race so far.
Yeah, that definitely deserved a round of applause from the audience. That was fantastic driving from, to be fair, from all 3. It was hard, feisty racing. Unfortunately for Porsche Coanda, they dropped back to 10th and 11th. In this, of course, their eyes will be focused on Joshua Rogers coming up in Group B. Yuri Kasdorp then trying to find his way past Joni Tormler. I honestly would have said that Yuri Kasdorp was dead in the water earlier on in this race, and yet suddenly he's finding his way fighting for 8th position out wide as they head through the Dunlop hairpin, and that might just put the pressure on. Like you say, for some of these, when they're going for a move, like we saw there with Mac Backham, you go for a move, if you don't actually make your way through, suddenly you're the one under pressure.
Absolutely, it happens especially in these trains like this. It's so close that you can fall back very, very quickly. But maybe this is a little bit what we expect to see from the Audi, because we mentioned that it's not so strong in qualifying sometimes if you don't get the lap right, but it can move forward in the race due to its race pace, which we know is very good. So maybe that is coming into play at the moment, although Mitchell de Jong's looking pretty good as well in 10th place.
Yeah, it is like I say, it's all tight in this group. It's also tight for groups ahead. I did see Dara McCormack getting within 2/10 of Marco Pajic. Marco Pajic is obviously within 4/10 of Luke Bennett at the moment. Oh, Mitchell de Jong's made a mistake almost in front of his teammate. Wow, wow, wow. Using some of that iRacing Rallycross World Championship pedigree to keep that car on the road and pointing forward. That was a very scary moment for the American.
It was. You do want to slide these cars generally, but not that much, certainly through the final corner. He's lost a bit of time now, drops to more than a second away from Yuri Kasdorp. Well caught, and the fact that his teammate Mac Backham is right behind means that he didn't lose a place. Yeah,
certainly so. I say if that was Kasdorp, Tormler, I would suggest that de Jong's going to lose that position right there and then, but alas, it did not happen. Backham here to assist the team as best he can. De Jong has an outside chance of going through, and I would say after a race like this, finishing down in 10th position, it might be an outside chance. There is a look what's happening behind the scenes. Mercedes AMG also alongside, you can see Philip Stam there and the Porsche Coanda bunch, all working quite hard, trying to juggle everything left, right and centre. We're on board with Williams though, and Brzezinski trying to make his way past Enzo Benito.
Yeah, important for Brzezinski. Started the day down in 20th place and only, well, quite a lot of points off, 73 off of 12th place, so needs good performances, probably needs a top 5 here as well. But although Benito does too, because he's in 13th place in the standings at the moment, top 5 in this race, so looking good for the both of them, although of course they'll both want more points, and that's exactly what they're here to battle for.
Yeah, you need to fight for every single point you can get. Of course, for the likes of Benito, he's found himself a little bit further down in the championship. He is just about outside as they're defending his way up. This is Luke Bennett, though, looking backwards as his second position. Could it be, for the second time that we've seen racing around the Nürburgring in ESL R1, could it be a 1-2 for Mercedes? Very much on the cards. As I was saying about Benito, he finds himself in 13th. Every single point matters for him. But Brzezinski, he finds himself down in 20th. So he's really up against it if he wants to work his way through.
Yeah, he really is. And so's, well, not up against it, but Marco Payet is certainly in that conversation. Looks towards the inside at turn 1 on Luke Bennett, who's forced to defend. And they're really looking for this 1-2 with Mercedes. It would be a fantastic way to start off the ESL R1 major here in Munich. Unfortunately, not able to do it in towards turn 1, and that has allowed Darren McCormack to get involved as well.
Yeah, but how much will McCormack risk here? How much is he playing? Well, he's all over the rear end. The green wing mirrors on his Mercedes AMG team, Williams Esports. Yes, it's confusing. They both have Mercedes AMG in the name. They're both Mercedes-backed teams, but one of them is effectively the works team. The other one is the Williams-run team. McCormack there, 4th position at the moment. He would like a podium, and of course, we do know about the pace of Dara McCormack. He is absolutely rapid, but this is the track that he's not won at.
Yeah, absolutely. He's won at the other two. Well, we've got 4 now, haven't we?
We've got 4 now.
He's won at half of them now. But yeah, not won here before. So that's maybe a
it's
reflection.
not changing now, is it?
No, it's not going to change now. But maybe that's a reflection on him a little bit more than Mercedes, because obviously we've seen Mercedes do so well around here, the Mercedes team. So, you know, it's hard to know. As we were saying with the drivers earlier on, the cars are so equal now that it really is down to the drivers more than anything. But clearly, Luke Bennett is just wanting for that little bit of pace right at the end here, coming under pressure from those 2 Mercedes in behind, Page and McCormack, who are surely going to give him a hard time in the final lap.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Let's see if he's able to hang on. Page is going to look one way. He's going to try and get to the outside, but of course that is not the opportunity. But the defensive line from Luke Bennett might be a little bit too much as they head through the chicane out onto the start-finish straight once they've cleared the final corner. McCormack has a look. They've got the one final lap after this. Is the end of the penultimate lap. Baldwin's leading. He's gone. He's checked out. This is all about the battle for second, which continues to grow because, to be honest, Yuyovski's even rejoining this, and I don't see us getting to the end of the race without someone trying some sort of move as Pages are looking to T1. Look at McCormack, though.
Very late on the brakes, but just too wide, and the end from McCormack. Page is just slowed up by Bennett, and that allows the Irishman to get very, very close to that number 5 Mercedes you can see in the middle. Through the Mercedes arena they will go in towards turn 3. It will just concertina all together as Bennett will be looking in his mirrors almost more than he'll be looking out the front windscreen at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Again, brilliant racing between this lot, and again, I think it's one of these ones that's going to come down to a little bit of a wire. This is for the switch of 3 or 4 points here or there. It would be important for Baldwin to make sure that Bennett loses as much as possible here when it comes to points. So he'll need Page to get through because it will help close that gap going into Sunday. Is there any move from Page here? The answer's no, but he's really close. I suspect there's going to be something into the chicane.
This is the part of the team play that we're expecting to see. A little bit today, certainly more tomorrow. Those teams that do have more than one driver into tomorrow, even today, can really, really play off of each other, help one another. Because as you say, Baldwin needs to gain points on Bennett. Even with these 25 points, Bennett's going to score 20 as it stands right now. That's not a big gain compared to the gap he's got at the start of the day. Page needs the points as well. He's only 12 coming into today.
Yeah, certainly so. Well, here we go then, out wide a little bit there from Bennett as they head onto the backstretch, up through the likes of Ad Van Bogen towards the NGK chicane. At the moment, it's being held by Luke Bennett. There's 3 tenths between them. There's 2 tenths back to Dara McCormack. I'm not actually sure anyone's quite close enough to do anything. It would have to come from a mistake and potentially something into the final corner, which is currently being mastered by James Baldwin. The Mercedes AMG Petronas Esports team driver comes out of the final corner, and the first victory of the weekend goes the way of James Baldwin. He was able to fend off and charge away. It all came down to that pole lap he did. He has looked phenomenal. Practice, qualifying, race win. Is there anything James Baldwin can't do? Wow. That was impressive. We'll head down to Ash, who I think is just about catching up with James now.
James, congratulations. Winning the first race of the weekend. I warned you that if you won, I would interview you. So unfortunately, fate has come true. Jackie Stewart called Nürburgring the green hell, and you have tamed it yet again. Tell me how you feel. What were you thinking about during the race? And how was it just taking that lead from the beginning and kind of crushing it for the rest of the way?
Yeah, I can't believe it. It's my first win in any race in Rennsport, so I had to wait a few months for that, but happy to get it over the line, and pace seems good here, so Marco got P3 as well, so the team's really happy, and yeah, good start.
Yeah, Team Redline was saying they have to take points away from you guys, so, I mean, it seems like you're doing that to them. Do you have anything to say back to them, or what you're thinking about this weekend strategy-wise?
No strategy, really. It's just about scoring as many points as possible. It doesn't matter about anyone else. That's it. So
And what do you think is going to be your next best track coming up?
I'd say Hockenheim. I'd say Spa would be our third best track, and then Monza's probably our worst. But we'll see. We'll see. There's so many variables here, so it's going to be good.
Awesome. Congratulations. Go celebrate with your team. Well-deserved win. Now we're going to jump to Jazz and Krim as they go over the post-race results.
Thank you so much for that, Ashley. Now, Krim 6. This is where I'm going to be quizzing you left, right, and center. Our drivers have been put through their paces, but Luke Bennett, the guy that had a big old target on his back, you think he's rattled in the slightest? It wasn't the first place finish you wanted.
Well, no. Quite frankly, no. I think that today, with the amount of points he has, that he can sort of afford to try new things. You know, he doesn't have to take that many risks. At the end of the day, with the amount of points he has, the only thing he needs to, you know, get up on this stage and do is help out his teammate. So today, you know, you're going to be seeing a lot of drivers with a lot of points that are like automatically through. You're going to see some that are completely out, right? And then you're going to see the middle of the pack, which they are all on the cusp. And while that's sort of, you know, if you look at it from a single individual driver perspective, that's not really all entertaining.
Yeah.
But when you factor in the fact that these drivers are drivers on teams.
Yeah.
So if there's anything to do, if you're already qualified or out of the, you know, standings for tomorrow, you need to help your teammates.
Well, I think on that note, let's go ahead and have a look at our results. Any of these drivers here really surprise you? Is there anybody you expected better out of?
Well, I'm seeing, you know, I talked to some drivers in the back, and my prediction before all this was that Mercedes was strong.
Yeah.
And look at this. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, all within the top 6, the top half. So, and BMW. I'm basically a genius.
Well, do you feel like when you yourself were racing as well, the Mercedes were the ones to keep an eye on? Not only now that you're on this side of things, you know, analyzing them, is it the other Mercedes that...
It's interesting because at the start of the season, the Mercedes had the weakest, it was like the weakest performing car. It was quite clearly like the other three had better things going for it, and the Mercedes had absolutely nothing going for it. So it's interesting now that you're going to see, or you saw 4 out of 6 on the top half of these 12 drivers.
Okay, well, on that note, I think let's start to touch upon briefly our Group B drivers as well. Do you think people are going to be nervous coming up here? Obviously, having witnessed the Group A showdown that has been surrounding us right now. I know backstage we were watching all of the drivers, all of the teams kind of nervous and waiting.
Well, actually, before we get into that, let's check out a replay of the race, because that was pretty impressive. And I mean, look at this right here. Personally, myself, not so much of a fan of pink.
I love it. I think it's
you
great.
like it?
I think it's see, I'm somewhat of a livery expert.
Yeah.
I got to ask you though. Okay, RHG.
I'm gonna be honest. I saw that list. Hard disagree with you. Your list is dog crap. Okay.
No way.
Yes. First of all, let me just tell you.
Go on.
G2 and Redline have the best livery. Fact.
Okay.
The Mercedes one, because it has pink, the worst by far. RAG is nice. Coanda is nice.
Furia?
I said it right that time, finally. Furia, no.
Wow.
Not good. Not
okay. Well, we actually have...
Sorry, it's the truth, guys. I'm sorry, okay?
We actually have the Porsche Coanda car here, IRL, as well. And I got to admit, you know, I'm one to admit when I'm wrong as well. So fair play to them. It looks kind of beautiful in person. So it might have been a little bit too harsh to kick things off and start off with. But revisiting this race once again, Crimsix, any teams you think are going to be a little bit scared heading into our next stage of the tournament? Do you think that first track that we saw there was just a warm-up for them? Do you think anybody is worried moving forward?
Well, do I have your permission to look at the standings on your laptop real quick? So I'm looking at Beneke is tied for 12th. okay? Tied for 12th. Well, before all this, Beneke and Siggy, they're in the same heat. They're both in Group B. So I would look for the duel between those two, even if they're not on track together at the, side by side, they're dueling. They're trying to get that top 12 spot. So look out for those two. They're the exact amount of points, if I'm not mistaken.
Taking a look at
I am
our
not mistaken. I am
Drivers'
correct.
Championship standings as of right now. For Dario McCormack, now I mentioned this at the very start of the broadcast, he was the only back-to-back first place finish throughout the duration of ESL R1.
Yep.
Do we think, now that it is LAN time, baby, we think we're going to see it happen all over again?
Well, the pressure is on. The venue's cool. And the biggest thing of all is that we're playing for a lot of money, okay? We're playing for a lot of money. This is the difference, quite frankly, between cup of noodles and Wagyu steak, okay?
But
first or last?
First or last, I think on that note, it is a perfect time to introduce our Group B, the next set of our 12 drivers. Please put your hands together. Round of applause for our Group B. Come on, fellas, I want to see you posing for the cameras. You'd love to be posing, wouldn't you, Krim? Please give it up for the Le Mans Virtual Series champion, Jeffrey Rietveld for Team Redline. Representing Heroic, it's Tommy Uskard. Moving all the way from Brazil to Malta to pursue the dream of sim racing, it is Kaiki Oliveira from Furia. Maximilian Beneke, iRacing GT World Champ from Mals. And the current Formula E Accelerate Championship leader, it is Marcel Chinchik from R8G. Extra round of applause here for Moritz Lerner. And the only driver representing Apex Racing, it is Kevin Ellis Jr. Joshua Rogers is our two-time PESC iRacing World Champion. And another R8G driver, it is Yuri Toman. Next up, we have Kevin Siggy representing Team Redline. And of course, it is Eamon Murphy from G2. The inaugural Le Mans Virtual winner, Nikodem Vishnevsky, representing Williams. And this time, of course, we don't have a 13th driver, Krim. You good, bro? You good?
Yeah, sorry.
All good. Ready?
Taller now.
Don't start revealing all of the tricks of the trade. But you know what? I'm ready and waiting to get stuck in. So I'm excited to see how Ash is feeling about this one as she checks in with our race control.
Group A was a little bit feisty, but not totally elbows out just yet. I am standing with race control here, where they review the drivers, what's going on during the laps, all the kerfuffles that you see live here during the race. So, what are you looking for while watching the race, and how do you determine those penalties and kind of the seconds that they're going to lose?
Well, first of all, we have to look at what is going on. Like, for the last race we had right here was quite nice. Of course, we have the very best drivers here, so we are expecting them to put on a great show, but we are looking for a lot of data when we're sitting here in the replay. So
when's your job easier? When there's a lot of penalties and you just go throughout the entire field giving out 5 to 10 seconds, or when all the drivers are nice and clean?
No, we would like we would like to see some racing, but it has to be fair. So hard collisions and so on in order to gain an advantage on your opponent or something is not allowed. So we have to penalize according to the rule book that we have for this championship.
So do you also take what's going on into context, kind of what's happened a couple seconds before and a couple seconds after, or do you really look into that one instant moment?
No, you're always leading what is leading up to it. What is the inputs of both of the drivers? How much are they on the throttle? How much are they braking? How much are they steering into the corner? what is going on from both of them. So yeah, it's all about going into the detail, which can be a challenge in this short format, but it's also very exciting and fun to work with.
Great, thank you so much. And good luck today. Hopefully the drivers give you something to watch and enjoy, but not too many penalties on your end. Thank you. Well, we see them just race the Nürburgring here in Group A, and Group B is next. But what tracks do we have coming up for the rest of the day? Luckily, Crim 6 decided that for us.
Hello, my friends. Today, it's time to figure out what tracks we're going to be driving at day 1. We're doing a draw. We got little slits of paper. Ooh, my favorite. Just kidding. It's actually one of the hardest tracks there is. Nürburgring GP is your first track. Second. Whoa. We got Hockenheim. Third, the greatest track ever, and the greatest track there'll ever be, Spa. And last but not least, the newest addition, Monza. Those are your tracks for day 1, guys. Wish your drivers the best of luck. This is ESL R1.
I see you had a quick little outfit change between the track draw and now Crim 6. I'm liking the style, but talk to me more about...
Same but different.
Same but different.
Same but different, you know.
Exactly.
Same color.
Real recognizes real,
Yeah.
bro. Real recognizes real. But talk to me a little bit more about our second track. It's going to be Hockenheim Ring. How do you think that one's going to go?
Yeah, so that track, you know, very difficult pit lane entry,
Yeah.
at least for me, you know. Penalty in the first round, or well, second round, first event, you know. This right here, though, Hockenheim,
Yeah.
for some reason, trying to keep tire pressures on a basically flat track was very difficult for me. But these guys are the best in the world. They're probably going to handle it quite well. Speaking of tire pressures, I think we have a... Can we show the head-to-head yet?
I mean, we can. I think before that, we should dive into...
Sorry.
I mean, yeah, sure, let's go ahead. Let's talk about
We're
the
doing the
head-to-head.
head-to-head,
We got
okay.
Marcel Chinchik from RHG and Joshua Rogers from Porsche Coanda. What can you tell me about these two drivers?
Well, you know, Rogers, I try to ask him for his car settings, his ABS, his brake bias, and he, in the most polite way possible, I'm talking 2 paragraphs, basically said, no, get away from me. And, you know, so that sucked. But anyways, Marcel, on the other hand, I did some warm-ups. I did some practice runs with their team in the middle of the season. And I would say that, you know, running with them sort of put things into perspective for me.
Okay.
So they're both very talented. And, you know, one's driving a Porsche, the best car ever created, the best car there'll ever be.
Well, I know there is certainly a lot of hype surrounding this entire event. The pressure is weighing in heavy on the shoulders of our 12 drivers from Group B. But there should be pressure here in the arena as well as for the folks at home as well. So let's find out what makes the ESL R1 Major so incredibly special.
To the metal, and it is go, 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 go! Oh my goodness me! Goodness me, that's excellent!
Pressure, pressure, pressure. That's what it really, well and truly, boils down to for all of our drivers here. The atmosphere is a little bit intense, especially when we consider the vibe of backstage with all the team managers, all of the teams eagerly ready and waiting as well. You kind of cut the tension with a knife, couldn't you, Graham?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't see a lot of people loose today.
Yeah.
It was like I woke up this morning and things were completely different. We just had 2 media days, and then today is where the actual competition is going to take place. And it was like a complete shift in how everyone was, you know, talking with one another, this and that. I don't think anybody said hi to each other at breakfast. And yeah, it's business mode today.
Yeah, and I know throughout the duration of the tournaments thus far, we've been talking an awful lot about how much, you know, ESL Rennsport care about the community's feedback, about you guys' feedback as drivers as well. So for the folks at home or anybody here as well, your feedback is so incredibly important to us as well. So we would absolutely love it if you would go ahead and fill in our survey. Let us know the things that you like, the things you might dislike, improvements, you name it, basically. Go ahead and type !survey in the chat because we are all eyes and ears. Isn't that right, Krim?
Yep. I mean, you want to know a true story?
I always want to know a true
This actually happened, okay? I get in a call with the Rennsport devs. I'm like, hey, you know, I gave them a whole bunch of feedback. One of the things was like, can I get a foliage quality option? Can I make the trees look better or worse for higher FPS? And they put it in the next day. I don't know where you guys are, but like, good job. Good job.
We love Rennsport. I want to clap. Come on, guys. Come on.
Hey, come on.
Look alive. Look alive.
We're clapping over virtual trees. Okay, virtual trees.
Thank you very much. And I don't know about you, Krim, but I was keeping up to date, especially during the online season as well, keeping up with the latest results, the latest timings, fastest lap times, you name it, all live from the Rennsport app as well. So if you might have missed a race or two here and there, you want to find out the fastest lap time, you name it, go ahead and download the Rennsport app, type !app in the chat as well.
It's actually quite nice.
It's actually very nice.
I was thoroughly impressed by it.
That's a glowing review from you, Crimson.
Listen, if it has my approval, it's good. I guarantee you that.
Well,
that app is good.
It is good, but we also have an extra, I'm not going to give away too much. We have an extra little perk to downloading the app. So let's go ahead and find out more about that.
Well, hello everyone and welcome along. We are here at the Rennsport Summit in Munich for the ESL R1 Spring Major. It's going to be absolutely phenomenal from start to finish, I have no doubt. And if you are watching on the Rennsport app, there'll be a special giveaway for you as well. So if you want to drive in the closed beta in style, go and download the Rennsport app now from the iOS App Store or the Play Store. Then step 2, open the app and create an account. Step 3 is the easy one. You sit back and watch the broadcast for the ESL R1 Spring Major through the Rennsport app. And then step 4, at some point through the broadcast, there will be the drop, and then it will appear in your virtual garage. So sit back, enjoy the ESL R1 Spring Major here in Munich at the Rennsport Summit. It's going to be fantastic.
See, I wasn't kidding when I said the Rennsport app was absolutely fantastic, but now I'm going to put you in the hot seat. I did it time and time again during the online season. I put Paul George Morgan through his paces, was giving him a lot of flack for his predictions.
Yeah.
I want your prediction now, Mr. Professional.
Oh, of who's going to win this race?
Yes.
Right here.
Race right here, right now.
Who we got here?
Checking out the competition. It's tough. I know it is.
Where's the cheat sheet? What are they doing in practice right now?
Anybody?
I'm gonna go with Rogers.
Okay.
Or I'm feeling Moritz.
Okay.
Can't say his last name. We had a debate about this. No one knows how to say it. It looks so simple, but it's so hard.
You almost threw me under the bus with the pronunciation of his last name. Almost, but we're not going to dive into that any further. You know what? I don't want to give a prediction because I don't like being wrong, but I would love to see Kaiki do really well, especially considering the fact that, we had quite a lovely chat together. I think we might be able to see it a little bit later on during the broadcast as well. He's left his family, his friends, a lot of people dear to him behind to make this dream a reality. So, you know what, I'm rooting for him. I think it could be a beautiful story.
You know what, I am too, okay?
Oh, yeah.
Because he's, I think he's the only other driver. There might be one more American on Coanda, but we got 3 people on one side of the globe, and he's one of them. We're on the same team, man, okay? You better win. Can I change my vote, my prediction?
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't want to. I stick with it.
You're sticking with it. All right, so now who do you think the fan favorites are going to be? Who do you think has the most support here in the crowd? Okay, can I hear some noise for Team Redline? Oh,
yeah.
Okay. I was expecting more support for Redline, I'll be honest with you.
It was me and one other guy.
Okay, all right, go on. Who do you think has the most support here?
Oh, it's by far Coanda.
Okay, I'm liking it, I'm liking it.
Paid actors over there.
So what about everybody else? Do you think the fan support is going to be weighing on their shoulders? I mean, for the side of Redline, I thought there'd be a little bit more support on that front, especially considering, you know, your driver championship leader is ready and up there.
Well, you know, when you win a lot, it's very difficult to basically, you know, hop on board. People always want to see a comeback story.
Yeah.
Okay, there's no comeback story with Redline. They just dominate. They just show up and always place well.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, I want to know from the folks at home joining us in the chat as well. Go ahead, spam your own predictions. Let us know who it is that you're rooting for. I think without further ado, Lewis McGlade, I'm putting you on the spot once again. Who is your prediction?
I am going to go with R8G, Marcel Chinchik.
Well done. Yeah, I'll go with Josh Rogers because.
I got a boo from G2.
Well, yeah.
Goodness me. All right, Eamon Murphy's going to win then. All right. There we go.
These things are to be expected. He does have a lot of work to do today in this race, indeed, to make it through to the top 12. But yes, second race at the Nürburgring, about to get underway. We're just in practice at the moment. We'll be heading forward to qualifying very, very shortly. But this is Group B. We won't be swapping out the drivers every single time. It won't be a chop and change like that. It will be 2 races in a row for these B drivers, and then they'll have a fairly long break.
Yeah. Basically, it goes A, B, B, A, B, B, A, etc. We'll take a look. Oh, look at that. They're all good-looking guys. It's mostly, let's be honest,
the Redline guys.
It's mostly Benito.
The only team, of course, Lewis, to have all 4 of their drivers make it through to the ESL R1 Major here this weekend. Nobody else has been able to do that. They are the team's champions, of course. They're the ones to watch.
They're very serious in this as well. They're also not in height order, which does kind of irritate me. But they are looking pretty good. Of course, our team's champions of the online season. Of course, that did include Katowice as well. So round 1 and round 2 happened in Katowice, and then we did rounds 3 through 8 online. And they took top honours in that championship, so that makes sense. Obviously, you know, there are a few other teams that maybe weren't quite as strong. One of them being Fury, of course, Kaiki Oliveira. I mean, let's be honest. At the moment, I'm still going to classify it the king of sick drip. I really like this T-shirt.
I know you do. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure why, but
it's poggers, mate.
I'll allow it. There he is, just walking into the venue. You can see, you probably recognise that. And there he is in front of the Furia BMW that he'll be driving here today. But on his own, as you say, those guys in Furia, 10th place in the team standings at the end of the season. That means he's here on his own. How do you think that is different to the Redline guys who we've seen plenty of times this week, you know, hanging out together, having a chat, whatever. Oliveira doesn't have that with his team because they're not here. So is that any different?
I see both positives and negatives in it, right? Positives are when you have your team around you, is you've got a little extra support, you've got a little extra focus on the team, a little extra conversation to have, especially when it comes to dealing with new tracks, like we saw with Monza, which will be the final track of the day. But also, the negatives, in my opinion, to be honest, there are some times when you come into events and you have a big team around you, sometimes it can be a little extra pressure. Sometimes it can be a little bit like in the races, tripping up over your teammate a little bit, because whereas when you're in the likes of Kaiki Oliveira, obviously Calvin Ellis Jr. as well, in the same boat as well, there were a couple of others that are the sole representative of their respective team, it can be almost like a little bit more focused and easy is probably not the right word.
In the middle of those two, of course, all four for Redline, only Oliveira for Furia, but G2 have a couple of their drivers making it through. Unfortunately, Isaac Price didn't quite make it, but he is here, not driving. Leone Tomola and Eamon Murphy are the two drivers for G2 Esports. Tomola starting inside the top, there's team support as well there. Tomola inside the top 10 coming into today at the major, with Eamon Murphy outside the top 20 with a lot of work to do, but there they are looking very serious. And it's Murphy who's in this race.
Look at this, Nick Dealey sneaking into the shot on the right-hand side. Obviously, the chief engineer, the chief strategist of the squad. That was a little sneaky, wasn't it?
Well, I guess he's been allowed or whatever. He's just broken in. I don't know.
He's gone. No, I am going to be in this shot, whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Is what it is.
Absolutely. So they've just had to deal with that. Moving on forward to some of the other teams, we've got obviously lots of Mercedes teams. It's actually been quite popular car choice over the course of the ESL R1 major, over the course of the whole regular season as well. We've just seen James Baldwin take the first win here of the day at the Nürburgring. See if there's another one coming up in a few moments' time. Let's have a look at another one of the teams with only one driver at the helm. It's Tommy Usgaard for Heroic, who we can have a look at now. There he is, the iRacing Daytona 24-hour champion a few years ago, with some teammates and some guys who are here as well, not on Heroic though.
Yeah, that was the car that he would have been driving had he stayed with Porsche. Yeah. Branda says bye-bye to that and moves on to a slightly different Porsche, and look, he's ready to do business. Had a very up and down season, of course, snuck through in that final online round, where it was at the Hockenheim ring, just kind of did enough to just about make it through. It does mean, though, that his chances of progressing through into the Sunday are, let's just put it as low.
Yeah. Relatively low here, unfortunately. So that's a bit of a shame for him. Needs top 6 as far as we can tell, along with Murphy. Here are the drivers in Group B in order of the championship points, starting with Marcel Cinchik, who's second overall and at the top of Group B. Then there's Josh Rogers with Yuri Toman as well for one of the 2 R8G. Then one of the 2 Mouses, that's Moritz Lerner with Kevin Siggy, and then Max Benecke, who's also from Mouse. Kevin Ellis Jr. is on his own from Apex Racing Team. Nikodem Wisniewski is attempting to drive, having dislocated his shoulder earlier, so that'll be difficult. Jeffrey Rietveld will be here as well with Kaki Oliveira. We've talked about Tommy Usgaard and Eamon Murphy. Those bottom 2 can actually be knocked out in this very race if they don't do well enough.
Yeah, what do they have to do? Go get top 6?
Top 6 will be enough for them to, well, they'll have to get top 6 to progress through.
Well, here we go. You can see over the shoulder there of Nikodem Wisniewski. I'm told it's his right shoulder, by the way. Then as we move through, you've got Eamon Murphy, cheers from the G2 crowd. Then we've got Team Redline. I was surprised by the lack of support. That's because they're all stood over there by the computer, to be perfectly honest. You've got Yuri Toman here, ultra close to the screen. We've always joked and laughed about his driving position, and we will continue to. It's very weird.
It is a little bit, but I did see him walking around with a couple of cushions earlier on, because the seat doesn't quite
push him forward enough.
Yeah, it doesn't quite go forward enough for him, so because he really is close. You can see a little bit from that angle there. He needs a couple of cushions just to push him forward a little bit into his driving position. Yeah, it's pretty unusual, certainly. Don't forget, of course, you can fill out the survey, which really does help us here at ESL R1. Tell us what you like and don't like. ! Survey in the Twitch chat if you're watching along at home. So make sure you tell us what you think.
Yeah, and obviously Slate, Ewan O'Leary, and also George Morgan for not being here. To the idea, the audacity to pick a honeymoon over work is unreal. Obviously, big congratulations from everyone here at ESL and Rennsport as well to George Morgan on I don't know if it's a happy marriage, we'll see. Anyway, looking over the shoulder there of Jeffrey Rietveld, again, seeing the work that he's putting in. Did see the BMW looked a little bit oversteery, a little bit slip and slide as well. You can see Tommy Usgaard there. We saw his walk-on, taking a look at the times. With the way these monitors are curved, you kind of might wonder if that, with all the teams sat around, all the drivers sat around, all 12 of them sat around here, you might wonder, can they see what's happening on the other screens? The answer solidly is no, because of the curved edge.
Absolutely, yeah, it is a little bit difficult. And the UI as well, by the way, is a little bit customizable. Very customizable indeed. That's where you can see all kinds of different things, which almost makes it look like a different game on occasion. But there it is. There's Kaki Oliveira, who's just around Benecke, and then Marcel Cinchik right on the end at the centre of the stage here for this round. Then there's Moritz Lerner right in the centre, in the middle there. Just over a minute remaining until we get into qualifying. It'll be the same format as usual. One shot, 30 seconds in between each.
Okay, I think the big question that I've got to ask you is not a prediction for results or anything like that, but if you had to be in any one of these rigs right now, which one would it be?
They're all the same. So.
No, yeah, they are. But like position-wise, obviously, you know, you might have a couple of team managers behind you that you don't want. You've got this side where it's a little busy behind you. Well,
I don't think it really matters. Don't you feel
I
like
want to be as far away from the commentary desk as possible.
Don't you feel like they're so in the zone, though, that it doesn't really matter to them, even though if they have their managers behind? There's the left-hand side of the stage. You can see RHG team manager. They're just sat behind the desk. There's Heroic just next to their mouths right at the centre of the stage. They don't move around with their drivers, by the way. They could be quite far away from them on occasion. Yeah, I don't think these drivers would really care if someone's standing behind them.
No, of course. Well, I mean, to be fair, I did when I was trying to drive yesterday, and I had Darren McCormack trying to give me some nice advice. Cheers, mate. I was still slow. But obviously, the team managers, each of the 11 teams that are taking part in this, all have team managers around the outside of basically the arena. They're basically over this side, and over this side we've got 6 over this side, and then 5 over this side. And there's team managers from each, and they're all communicating with the drivers in the races. Like you say, they don't move around, but the drivers will be when their positions basically get redrawn and stuff for each of them.
And in your opinion as well, how much do you think a team manager or an engineer, could really help in a race like this? Because we see it so often in the longer races, endurance races in sim racing, where strategy is so important. This is an all-out dash for 15 minutes. How much effect do you think it has?
I mean, I always kind of preferred in these kind of races to keep myself focused, not have a team manager or stuff. But we did hear, particularly beforehand, particularly in the practice sessions, the team managers are critical, because whilst you're practicing, you can be like, what's happening? What gear is this driver using? What's happening with that? What's happening with that? And you get your manager, your whatever, to go around and actually have a look at what's going on. We'll stop waffling though, because it's quali time.
It is quali time, and Josh Rogers will be out there first. As you can see, 3rd place in the overall standings. Needs to win here to guarantee himself through to day 2. Realistically, he's so many points in front, he won't have to worry about that. He will be slightly, I don't know if worried is the right word, but he'll certainly have it in his mind that Luke Bennett scored very well in that first race, and so did James Baldwin, so he needs to do well too.
Yeah, of course, Bennett did get 2nd position. James Baldwin took victory. So like you say, with him coming into this 2nd in the championship, same as with Marcel Chinchik, it's really, really important for him to get nice and close. Over the first sector, he's going to go as they start heading down through Valvoline. 36.2, that's pretty much on par as what we've seen in the previous. If anything, it's a little bit quicker, because it was more of the 36.3s that we were seeing earlier on.
And don't forget, it was Baldwin who was in the .0s for qualifying there. 30, wow. 53.0 was the time.
Rapid lap
time, yeah, for James Baldwin there. A 10.5 ahead of the rest. I can't imagine it's going to be that stretched apart in Group B, especially since, in practice, these guys were a lot closer on times than we saw in Group A.
Yeah, really, really close. There was talk of like which group was stronger and all this kind of stuff. You're talking about ifs and buts and all that kind of stuff. There's never going to be an actual answer to which one is definitely stronger than the other. But the fact is it does seem as though Group 2 is at a bare minimum closer than Group 1. Over the 2nd sector split, and again, it's pretty decent, being, again, it was about a 0.3 for those in the previous session, which was a decent one, a 0.2, looking pretty nice with only 1 sector left to go for Rogers.
Through the final chicane, he will come just to set the benchmark for us here today. As we said, 53.0 was the benchmark from Baldwin. Let's see if Josh Rogers can get anywhere close to that, or even close to Luke Bennett's current lap record at a 52.9. Rogers goes over the line then. The benchmark's a 53.1, that's not so bad at all. Would have been good enough for 2nd in Group A.
Yeah, certainly. Obviously, round of applause from Porsche and from Fiddle as well. Fine. But as we head through, Kevin Ellis Jr., another one of the Audi R8s to come through the 1st sector, really, really good. The 2nd sector, somewhat average. Alex Simpson will be on the pit wall for them, will be in the ear of Kevin Ellis Jr., the lone Apex Racing Team driver, who will come up towards the line, the number 98, the Corby crew. As he crosses it, it's not good enough by a whopping 0.005 of a second.
This is much more like what we're used to seeing.
Yeah.
Really, really close margins in these qualifying sessions. Kevin Siggy in the red line BMW, going slowly in the middle sector. Unfortunately, this is going to be 3rd by the looks of it compared to the other two. Might well even be really down towards the bottom at the end of this session.
Yeah, well, certainly so. Kevin Siggy's going to come out towards the line, and let's see what he is going to set as he crosses it. It's a 53.3.
It's all right.
It's
still.
expected.
It's all right. Wow.
No, it was expected from the second sector.
Okay.
It's not expected. I beat Kevin Siggy once, but that's fine. That's definitely not the drive we have now.
I thought you were saying Kevin Siggy's not very good, but that's fine. Marcel Chinchik then,
Well, I
fourth
did
driver.
not say that.
Well, that's true as well. Chinchik coming towards the second chicane then. He was a little bit better in the middle sector, but even so, he's going to have to do well, really, to get ahead of Rogers, I think. His second place in the championship points coming into today, of course, as he comes through the final corner right now and up towards the line.
Yeah, see, Marcel Chinchik as he heads his way up at the moment. Is it going to be somewhere in the 53.1s? No, it is not. 53.3. 19,000 of a second slower than Kevin Siggy, and I was thinking of leaning towards Marcel Chinchik as the race victor in this one. Will it be Jeff Reaver? We know how good he is in quarterfinal ones over the season. What's he going to do here in the first race?
Yeah, won so many quarterfinals throughout the regular season, but of course you don't get points for that. The points are paid at the end, or they were in the regular season. Rietveld up towards the line then in the BMW. He slots into third. He'll be right alongside Siggy for now.
Certainly so. The next one across the line will be Nikodem Vishnevsky. He might well be struggling, but that is a mega second sector. We'll see what he does across the line. He absolutely batters the bollards through the NGK chicane up towards the final corner. The Polish driver from the Mercedes-Williams esports team. He'll depart the final corner. He's trying to get somewhere in that low 53 margin. It might be good with that second sector. It's a 53.2. So despite his struggles, he goes ahead of Team Redline, and I agree, that does deserve a round of applause.
Absolutely. Dislocated his shoulder earlier on in the day, as I mentioned earlier on. Apparently it's an ongoing problem for him, and he's going to get it fixed soon, thankfully. But yeah, not ideal, but still very, very quick as usual. Max Benecke usually is very quick as well. Let's see what the first of the two Maus Esports, not Maus Esports, first mistake of the day, Maus Audi go over the line for him. Here he comes. It'll be a 53.2. And that's third place for now.
It's decent. Moritz Lerner will be coming up a little bit later on, but the next driver will be Yuri Toman, one of the superstars of the spring season, a driver who started out so strong, a driver who fought his way through so well, but unfortunately had a bit of a mid-season lull. Is that being turned around for the R8 GT? Marcel Chinchik struggling a little bit in this qualifying session. Can he depose his teammate anymore as he heads out of the final sector? It's not looking great in the middle sector. It's not looking great in the first. He's only good enough for fifth. And you can see he's a little bit frustrated. It remains Joshua Rogers in pole position camp. We can see his emotion directly above us. It's kind of lacking at the moment. We won't talk about that too much.
Absolutely. I think in terms of who's going to take it from Rogers, maybe Moritz Lerner is one to watch throughout the final four, but you can't count out any of these drivers. Kaiki Oliveira being one of them in the Furia BMW. He makes his way through the final corner right now, does the Brazilian. He'll be up towards the line, and it will be in the 53s, you'd imagine. 53.4. That's down in ninth for now.
That's not a good final sector. His first sector and second sector is actually fairly decent, but we're not 100% sure what happened. And that final didn't look too bad, but clearly just lost too much time. I mean, you get it slightly wrong, you lose 10th here, 10th there, and boom, suddenly you drop back into ninth position. Tommy Usgaard then, the Norwegian driver for Heroic, out through the final corner, a one-car outfit for the ESL R1 Spring Major, as he'll come across the line. What's it going to be for the Heroic team?
Third.
It's a 53.190. That is a good lap time from Tommy Usgaard.
Very good, and just maybe he will be staying alive in the ESL R1 Major here this afternoon. Third place in qualifying for now. Moritz Lerner, though, come through the final couple of corners. 47.4 through the middle sector. Probably won't be good enough for pole unless he can pull something wild out of the bag. He was very strong in practice as well. He was actually fastest at Spa. It was Marcel Chinchik, by the way, fastest in this group in practice yesterday. Over the line for Lerner, only 8th place, despite being less than 0.2 of a second off Rogers.
Yeah, wow, that's big. This is big for Marcel Chinchik, who continues to drop and plummet down the order. The next one coming up, again, not a great middle sector, but a decent first one. G2 Esports, Eamon Murphy. Let's see what he can do. We know their fans are loud. Are they going to get loud if he can do something special in the final sector? He'll come across the line. He's presently in 12th. Looking to get somewhere inside that top 6, somewhere inside the top 5. It is not good enough. He stays in 12th.
He does indeed, and that leaves him at the back, but it is Josh Rogers who takes the pole position for race 2. Give it up for him. Make some noise for Josh Rogers. They certainly are.
Porsche definitely will. I don't think RAG, there's a couple of round of applause here and there. RAG, I can see Haniowski sat back as if nothing's happened.
Absolutely. They're just,
I don't blame him.
They're just annoyed that he's quite so quick.
He's quite good.
He is quite
at
good,
his job,
yes. So he'll be on pole. Kevin Ellis Jr. will be alongside him, which is an important one for him. He started the day in 14th and remains there as well. Let's take a look at your Group B starting grid, brought to you by VRS. On the back row will be Eamon Murphy and Kaiki Oliveira in the 2 BMWs. Marcel Chinchik down in 10th. That is a big surprise for the RAG driver. He's with Kevin Siggy. Moritz Lerner down in 8th place, as well. He'll be alongside Jeffrey Rieveld. Then it's Yuri Tomin and Nikodem Wisniewski who got a top 5 in qualifying there. Max Benecke 4th, along with Tommy Osgaard with one of his best qualifying performances we've seen this season. Kevin Ellis Jr. will be with Josh Rogers on the front row of the grid here for the second race of the day. There he is, Josh Rogers, pole position. Not quite as quick as what we saw in Group A, but it's still a very, very fast lap time indeed, and he has done enough to start this race from the very front. That's exactly what he needs going forward in this championship.
Can we just give a big shout out as well? I know there's not too many fans in there because it's just a one car at the moment outfit. The Apex Racing Team, Kevin Ellis Jr., 5,000th off. That is a mega lap time. There's one thing that I noted with Kevin Ellis Jr. Throughout the season is that it's never wild with Kevin Ellis Jr., which is amusing because when you actually speak to him you think it probably would be wild, but there he is. He's kind of run under the radar in so many rounds. He started out really strong in Katowice, had a top 4 on the second day, had a top 4 in the Nürburgring in the first online round as well, had a couple of struggles here or there after, and actually struggled to consistently make it through to a final. He only made one final after the first 3. But the point was that he did have the pace. He did pick up points fairly consistently, and that's what's put him in the position where he's just about outside of that all-important top 12. Remember, all the drivers we're looking for, they needed to get inside the top 12 before they can move on until Sunday's action.
And speaking of those drivers who are in Group B, who maybe didn't benefit at all from the previous results, Kevin Siggy, for example, started the day in 11th. He's been bumped down to 13th, but of course hasn't driven yet, so you can factor that in to the equation. Kevin Ellis Jr. 14th and remains 14th as well. But what I did note actually about Kevin Ellis Jr. throughout most of the LAN quarterfinals especially, he never was in the top 3, really. He was always a little bit nervy. He never knew quite, to be fair, that went for quite a few of the Apex drivers, in fact, and in the end only he's made it. But it was not always comfortable.
That's why you've not been invited to Corby, mate.
I know.
That was ruthless.
That wasn't ruthless. It was all right.
It was true. It was certainly true. We'll take a look as well. Kevin Siggy over the shoulders of him. You can see he's got very BMW-esque gloves on. Obviously, because he's done some competitions and stuff. I remember he won McLaren show. He's done various competitions across his sim racing career. He's done a lot of things in the world of sim racing, including the odd time being beaten by me.
Yeah, that did happen once. It wouldn't happen now, would it? Once or twice. It wouldn't happen now, would it? No.
Maybe if we did some touring cars and he had 80 kilos on board, I might be able to do it.
Or no wheels. Maybe that would help.
Again, you're not getting involved.
I know. I might as well just rip it up while I'm here. But anyway, he'll be looking for a good result, as they all will be, of course. What about Tommy Osgaard, though? A really great qualifying from him. We'll see what he can do. Let's see, though, second race of the day, the first day of the ESL R1 Major here in Munich. The lights are about to come on for the first time in Group B here at the Nürburgring. We are underway. Josh Rogers with a very good start in the Porsche. Kevin Ellis Jr. not quite so much. That's allowed Osgaard to get through. Here comes Nikodem Wisniewski through from 5th place, nearly into 3rd already. Down into turn 1. Rogers goes a bit deep on the brakes, but he's fine in 1st position. It's Kevin Ellis Jr. followed by Tommy Osgaard, then Max Benecke alongside Nikodem Wisniewski.
Whoa, big slides heading through this middle sector from one of the Team Redline drivers. That's very sketchy. I think that is Kevin Siggy trying to fight his way through behind Jeffrey Rieveld. This is going out wide. Maximilian Benecke just squeezing on the run down towards the chicane. That was a very sketchy start. Nikodem Wisniewski going on the attack, but he's actually dropped down a position as we see the other mouse driver.
Side by side in the back half of the field, really, as the two RHGs try to make up for what was a little bit lower of a qualifying than many were expecting. Toman up to 7th here, Chinchik back to 11th. He's not made progress here early on. That's not good news for the championship since Luke Bennett was 2nd in the Group A.
Siggy's looking like he's struggling a little bit. He ran wide just coming off of Dunlop, and he was feeling the pressure from Moritz Lerner behind. There was a bit of side-by-side as well. I think that might be between Kaiki Oliveira and Marcel Chinchik, like you say. 11th position at the moment for the RAG Esports man, and that is looking very sketchy indeed. Once again, the battle at the front is seeing one driver checking out from the rest of the field, whilst everyone else fights tooth and nail at the moment, as Tumi Usgaard is desperately trying to hang on from a charging pack behind, on board with Nikodem Wisniewski in 5th.
Yeah, he's got Beneke behind, then the man we're riding on board with, Nikodem Wisniewski, then there's Rietveld, Toman, Siggy, Lerner, Oliveira, Chinchik and Murphy as well. They're all here in this fight for 3rd place, coming out through the final chicane and the final turn for the first time in this 8-lap race. Out onto the front straight they will go. It's Usgaard, very much the cork in the bottle.
Yeah, certainly so. It's almost as if he's kind of struggling a little bit on speed. Like you say, the top two have cleared out just a touch. Joshua Rogers by nearly 9/10 of a second at the moment in the opening stages. Is there going to be any movement happening? There was a bit of a look there from Maximilian Beneke, though. There's contact as well. Beneke's just tapped the rear end of Tumi Usgaard as they're heading their way through the first corner. And Wisniewski almost close enough to try something to make his way through, but was unable to do so.
Down through the Mercedes arena, unfortunately no overtaking able to happen there for Wisniewski, as everybody just concertinaed together, but he'll be looking for those opportunities in the future. Usgaard will have a big job on his hands to keep those guys behind him, and you can be sure that he is going to be doing everything in his power to do so as well. As we said, he needs a top 6 today to stay, or in this race, sorry, to stay alive even at this early stage.
Yeah, wow, this is very sketchy from some of these. Yuri Toman trying to find some of that early season form he had. Again, he was fantastically consistent in the early stages, but once he lost that, he kind of dropped off the radar a little bit for those at the front. Remember, he was the championship leader for a fair while in the season, and in fact, he did lead by quite a significant margin as well in the earlier stages of the championship. And yet here we are, we find him down the order. He's actually the 3rd of the RAG drivers. Even Haniowski overtook him.
Wow, that's a bit brutal from you. To be fair, it was 6th place going into today, Toman, which is not bad at all, as Beneke just runs a little bit wide there. However, yeah, very correct indeed between the three of them. Out through the kink on the back straight, they'll go in towards the final chicane. Rietveld looking at defending a little bit, or attacking, or maybe half and half of both. No moves made in towards the next set of chicane, and as we approach the end of lap 2, it's still the same here in the top 3, although you can feel the tension sort of bubbling here, and it's going to explode at some point, and there's going to be people everywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you say, it's going to boil over. Again, every single position are points paying position. Let's see how hard Maximilian Beneke gets on the brakes. Really push it in. You saw he kind of pushed it a little bit early, lifted off and then pushed it again. Again, you're thinking of like the ABS and all that lot, trying to make sure that you're not locking up, that you're not reaching the limit of the ABS as well. As we see, Tumi Usgaard is feeling the pressure. Also, he's probably getting on it quite hard, realising that he's getting too close to Usgaard, backing off a little bit, then pushing it back down, etc., etc., to try and make sure that he's as close to Tumi Usgaard when they leave the corner as possible. And I promise you, he's not actively thinking about that. It's just like, it's natural. Whilst you're racing, they've done so much of this, they're just driving.
I mean, a lot of the things you do, to be fair, when you are driving in these situations are unconscious. If you were to go around to these drivers and tell them, do you know you do this? They'd probably say, no. You know, because you're doing these unconscious things from time to time. Not so much on the circuit, but it's more how your body's reacting to stuff and how you're twitching and whatever. So, you know, when you're a bit nervous and whatever, you start to do strange things.
Yeah, some people do weird things with their mouth. They breathe in.
Yeah.
Sebastian Job, king of that. Some people lean into corners. I've never seen a man more serious behind the wheel of a car than I did when I saw Rob Wiesenmuller take to the wheel of a vehicle, and it was terrifying. It was. I genuinely thought I was watching Valentino Rossi behind the wheel of a sim. But Joshua Rogers leading by 1.2 seconds. There are tight battles behind, including Moritz Lerner and Kevin Siggy.
Side by side between them, it's Lerner on the inside for the second part, which just suggests that Siggy's giving him a run for his money up towards the left-hander there at that chicane. They'll be going side by side into the chicane. Just in the background, they've sorted themselves out in front. They are indeed. It will be Siggy who stays in front, will he? Well, not really. Free wide even into the final corner as Kaiki Oliveira tries to make his way through into 8th place. place. 3 wide through the turn as well. Unbelievable respect between the three of them. They'll run down the front straight with Marcel Chinchik trying to get involved.
Here we go.
And make it 4 wide on the front straight.
Absolutely incredible here. 4 wide on the start-finish straight. Kaiki Oliveira trying to move over. Marcel Chinchik trying to get down the inside as they send their way in. The Moritz Lerner-driven Mouse car goes out a little bit wide, just about comes out on top in the entire situation, and they still remain side by side through the Mercedes Arena section. The dive down the inside, though, from Kevin Siggy is still 3 wide. Kaiki Oliveira just about giving enough room. Fantastic stuff, and the Furia car goes to 9.
Unbelievable racing, but great presence of mind from Kaiki Oliveira to gain 2 places out of what was a potentially very precarious situation in all of that in the end. Meanwhile, up front, Max Benecke has got ahead of Tommy Osgaard for 3rd place at the moment. That's all closing up as well, but that battle was unbelievable. I've not seen people go 3 wide for quite so long in a very long time.
Yeah, phenomenal stuff. Very close battles as well for 3rd. Benecke and then Osgaard and then Wisniewski. But wow, 4 wide on the start-finish straight. Once again, when we say that we're talking about 24 of the absolute best drivers in the world of sim racing, it is examples like that which show why we are talking about the best drivers in sim racing. Absolutely phenomenal stuff. Maybe not too much speed being taken by Kevin Siggy as they depart the Michael Schumacher S. And once again, Marcel Chinchik's remaining quite close. Eamon Murphy sat off the rear of them. Could have made it 5 wide. Come on, mate.
There was space, wasn't there? But,
yeah,
but only just.
Kind of.
I'm not sure. But thankfully that didn't happen. What great racing it was, though. Chinchik, somewhat surprisingly, still stuck here, despite having such a great regular season. He's really struggled to get to grips with this. Down the inside he goes in towards the chicane. It's Siggy round the outside again. This is how he got himself into so much trouble before. And now Eamon Murphy's going to have a go into the final corner.
Yeah, Marcel Chinchik's not showing the patience we've seen from the online season. A bit of a squeeze there as well. There's contact between R8G and G2 as they depart the final corner. That was very sketchy indeed, and very nearly Marcel Chinchik went around. Thankfully he was able to keep control of his car. Eamon Murphy was going for a gap. You can see the pressure on Marcel Chinchik's shoulders as Nikodem Wisniewski's going for something here. He's gone down the inside of Maximilian Benecke. He's gone down the inside of Tommy Osgaard. He's trying to take over 4th position. I think there might have been contact between the Williams and the Mouse there in T1.
There certainly was, as Wisniewski was probably trying to go down the inside of the Porsche. He probably broke too late and got into Benecke as well, into turn 1. Side by side they go on the exit of the Mercedes Arena. Both of these guys absolutely pushing it to the very limit. Osgaard stays in front though. 4th place is his for now, but Rietveld and Thoman have now joined in. This race has really kicked off, hasn't it? Group A were not bothered about racing. These guys aren't bothered about doing anything else.
No, because they're the ones responding to what Group A has done. Any driver that's lower down in the points, obviously they've seen some points that have been scored. They know how much they need to score in the next one. That will flip-flop because, of course, the next race after this will be a Group B race. It'll be their 2nd race, and then we will get on the Group A drivers once more, and we'll flip-flop like that throughout the day, meaning that you're always responding. You're never always behind. You're always kind of responding to what's going on, and everyone gets to respond for 2 races. It's a crazy format, but it's what's going to provide some very interesting racing, especially coming into that final race.
And don't forget, both groups have to respond to falling behind on 2 occasions as well. So this is the first time that Group B will do it. When we come off the other side of race number 6, Group B will be back. Is it 6? Don't know. But on another occasion, they'll be trying to make up some points after having lost some, with Group A going twice in a row. And then the very last race, importantly, will be Group A. They will have all the cards in their hand, if you like. Group B have got to do what they can and hope that results go their way right at the very end, which is I wouldn't want to be in that place, put it that way.
No, absolutely not. I'll tell you one driver who's definitely scoring some decent points right now. It's Kevin Ellis Jr. Could it be 5 more, though? Because look at Joshua Rogers. Look at the gap between Joshua Rogers and Kevin Ellis Jr. The Apex Racing Team driver is closing in right now. Potentially some decent management from Alex Simpson, who's obviously in the ear of Kevin Ellis Jr. constantly trying to guide the Flying Scotsman through the race.
And it's another example of an Audi getting stronger as the race goes on.
Absolutely.
We were talking about this before the race. It's continued again and again. This is the moment, though. The highlight of the day so far, surely. 3 wide through the final corner. And then Marcel Chinchik thinks, well, that's not enough. I'll add another one. Down the inside he goes to make it 4 wide across the front straight. We have not seen anything like that all season long.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Again, great drone footage there from Connery Maddock behind the scenes, trying to get the replays to us. You can see this, like the chops and change. It was almost 4 wide off the corner. Had Kevin Siggy had enough room, obviously he's the one that's lost out on all that to Marcel Chinchik. Tries to force his way back through on the Furia there, the red line, and Marcel Chinchik also getting muscled out. Moritz Lerner kind of checks out at this point, and once again, the fight's behind. I mean, like I say, space given. They were leaning on each other. That's what I'm liking about what I'm seeing on Rennsport, is they can kind of get away with leaning on each other a little bit. And to be fair, when it comes to close racing, whilst motorsport is a non-contact sport, and that is a hill I'll die on, I don't mind a little bit of leaning.
Yeah, absolutely. That was absolutely fine as well. It was really nice racing between them, and we'll be doing very well to see something like that happen again today, or tomorrow as well, around any circuit. Jeffrey Rietveldt is under pressure, though, from Yuri Toman in towards the final chicane. Both R8Gs on the move, in fact. Here comes Marcel Chinchik. He can't go through on Kevin Siggy, who has become a rolling roadblock through that final chicane.
Oh, there's contact over the rear end as well. R8G trying to work his way through. Kevin Siggy says absolutely not. Categorically a solid no being sent to the nose of the R8G as they leave that final corner. Eamon Murphy's quite close. This isn't the only tight battle on circuit, though. Jeffrey Rietveldt, Yuri Toman also remain quite close, as well as that closing gap back from Joshua Rogers to Kevin Ellis Jr. Here comes Marcel Chinchik, though, the Hungarian sensation, trying to send his way around the outside. And Eamon Murphy with a costly mistake. Wow, he managed to pull it up to the apex. I think there was only a brush between them. I absolutely thought we were going to have a bit of wee bowling there.
You've got to be so careful when you're trying to make it an over and under like that, Chinchik. He's made it again. Dive down the inside at turn 3. That could be something for race control to have a look at in the Mercedes arena. It was a big dive. Was it on? Was it not? That's what we'll be looking at. You're shaking your head already. You don't think that was on?
That was not on, but I will say I think Chinchik knew that wasn't on because he didn't go through. If he'd have thought that was on, right foot would have been down, he would have been passing.
You said many times in the past, Chinchik knows when to make these aggressive moves as well. He is a smart driver, and right now you've got to say this is a time he needs to make a move because he's losing so many points right now.
Yeah, he's hemorrhaging them, but I would say that now is actually too late. We've only got 2 laps left of this race. Here's the battle for the race lead. Kevin Ellis Jr. I mean, these two were separated by 0.005 of a second in qualifying. They're not separated by much more than that in the race. We're going to see a drag race towards the line, potentially. Let's see what Kevin Ellis Jr. can do. Phenomenal stuff from the Apex Racing Team driver.
Yeah, he's driven so well in this race. Does need to here today. He's 15 points below the cut line as of right now. He'll be scoring 20 here. He'll move himself just up above that for now, but that's going to change a whole load of times over the course of the day. These two are close in towards the final chicane. So are Rietveldt, Toman and Lerner in that battle for 6th place.
I've got to say, by the way, have you seen which rigs Joshua Rogers and Kevin Ellis Jr. are on? Because you can see in the background of Joshua Rogers here, you can see Ash Vanderlei, who stood behind probably the 2 drivers that might well win this race.
Hedging their bets.
It's between Rogers and Ellis Jr. They are next to each other. They are side by side on the rigs, on the stage, and they could well be side by side on the track as well, fighting for the first win in Group B.
Yuri Toman here getting close to Rietveldt again, but seems a little bit reluctant to make this move.
Oh, there's a mistake.
Here we go. Wisniewski's actually off the road here as well. There it is. He's got a penalty for causing a collision as well as Toman briefly goes through. Rietveldt back down the inside in the BMW down towards turn 3. He'll have that place again. Here comes Moritz Lerner trying to get through on both of them. The 2 Audis will be side by side out at 4.
Goodness me, what's happened in this race is all kicked off. Wisniewski down to the rear end of the field. Like you said, there was an issue for Jeff Rietveldt there. He went out a little bit wide. Still, Moritz Lerner is unable to get his way through as they head through the likes of Ford and Valvoline. Could Moritz Lerner fight his way through in this one? Yuri Toman giving a little bit of a bump to the rear end of the other Audi R8. This is incredible stuff. Let's see if there is going to be the move here. Once again to the outside of the Dunlop hairpin. Lerner's going to send it in. Could it be a phenomenal move? He's not leaving anything on the table. He's out wide and the red line car's going to be able to hang on. He should be able to keep Yuri Toman at bay.
What a race this has been so far. Fantastic battling from start to finish, and it won't end until the very end here for Jeffrey Rietveldt, Moritz Lerner and Yuri Toman here in this fight for 5th position. The red line BMW currently at the head of the field. Lerner has gained a place on this lap ahead of the R8G Audi. You can just see behind of Yuri Toman. It was a good overtake through the Mercedes arena, in fact, but he's not going to be let down lightly here. Yuri Toman has got a good exit towards this final chicane. I'm not sure if he's close enough. I don't know if he's really willing to make this lunge either. He's having a look. He's reluctant to go down the inside. Meanwhile, out front, it's Josh Rogers who comes round the final corner, and the second race of the day will go to the Australian. It's Josh Rogers for Porsche Coanda, who takes the second race at the Nürburgring, just ahead of Kevin Ellis Jr. He got pole position. He was leading out of turn 1. It's the same old story again, despite the fact that race was significantly closer than the last. Let's go down to the pit lane with Ash right now, who's catching up with our race winner.
First race of Group B winner. Congratulations. Now, you're no stranger to winning, but the Nürburgring's your current record. You got P12 and then the semifinal. So what changed here? What's P1? Tell us more about it.
I didn't jump the start this time. It's been, for sure, been one of my bogey tracks. But yeah, nice to be able to close it out at the end. Obviously, the best way I could start Saturday. Blew through the tyres a little bit too much early on, so it was tricky to hold off Kevin at the end. The Audi is generally very strong on the long run. We're a bit faster at the start, so obviously we came together in the end there. But yeah, no, it was fun, and another 3 races to go today.
What do you think your next strongest track is going to be?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I am typically a fan of Spa, but I felt quite comfortable at Monza over the last few days, so we'll see. Hopefully a good one for us. But yeah, look, there's a lot of races to go.
How do you recalibrate between races, like the track difference and everything? Do you just move on after the next one? What's going through your mind?
Yeah, you know, just try and, I guess, run through it in your mind a little bit, focus on, or kind of bring back up those specific braking markers, things like that, maybe in-car settings that you use that are different compared to other tracks. So yeah, I'll be doing a little bit of that over the next couple of minutes and prepare ourselves for the next one.
Awesome, congratulations on the race win. Now we're going to throw it back to Jazz and Krim to go over your race results.
Well, well, well. Crim6, I guess your prediction was indeed correct.
Yeah.
Tell me, how did you know? What is it about
Well, I'm just a
Rogers?
genius. No, but I was looking at his wheel right there.
Is that it? You were just
Rogers, the cameraman, exposed you. I saw the notches where they were at, so I know what setting he was using.
Okay, well, on that note, let's go ahead and take a look at our race results, because Crimsix, one thing I got to point out, obviously, congratulations are in order for Joshua Rogers. Now, yourself having raced on Nürburgring, break it down for me, because Kaiki Oliveira ended up going from 11th on the starting grid to ultimately finishing up in 8th with a 2-place overtake at one point during that race as well. How difficult is it really to make those overtakes?
It's very difficult, number one. Number two, you're probably not asking the right person, because I didn't do much overtaking. But what I saw with the 4 drivers that were involved, it was literally for a solid, almost like a lap. Mm-hmm. And there was a lot of respect that each driver gave all the drivers. And it's honestly, it's probably been the biggest change coming from Call of Duty, where there's absolutely no respect for your opponents, your competition, and this and that, to coming into sim racing and Rennsport, where you literally have to respect your opponents, the people that are driving around you.
Well, I think on that note, let's go ahead and take a look at our provisional overall standings and how everything is shaping up thus far as well. You can see Marcel Chinchik slowly, very slowly closing in on Luke Bennett. Do you think he has what it takes?
I don't know about that. That's not the real story. That's a hunt for first. But at the end of the day, all these drivers just basically need to get in the top 12. Right there, what I saw was Beneke got a lot of points and Siggy didn't.
Yeah.
And those two were initially tied. So now Siggy's at 179, Beneke's at 193. So they basically, he moved up a lot. So Siggy, and he's got to perform here, and Kevin Ellis Jr., he got a lot of points in that race too. So now he's in 13th. Now he has a potential to move up into the top 12.
Now, focusing more a little bit on the side of Team Redline, Jeffrey Rietveld ended up going from 7th on the starting grid up to 5th as well. Did you feel like you were seeing that team chemistry, that team play come into effect during that race there?
I would say I didn't see much teamwork there. What I saw was basically a driver that, mathematically, statistically, big numbers that I don't really understand, right? He has a very, if not zero chance of making tomorrow. So right there, I saw a driver taking a risk in every single opportunity, because why not? And you know, look at the result he got. He moved up a bunch.
I think high risk, high reward,
Yeah,
right? And I
yep.
feel like we saw Kaiki take an incredibly high risk, especially
Yep.
considering, you know, he's the only representative here from Team Furia.
Yep.
So do you think continuing to move on onto the other tracks now, because we're going to be heading over into, what's our next track? It's going to be Hockenheimring
Yep,
as well. Do you
Hockenheim.
think that's kind of set the tone for the rest of the broadcast, for the rest of the tournament? Drivers taking risks?
Yes and no. Yes and no. I would say that it's honestly what we're going to see here is, I don't know if there's been back-to-back races. Right now, the drivers didn't even get up.
Yeah.
You know, they had to sit down because they're going back-to-back right here, right now. And I wonder if they're tired, because me personally, not in the best physical shape. I would be tired. I would be sweating. My hands would be slippery, and
honestly, like from From my perspective, at least,
Yeah.
I feel like once you're in the zone, once you're warmed up, once you've got the right mentality, you know,
Yeah.
it's game time.
Yeah,
you know what
they're
I
locked
mean?
in. They're tapped in right now.
For those that
Believe that.
started off in Group A,
Yeah.
moving away from the rigs and then having to wait this period of time in itself,
Yep.
is it a thing in which, you know, Group B might be slightly more warmed up, more advantageous? I know you're saying the fact that, you know, they'll be absolutely exhausted right now,
Yeah.
but
Well, at the end of the day, they have to sleep tonight and show up tomorrow on an even playing field.
Yeah.
So you might see better times than you normally would. Like, that's actually a good comparison. We should find that out. We should find that out. See what's the average time from one Group B to Group A, you know, after all this. After they have a warm-up,
Yeah.
Group A doesn't.
all right, well, I think on that note, I want to find out a little bit more from our media day. We had chit-chats left, right, and center with
Yep.
all of our drivers as well. And coming up after it, we have a little special something coming on up as well with the CEO of none other than Rennsport. So let's find out what happened. Do we want to start with interviews, or do we want to start with fun stuff? We've got a toy car, okay? I want you guys to drive it around, and I'm going to time you to see who can get the fastest lap time.
Could we not jump into that E30 M3 and take it for a spin? No.
You know what? I will chance that. Go on, hop in there. What do we think of this livery?
Do you want like a real answer?
Go.
Oh, damn. It definitely moves a bit quicker than I move on a Thursday morning.
You're supposed to be trying to beat him. Okay, 30 seconds, 30.79 seconds. Go. Ooh, Eamon, you're getting smoked right now.
Oh no.
That's sabotage. It's 24.53 seconds.
Pretty good.
Donuts as well now.
A victory lap.
See, you said you weren't very good with racing with these toys.
He's finished, so like this is him excited.
Well, we're back. Morris, hello once again. I know we had a brief chit chat yesterday about how you're feeling about the journey of Rennsport and so much more, but it's come together now. The vision is here. How are you feeling?
The vision is here, yeah, after 3 years. So here we are. So we had a summit last year. That was the starting point. The game improved a lot, and it's just great to see all these great drivers using the game and having this great competition. Perfect.
And what about the crowd turnout? How do you think that's been the introduction in itself, by the way, for the two of you? Absolutely took me by surprise because I wasn't expecting everybody here to be so loud for the intro.
So it's the first time that we have an audience, and that's great to see and to feel the emotions. Yeah, it's a good starting point.
And I think obviously, Crimsix, you yourself will know an awful lot the amount of hard work, dedication that Rennsport has put into developing the game that it is, you know?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's quite frankly, it's weird to me because usually the developers are the ones that are hard to reach. You guys, completely different story. You know, you've been an open book in the ESL R1 Discord. Any sort of problems, feedback, issues, you know, pros and cons, you guys are there, always there to listen, no matter what. And that, I just want to let you know, I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
It's great having you in the league, to be honest.
Yeah.
Honestly, the work you guys have done is nothing short of amazing. Obviously, taking a look at the level of competition that's here as well. How has it been developing a game alongside a competitive environment simultaneously?
It's probably
as well?
the worst. It's probably the worst ever.
Yeah, it's impossible, to be honest.
You're making it work, though.
A lot of complaining, probably.
I have no idea why we're here and what we have, to be honest. No, it is tricky, yes. We definitely need some more resources in the dev because we have to split teams, so to really prepare the versions we have for sporting, for all the sessions, online and offline, and beside working on the overall development and making the beta ready. So this is definitely challenging and it needs some time. But on the other hand, exact as you said, the feedback is amazing and it helps so much to create a better product. And if you get feedback very early from the pros, you can implement because the game is in an early stage and that helps a lot. And so therefore it is definitely the best decision to go this way.
Well, obviously, developing the game with the pros, you know, kind of posting about it, broadcasting it, all of that kind of forces you to be incredibly open about the development, about the progress that you're making as well. Do you feel like any decisions along the way might have been made a little bit too early? If so, why?
To be honest, we had our timeline, we had our mission, and we started and we never stopped. To be honest, I would say nothing was too early, but when it comes to the summit last year or when it comes to events like this, we are sitting together days before and then we all, or I have the feeling it's definitely too early, we need some time, the pressure's high, but as we saw, we always delivered, and that makes me super proud, and that's the way we are working on the project, and that's the way we hopefully will reach all the goals we have.
So continuing to be open with both the community, the drivers as well, that's the motive of Rennsport at the end of the day, right? Is that what we're going to look to expect from you guys as a company?
So yeah, working super close with the pros and with the community is definitely the thing we had on the list from the beginning, and that's our way to develop the overall thing, the sporting, the game, and therefore also it's now super important for us to do the next step and have the community in the game. So that's the next big step, and that also will help making the game better.
Yeah, so Crimsix, obviously from your side as a driver, as a competitor as well, any questions, queries that you want? Now is your chance now. You're the CEO of Rennsport right here.
Yeah, so I get the feeling, right, because a lot of the pros, you know, we don't really know how to communicate with actual real people all that well across any sport in general. So in my experience, usually talking with game developers, you know, you said you've been working on it for 3 years, you know, and then some schmuck like me comes in and says, hey, this looks ugly or something like that. You guys will not get offended by it. Do you know what I mean by that? Like you guys have been so great at understanding the fact that like negative or bad feedback is the best sort of feedback possible. I mean, just the fact that you guys are changing things that quickly and actually like actively taking our advice, thinking, like critically thinking about it. Should we put it in? Should we change it? Are they right? Are they wrong? Like, let's at least look into it. And you guys have pretty much done that in every single, you know, sense of the word.
Thanks for that. But that's really the spirit we have, really to be open to the pros, to the community. Also, when it comes to modding, whatever, really have the community deep involved and. Not be angry if people say, hey, something is not working good or whatever. It's a challenge, then we can work on it, and that's really I deeply believe that's the only way to create a great product.
Well, my final question for you.
I feel like clapping already.
No, wait. Before you answer, Morris, how many people, really quick, do you think are working on this project?
I honestly have no idea. I'm going to guess 300.
Okay. Morris, how many people do you have working on this project?
It's probably 1,000.
I honestly have no idea.
A lot. Is it a lot?
To be honest, the team grows a lot since last year. And we had meetings with investors or other guys, and when we said how big the team is and what we have, and they saw what we delivered, they said, okay, that's not true. It's impossible to make a game like that with the team size you said to us.
Yeah.
So it is not that big. It grows, definitely. Yeah, the result is, I would say, much bigger than the team.
It's honestly the progress, this in itself speaks volumes of yourself, the team, the ethic you have as well. So thank you so much for joining me, Morris. I do believe we have a little more information coming out of you a little bit later on. So for the folks at home that have been tuning in, hold tight because Morris has more to say. But on that note, thank you for joining me.
Thanks.
I know Lewis and Ewan are going to be ready and waiting, eager to get things started after this segment here. So over to you guys.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's been very exciting so far. Of course, the Group B was very exciting earlier on. I think that's going to continue into this one. A lot to deal with in this race. Of course, now we've got our points basically equalised. Everyone's done one race. Things are starting to get a little bit tight towards the back end of the top 12.
Yeah, we're starting to figure out who's going to be there tomorrow, who isn't as well. We've already got 3 drivers confirmed in, 3 drivers confirmed out as well. So still plenty to play for. Only one change within that top 12 as well, as we reiterate how the points have changed in Group B.
Yes, certainly so. So Marcel Cinchik, 281, 1 point clear over Josh Rogers after they tightened up throughout that race, courtesy of the race win for Rogers. Then Toman and Lerner separated by only a couple of points. Lerner's actually on the same points as well as Dara McCormack. Benneker, then Ellis Jr., Siggy, Wisniewski, Rietveld, Oliveira, Østgaard and Murphy. Ellis Jr. looked really, really impressive in the previous race. Will he look into this one as well? Before we get into qualifying though, we did get a question from the chat, and so please do keep your questions coming in because we love hearing from you. And also, whilst you're at it, again, !survey. Chuck us what you think is going on. The question was from Arno QS. How come the qualifying is one at a time? Is it more opportunity for individualised commentary? What do you think?
I don't know. I didn't make the series. So
terrible.
You tell me.
It's definitely there is a little bit of this hot seating and whatever where you're the main focus of attention, but also it's just damn exciting when it's just one lap at a time. I love the idea where you're going into a qualifying session and there is just a single lap to make it all right, to make it special, to bring it home. And I love the fact that when they're separated like we have here, we get time to watch what's happening. We get time to build them up over the line and give them their give them their justice for the incredible lap time they're doing. Currently, we're seeing the mustache twirler himself, Kevin Siggy, come through the first sector. I was having a little bit of a chat as well. The lap time we're kind of looking for here, if anyone can get a 36.0, a high 0, that's kind of in the realm of where we think lap time, pole time will be. If anyone gets into the 35s on a 35.9, that's pole.
Yeah, that's
pole.
That's very impressive. To be fair, I think it was Marcel Cinchik earlier saying to us that even a 0.0 is definitely pole. Maybe the times have come down a bit since then. It's possible.
There was a 0.0 in practice. Obviously, practice and qualifying are not necessarily the same thing.
It was Marcel Cinchik, though, who was fastest in practice here at the Hockenheimring, as he was at the Nürburgring, but wasn't able to put that to good use, clearly. So interesting to note how sometimes it doesn't even really matter. Yeah, current lap record is from Darren McCormack, who set that at round 5 of the regular season, a 35.9, as you say, and so that is certainly going to be the pole time, if indeed anybody can get there. Kevin Siggy is going to be first across the line, though. The 2022 DTM Esports Championship will be setting our benchmark here this afternoon.
I'm pretty sure when he did that, was that the one that was in person? No, because it was 2020. He's won a couple of championships and stuff. I think he came here in person to take part in some of them. Let's see what he'll do though out of the final corner. Kevin Siggy, the Slovenian, will be the first one to cross the line in this session. It will be a 36.182. I'm not sure that'll be pole for Team Redline, but it's still a pretty handy lap time. Let's see what Marcel Cinczyk can do. Slow in the first sector.
Yeah, a little bit slower, and so we'll need to pick that up a bit for getting over Siggy here. Let's not forget that these guys are going out in order of their practice times that we just saw in that previous session, not yesterday, in the 10-minute short warm-up session, if you like, towards this qualifying session beforehand. Cinczyk was clearly second. He's going to be over the line second here in qualifying as well, pushing it to the absolute limit out of the final turn, and it is a 36.2. He's clearly not quite up to speed compared to yesterday.
Yeah, you can see there the exhale of breath. He's feeling the pressure on. Jeff Rietveld once again. He's decent in the first sector, 20.2. I remember from memory the Mercs will do 20.1. So we might even see a 20.0 in that first sector from Merck. They can take that curb at the first corner really, really nicely. But they do drop off, particularly in that middle sector. Jeffrey Rietveld, though, struggling a little bit in the middle sector himself, will come across the line. I think it might be third, and it is by an enormous line. I think it might be third, and it is by an enormous margin, 6 whopping 10.
And he needs a good performance here, just Jeffrey Rietveld. I believe he needs to be in the top 2 to guarantee himself going forward. Might not need that quite, because let's not forget, these guys will obviously wait for the next results to come through from Group A in a few moments' time, so the positions are a little bit here or there. Here's Moritz Lerner, who is the 4th driver over the line, 20.4 in the first sector. We'll see if it's good enough for a good placing here. Not really, 3rd place, although that's all right. He's clearly not happy.
No, it wasn't a great lap time, but now we might hear some cheers and screams from the audience. Although I've got to say, I'm going to be honest with you, Porsche Coanda, I'm not sure these sector times are looking particularly good for our Nürburgring winner in Group B. As he comes out of the final corner, Joshua Rogers at the moment, a 20.3 in the first, a 45.6. That's dropping, by my money, 2, maybe 3 tenths. It could only be good enough for 4th on the grid. He'll come up towards the line, he'll cross it, and it's only good enough for 5th.
Dear me, yeah, that could well be right down towards the back. It's he and Jeffrey Rietveld at the moment who are very slow compared to the others. Very slow, faster than me, but whatever.
Just a little bit.
A little bit, but yeah, down towards the back. It's a shame for them. Kaki Oliveira will be making his way through the final corners now to complete the first half of our qualifying session here in Group B for their second race. It's over the line. It's a good time as well. 3rd place for the Furia driver.
Well, Marcel Cinczyk and Kevin Siggy remain on the front row of the grid. There have been struggles in this qualifying session. Will there be struggles for this driver here, Yuri Toman? Again, the first sector is fairly mid-tier. He's not looking ideal. It's not quite keck, but it's not great either. He comes through the final corner. He needs a poggers. I'm getting the youth terms in here. Final sector, as Yuri Toman crosses the line, he'll come across to set a 36.466.
Yuri Kasdorp's shaking.
I know, I can see that.
Yuri Toman, though, over the line, 5th place, as you say. Next to me, Nikodem Wisniewski, who we've spoken about the issues he's been having earlier
Great
on.
sectors,
yeah, looking good right now. Let's note as well that he had a penalty in that first race, which dropped him all the way down to the back. It was small contact with Tommy Usgaard, but race control don't miss anything, and so it's dropped him down quite some way at the Nürburgring race. He goes over the line now. It's a 36.1. It's Nikodem Wisniewski up to the top of the times.
Well done to Nikodem Wisniewski, once again fighting through the pain, and he will take over pole position, Cam. Like you say, the Thor's Hammer is not going to miss anything over this weekend. Eamon Murphy will now come into the final sector for G2, and as much as they're staring at the screen, they're staring at the sector times and thinking, ooh, that's not very good in the first sector. Dropping a 10.5 to Nikodem Wisniewski and a little bit more in the second sector. He'll cross the line, could still be good enough for somewhere inside the top 5. It is not, it is just 7th place for the Irishman.
It is. Max Benecke will be next. iRacing GT World Champion back in the day. In an Audi as well, I believe, from what I can remember. Testing my memory there, really. But he's been part of the Mouse team throughout this regular season. Here, representing them at the major as well. Good first sector 2 in the low 20s. Now we'll see whether he can get anywhere near Wisniewski's pole time at the moment. He goes over the line. It will be a 36.2, half a tenth away.
That is not bad indeed. Let's see what Kevin Ellis Jr. could do. How impressive was he in the first race when he managed to get himself second position? He's looking for some decent points here. He looks very casual in the picture there in the bottom left. Can he do enough to take over pole position from Nick Nikodem Wisniewski. He comes through the final corner. The first sector is pretty average, but the Audi R8 is not particularly the strongest there. As he comes across the line, Wisniewski, could he be deposed from pole position? The answer is no, but he is within a tenth of a second. That is thrillingly close at the moment between the top 5.
So close, so close. This is what we expect to see. Group B has been providing this all week, though, hasn't it? Yesterday in practice, the times were all over the place. You didn't know who was going to be at the front, whereas in Group A, we certainly got a recognisable pattern begin to emerge. Tommy Osgaard still has a lot to do in terms of making it to the top 12 here this afternoon, despite a really great performance at the Nürburgring, including a good qualifying time as well. We'll see if he can replicate that in a different part of Germany here at the Hockenheimring. It's going to be 6th. He's also less than a tenth away.
Well, once again, then let's give a round of applause to Nikodem Wisniewski. Well done. What a stunning lap time. I gave a little bit of a clap. No one else did. There we go. That's better. Nikodem Wisniewski across the line despite his struggles earlier on. I don't think he would have quite predicted that when it came into the racing if you'd have asked him an hour or two ago.
No, absolutely not. That's a really great lap from him. Hopefully now he can hold on to that up the front. Let's not forget, despite his issues, he's got a chance today.
Well, certainly so. Let's take a look then at the starting order presented by our partners in VRS. This is for race 2 of Group B, and Joshua Rogers, winning the previous race, will start from 12th and last alongside Jeffrey Rietveld. Eamon Murphy and Yuri Toman will line up on row 5 with Moritz Lerner and Kaiki Oliveira on row 4. Tommy Usgaard and Kevin Ellis Jr. start the drivers that qualified within a tenth of a second of our pole sitter, with Marcel Cinchik looking to make up the ground that he lost in the previous race. Maximilian Benneker in third, Kevin Siggy on the front row, and Nikodem Wisniewski on pole position. What a story. After issues before the day, he decided to fight on, to struggle through the pain, and now it almost becomes worth it. Pole position as we head into the Hockenheim race for Group B.
Fantastic lap. Really great story as well to see the issues he's been dealing with today and getting over that. Still driving really, really quickly. In fact, he was testing a little bit before, and just before we came on air, we actually got word that he wasn't racing today, confirmed. But he was like, let me just give it a go. Let me just try.
I respect it.
Yeah, oh, so much. And clearly, it's got all right for him. I really hope, I know we're not supposed to be biased, but I really hope that he can at least do well here, if not take a race win, because, as I say, it would be a really, really nice story. And as is the case for many outside the top 12, they just want individual results.
He's gone through phases of being a bit of a villain in the world of sim racing. Most notably... No, most notably him making it 4 wide down into turn 1 at Monza and causing the largest crash I think I've ever seen in sim racing. But yes, also for beating me in a decent championship. That also hurt. I joked about that last night with Kuba Brzezinski. Do you know what he said?
What?
Oh, it's because you ran out of fuel, mate. I still can't get away with it. It's fine, it's fine. I ran out of fuel in one race, and suddenly it's the talk of the town, even nearly... Oh,
7 years
later? Terrible. But my point was that Wisniewski's gone from being almost a little bit of a villain for some, but now, with things like this can almost make you a bit of a hero. Like that underdog story, like that is an underdog story, like fighting through the pain. Again, to clarify, beforehand, it was not an injury. He didn't do anything like major or whatever. He didn't trip or it wasn't like he dislocated his shoulder. It's a weak point, for him. He said he's having some surgery fairly soon. But his right shoulder dislocated. He got back in, and he's in a fair amount of pain. But obviously everyone jumped in to try and support, to try and help, to try and do whatever. He's fighting through the pain, and sometimes that pain can just give you that extra little bit of focus.
It's certainly serving him well at the moment, so fair play to him for that. We're moving forward, though, on to the race. Third race of the day, first at the Hockenheimring.
Yes, certainly so. Race 2 of Group B coming up then. A fantastic pole position from Nikodem Wisniewski, but will he be able to hang on to it through the race? He finished in 12th in race 1. He's got a lot of work to do. Let's take a look then as the lights come on, and we are racing here at the Hockenheimring. It's a decent start from the front row, to be perfectly honest. Wisniewski able to hang on from Kevin Siggy. Once again, a look to the inside from the R8G driver of Marcel Cinchik. All of those qualifying within a tenth of a second, still coming through nice and cleanly. Josh Rogers, though, trying to make it 3 wide in the background and getting squeezed off by Eamon Murphy as we head down in. It's a little bit of 3 and 4 wide as they depart the corner, and Josh Rogers remains in 12th.
Well, he was so optimistic over that start out of turn 1, was making moves straight away, but that hasn't quite come off for him, unfortunately. He's side by side with Jeffrey Rietveld, but with no slipstream, he's forced to tuck back into 12th. Meanwhile, up front, Siggy's challenging for the lead. Here we go into the hairpin.
Yeah, Siggy's not able to do anything. Josh Rogers going to send it big time down the outside. There's a bit of the inside line being taken from Yuri Toman as he's trying to squeeze his way past the likes of Eamon Murphy. Jeffrey Rietveld drops back to the rear position on the field. Josh Rogers has picked up a couple. He's got to go around the outside of the fast kick, as does Kaiki Oliveira on Kevin Ellis Jr. He's going to send it in deep coming into the arena, and Kevin Ellis Jr. is just able to fend off the 5th position. Here's Josh Rogers up now into 10th.
Something had clearly gone on there because they had a very narrow line out of the Mercedes arena section there. That was very bizarre. But either way, that's quite a dive from Jeffrey Rietveld into the level 1 curve. You don't see that very often. There is a reason for that.
Yeah, because it doesn't work. It normally ends up in a substantial crash. We've seen that before in ESL R1 in the plenty of races that we've had around here. Of course, normally when we did races, it was quarter-final. We would do the quarter-finals, do the semi-finals, we do the final. So everyone would get 3 races on each given circuit. Whereas now, obviously, it's just you get 1 race on a track. If you're good on it, great. If you're bad on it, well, try and do what you can. If you're good on it and you mess up, ooh, you're in trouble. Kevin Ellis Jr. takes quite a lot of that curb going through the first corner. He's trying to close back down on Marcel Cinchik, but his pressure is really coming from behind as a bit of a look is coming in from Tommy Usgaard.
It is in towards turn 2 they will go, and this is the important traction zone. You need the exit out of here on the Parabolica, which is not really a corner at all, and then towards the hairpin where you can really make some dives. Eamon Murphy is probably closest to doing so. That's in a battle for 8th place with Tommy Usgaard. Yuri Toman and Jeffrey Rietveld are quite close as well, but here comes Murphy.
Let's see if there's going to be the move. So he's going to dive it down the inside of Tommy Usgaard here again. Eamon Murphy started towards the back, but that was a bit of contact with Morris Liner. And there's a spin for Joshua Rogers. He has gone round and drops back to 12th. There's a costly mistake for Rogers. Was it through contact or through his own volition? He's struggling to get back going again. And the race winner at the Nürburgring looks to be conceding for the final spot on the grid.
Certainly is. Marcel Cinchik up front of him as well. He'll be gaining points. There's more contact. Tommy Usgaard goes around. That could well spell the end of his weekend, as he knows he had a big task anyway. That has only made it more difficult.
Well, race control, they didn't intervene too much with any of the racing back in the Nürburgring, but I am almost certain in just 2 laps they're having to deal with an awful lot here. Of course, what happened to Joshua Rogers and what happened in that contact between Eamon Murphy and Tommy Usgaard. It's one of those things you need to see from about 1,000 different angles, and I have no doubt that Conor Maddock will be trying to get that for us ASAP. Nikodem Wisniewski then 2 laps down will continue to lead, 6/10 clear of Kevin Siggy, Maximilian Benneker, then Marcel Cinchik, Kevin Ellis Jr. and Kaiki Oliveira inside the top 6, where we find this driver here, Moritz Lerner, with a decent gap behind. I would say that still it's 7 for the race lead.
Yeah, looks like it, and that's kind of similar to the numbers we had within a 1/10 of a second in qualifying. The top half were within a 1/10, so it's very similar indeed. Out of that crucial traction zone in towards the hairpin they'll go. None of them are really close enough to make dives here, and that sort of carnage in the opening 2 laps has sort of paved the way for maybe a little bit of a calmer section here, because they can't go on like that, surely.
No, I think everyone would end up turned and twisted around as we head our way out of the hairpin. A look over the head of our race leader on the right-hand side, that is Nikodem Wisniewski. Alongside him is Eamon Murphy, who's the driver who might be in a little bit of trouble from race control. But you can see that level of focus. You can see what Wisniewski is able to do within the car, checking over to the right-hand side. What he's doing by checking over the right, he's not looking for a mirror, for gaps, whatever. He's looking at his tyre temperature. That's what's over on the right-hand side. You can kind of just see it there. He's just noting where the car is in his head, and you know what he's feeling in his hands.
And you might think that in such a short race it actually doesn't matter, but it really does. The tyre temperature, you've got to keep an eye on it. If it gets out of control, it's very hard to bring that back without obviously bringing your pace down a little bit. You can't really afford to do that either. There's the contact that sent Josh Rogers around. Yuri Toman could well find himself in trouble for that.
I kind of get that, you know, obviously it's very easy to trip over each other going into the hairpin, but I think that feels like a bit of a slammy slam dunk. There is a look at race control on the right-hand side. You can see them all there. You can see how many screens I've got. It's 14 screens from left to right, and plenty of data on it as well. We did watch Formula 3 from in there, but we're not talking about that because that was much before the broadcast.
It was. I didn't watch it. Whatever.
Did you not?
No. But
you didn't want to come over and say hello. You didn't want to support Team Redline. They're driving the race.
Oh well, they'll certainly need all the screens though, because there's been a lot going on so far. That incident towards the hairpin, the one between Osgaard and Murphy as well, will be one to look at. Yuri Tomin's teammate Marcel Cincic is here just behind Max Benecke. We ride on board with him at the moment, gaining some pace in the SIF team here. He might have a go.
Let's see if he goes. He's going to look down the inside of the arena. Backside, that could be deep though from Maximilian Benecke. That could be very wise from Marcel Cincic. He's just filled the mirrors at the wrong time and forced the mistake out of Benecke. There's 3 Audi R8s fighting for the final spot on the podium. Cincic once again looks up the inside. There could be a move here into Mobile 1. Depends on what Kevin Ellis Jr. does for the Apex Racing team. Wisely, he lifts out of it, has no interest in that whatsoever, as Marcel Cincic once again starts feeling that pressure that's all over his shoulders. After a disappointing first race, he must respond immediately. Less so for moving on to tomorrow. He's in a fairly comfortable position for that. But more so if he wants to win tomorrow. Get his fair share of that €225,000 prize pool. 45k for the winner. That's what he wants. That's what his eyes are on.
Yeah, just because you are through into the top 12 and you might already know that or feel like you're safe, even if not mathematically so, you still need the points, as we'll explain tomorrow. Kevin Ellis Jr. very much in the middle of this battle for third place that's all been kicked off really by Benecke and Cincic's battle. It was smart driving from Cincic really at the back end of the last lap, but unfortunately wasn't able to take advantage of it. It's allowed everyone to catch up as well, and so that all makes his life even more difficult when he's looking over his shoulder and trying to keep his eyes forward as well.
Yeah, certainly. So is there going to be any dives here? Marcel Cincic once again fills the mirrors of the mouse driver, and then over the rear end, bits of contact as Kevin Ellis Jr. just rubs over the rear end of the R8G. There's a bit of side-by-side as well off the corner. I think that might be between Jeffrey Rietveld and Eamon Murphy. Might have actually been between Moritz Lerner and Keke Oliveira, actually, if I correct myself on that one. And Lerner was looking down the inside of Keke Oliveira, but doesn't actually make his way through. He does now, though. He's sending his way in, and Keke Oliveira could be dropping back a position here. This is where one of the Fury cars I remember getting involved in a big incident in round 4 of the ESL R1, and of course in the live performance that we had in round 2 of ESL R1 on the Sunday back in Katowice. But at the moment, he just drops the single position to Moritz Lerner.
Yeah, he's another driver that is on the bubble of being eliminated here. Is Keke Oliveira needs to gain some more points. Lerner needs those in view of tomorrow after finishing in 6th place in the first race of the day. First race for Group B anyway. Moritz Lerner is back to 6th place again in this second race. Battle for third place is still the focus, I guess, with Benecke clearly holding up the other two just ever so slightly.
Yeah, there's a little bit of that lingering. I'm just really looking forward to the battle between Nikodem Wisniewski and Kevin Siggy. For anyone who... Oh, that's a little bit deep from Kevin Ellis Jr. He's fine, let's not panic. But for anyone who's watched esports for a while, particularly between those two, more so over on the side of R Factor 2, they have done battle many a time over the last, let's say, 5-6 years. And so to see them once again being really close on circuit, it's all these kind of like these historic battles that really get me excited. Kevin Ellis Jr. though sending it down the inside. Oh. It could be a little bit too deep though as he sent it in, and somehow they all come out. It's 3 wide off the corner. It could be big for Marcel Cincic. Frustration for Maximilian Benecke as he's going to lose out to the Hungarian coming through from the costly mistake of Kevin Ellis Jr. He's going to try and fight back, but he's unable to do so, and the R8G man takes over 3rd.
Well, that was quite a dive from Kevin Ellis Jr. I'm not entirely sure it was fully intentional, actually, but it certainly scattered the cars around. Marcel Cincic was able to take great advantage of it, though, just slowing down a little bit more on the way in to have a faster exit. He gets through into 3rd place, kind of making up for the lack of points he gained out of the first race.
Yeah, certainly so. There's still plenty of time left to go in this race, by the way. 4 laps left. It's a 10-lap race around the Hockenheimring. They're aiming to be between 12 and 15-minute races, while we have around about the 10-lap marks, while we had a few less than Nürburgring. We'll have less at Spa. I think 7 at Spa. But as we move through, you could really take a look there at how Marcel Cincic was feeling. There is a 10-second slowdown penalty for Eamon Murphy, though. Unfortunately for him, he will take that in the slowdown zone, which I think around here is out of turn 3 on the Parabolica.
Yes, it is. So he'll have to make sure that he gets out the way in time and lets through Jeffrey Rietveld and Yuri Toman, who are both going to benefit from this. Here we go. You'll notice Murphy staying out the way, or he won't, and Rietveld will have to get out of the way himself.
I think they're told to stay.
There we are, stay to the right, there we are.
Yeah.
Here comes Kevin Ellis Jr. Max Benecke is falling backwards in this race. You spoke about the Audis getting stronger as the day goes on. That's not the case for Benecke. Here we go down the inside for Kevin Ellis Jr. A lot more controlled and considered on the brakes this time.
Could he be due a penalty, though, from race control after that kind of that gap contact in all of that? Of course, Eamon Murphy's penalty was between contact between himself and Tommy Usgaard. Kevin Ellis Jr. is able to make his way through here, but he's not exactly cleared himself on Maximilian Benecke, who I don't think will be particularly pleased in the Scotsman right there. But it is the Apex Racing Team driver, that white and blue, that makes his way through and up into 4th position. 2nd and 4th at the moment for Kevin Ellis Jr. He's looking pretty feisty this weekend. He loves a good LAN event.
He's looking fantastic. Actually, he did really well in Poland, as we said earlier on as well. So clearly thrives in this kind of environment, despite the fact he's the only Apex Racing Team driver here this weekend. He is doing really well. There's notification of another penalty.
That'll be for spinning around Josh Rogers.
The least surprising one, I've got to say.
Yeah, definitely. So Yuri Toman will receive a 10-second slowdown penalty. That will, of course, once again come on the exit of turn 3. So we'll try and keep close to Jeffrey Rietveld here, and then he'll take the slowdown. He'll hold himself over to the right-hand side. Eamon Murphy will probably come through. To be fair, probably will Tommy Usgaard, and maybe even Joshua Rogers as well. Could it be an important final point for Joshua Rogers, again, as he tries to close down on our championship leader? Jeffrey Rietveld also receiving, I think, like just after the grid's got penalties in this race. Goodness me.
That's a quarter of them now, with 3 penalties, unless I'm missing one.
Well, we're still waiting to see what happens with Kevin Ellis Jr.
We are, yeah, and I think that will be a penalty as well. They've both got penalties, so this is interesting. Jeffrey Rietveld and Yuri Toman.
It's a thrilling fight.
At about 60 k's or whatever it is. Slow down. There goes Benecke again down the inside. He's clearly locked on. He's helping his teammate Moritz Lerner, going for 2 places in 1.
Goodness me, 3 wide once again. Mouse one side, Mouse the other. It's an Apex Racing Team sandwich between some delicious mouse bread. As out wide goes Kevin Ellis Jr. coming down into the arena. It's so tight between the pair of them. There's going to be a big move around the outside from Moritz Lerner. Round of applause for that. What a sensational move from Lerner. Benecke in 6th position as he drops back. And now the Furia car's involved. This is fantastic racing.
Thought Oliveira was going to make that 3 wide even into the Mobil 1 curve, but decides to stay behind. Benecke continues to fall backwards. He's now P6. Kevin Ellis Jr. has at least held on to this top 5 position for now. It's the turn of the Brazilian to try and make this move. He's looking strong enough, I think, to at least give this a go.
Yeah, how good is this? You can see, looking over the shoulder of Kaiki Oliveira, you've got like a little bit of a radar there as well, which tells you how close you are to the front and rear and to the side-by-side. I know you were ignoring it the other day, but it does tell you quite accurately where all the other cars are around you. There has been a drive-through penalty for Jeffrey Rietveld for driving outside of the track bounds, another thing you're familiar with. So yet another penalty is dished out. That one is in-game, though, not delivered from race control.
And that will mean he will get a donut today, I think, for this race. 0 points.
Yeah, exactly.
Not a physical one.
A goose egg.
0 points. Yeah, whatever. 0 points for this one, I'm afraid, for Jeffrey Rietveld, and that could spell the end of his day. He might well not be making it to the 2nd day. Here comes Kevin Ellis Jr. Another move on Moritz Lerner.
Yeah, see if he can make his way through. Once again, looks to the inside, or looks to the outside rather, on Moritz Lerner's able to do so. Kaiki Oliveira is going to give it a go on Maximilian Benecke, who, agreeing with what you're saying, is seeming to be struggling at the moment in his number 71 Mouse Audi R8. This is going to be thrilling, though, side by side between the pair of these. Moritz Lerner having to fend off Kevin Ellis Jr. in the place that he made the overtake earlier on as they head to the outside of the arena section. Once again, brilliant move here coming from Kevin Ellis Jr. Who's going to be able to finish it off, though, as they depart their way out of this section and up towards Mobil 1. They're going to be side by side to Mobil 1 in the penultimate lap. Is that actually going to happen? Kevin Ellis Jr. with the inside line absolutely sent it in, and the Apex Racing Team car takes over 4th, but I partially don't think it's done yet.
No, I fully don't think it's done yet. In fact, Moritz Lerner gives it another go into the Sachs curve. There's no way of going side by side on that occasion. However, there will be one final lap. There's been move after move after move into the hairpin in this race. It's such a good opportunity to make overtakes. It's provided great entertainment so far. I think it just has a little bit more to give as well.
Yeah, fantastic. If you're enjoying all of this, once again, get on social media. Let us know what you're thinking, how you're watching, what you're enjoying about ESL R1, and whilst you're there as well, !survey, and let us know exactly what you think of the championship. Help us improve. We improve with you. We are one in all of this. And that is exactly how a sim racing championship moves forward. Nikodem Wisniewski's clear at the moment at the front. Kevin Siggy's not quite close enough to attack. He's not made a single mistake yet, has Wisniewski, and that is not the commentator's curse, don't worry about it. But it's Kevin Ellis Jr. where our focus is, the battle for 4th position. As there could be a big send here. The dummy's been played by Moritz Lerner. Is he going to send it in? Is there nearly contact? There's almost a brush between them, but it's still going to be Ellis Jr. with a drive off the corner.
Yeah, Lerner tried to dummy him into thinking there wasn't going to be a move there, and then eventually did go for it. Jeffrey Rietveld is just being a nuisance at the moment in 8th place because he hasn't served that drive-through penalty, of course, for track limits. So I don't know what he's going to do about that. I presume he's going to be dumped a load of points a load of seconds at the end of the race. He's probably going to be down at the back.
Yeah, I think he's going to be dropped back to that 12th position as well. See, once again, up towards Mobile 1. Any movement in this grouping, it's close. There could be a move into the Sachs curve, but I think Ellis Jr.'s nailed Mobile 1 and is starting to pull away from the grouping. Up towards the front, it's the hero story we all kind of really wanted after what has been a difficult day for Nikodem Wisniewski. Out through the final corner, and the Williams driver is about to cross the line as our 3rd winner of the day, the 2nd winner of Group B. Nikodem Wisniewski dominates at the Hockenheim ring. Siggy behind and Marcel Chinchik. Again, what a story. Fantastic qualifying and fantastic race. And it is Nikodem Wisniewski donning on the hoodie to take on top honours. A brilliant, brilliant result. And of course, Ash Vanderlei is standing by with him.
These drivers can't get away from me or us. Nikodem, congratulations. Będziemy mówić po polsku I po angielsku, jak może. Awesome. We're going to be speaking in Polish and English for our families. We'd probably really enjoy that. Congratulations, wiesz, najszybszy czas masz. Mam bardzo ciężki amerykański akcent. Wiesz, jak czujesz z ręką i jak?
No, generalnie jestem zadowolony z tego występu. Nie miałem jeszcze wygranej w tych zawodach, także no, cieszę się, że w końcu się udało. Na niedzielę będzie ciężko bardzo wejść, ale przyjechałem tu z nastawieniem, żeby po prostu pojechać jak najlepiej potrafię. No i no, super, cieszę się, że zwyciężyłem i teraz czas na kolejne wyścigi. Będę też trzymał kciuki za kolegów z zespołu, bo Darek ma duże szanse, żeby awansować, także...
Fine. For our non-Polish speakers, essentially I asked, like, fastest time in qualifying with the arm we were talking about here and the shoulder injury. How are you feeling for the rest of the races, and how was it?
Yeah, a bit of injury, so it's not a great feeling, to be honest. I need to cool down the hands pretty often, but yeah, pretty happy with the result. I mean, I think I deserved to get a victory in this championship, so I'm happy that I have it now because I didn't have for the whole online season, so happy with that. And it will be tough to advance to Sunday, but I'll be cheering up with for the boys in my team, Dare and Kuba. Dare has got a good chance to qualify for Sunday and fight for the victory, so I'll be watching him.
Awesome. Congratulations, Chinky. Ladies and gentlemen, that was your race winner for race 2 for Group B. Congratulations, Nikodem. We are now going to throw it to an interview, actually, with one of our double winners back-to-back, Dara McCormick.
Yo, yo, yo. Hello, nice to meet you. All right, so Dara, how did you have the conversation of, yeah, I'm not just interested in cars, I'm interested in sim racing, but I want to do it professionally for a living now. How did that conversation kind of go down?
It took a while to prove myself rather than convincing my parents. That it was like they needed to see some results of what I was doing. I said, this can make me a living, back when I was like 13. And yeah, I mean, it took a while, but especially my mother, she was the hardest to convince. My dad he was always supporting me since I was young. So.
I bet you anything as soon as that first paycheck came in, they were like, okay, yeah, maybe you can make this work. All right, amazing. So then how about your journey joining Williams? How did that one go down?
I joined them through a Twitter message, actually.
No way. Yeah. Shoot your shot. You DM them?
No, they DM me.
That's a big flex. That's a big flex.
So they DM me and they were like, we need to make a second team for Forza, and we've heard that you're very good and you're young, so we want you on the junior team for now.
Amazing. That's a beautiful story. What do you think your biggest difficulty is going to be replicating that here in real life at the major?
I'm not too nervous, but if I get too excited, then I can build nerves, and it's just an effect that can keep going, and that happened to me in Katowice. Hopefully, I'm a little bit more calm. Yeah, I hope I can replicate what I do online.
What is it about the nerves? Is it the fact that people are watching, or being on a stage, or not on your own setup? What kind of is it that's making you nervous?
I think kind of everything just scrambles around your mind, and then you start losing it, really. It's, I think everybody kind of gets the same, but...
I was imagining you listening to classical music, having a leisurely drive around the track. It's amazing. Well, best of luck to you and to the rest of your team as well. Thanks.
Cheers.
Well, well, well. What a journey it's been thus far, Crimsix. And I feel like the race that we just saw there, Nikodem Wisniewski pulling out all the stops after his injury nonetheless as well.
I'm mad at him.
Why?
Because he just won a race with one arm, okay? and oh, I can't make it. You just won a race with one arm, okay? I don't know the math here. I don't know if it's even possible for him to make it through to tomorrow. But dude,
I don't think it even matters.
Just win the rest of the races because you can, man.
Maybe it's a shoulder injury buff or something. I don't know. Taking a look at his previous stats, though, he's only had 3 finals placements throughout the duration of ESL R1 thus far.
Because he had 2 arms.
Yeah, because he had
2 arms.
Because he had 2 arms.
Just drive with one.
But one of those finals placements was over in Katowice in the very first round that you guys kind of raced in, drove in. So maybe it's the land buff. What do we think? Do we think he's one of those drivers that just generally performs better in an environment like this on the stage? We heard it previously from Dara. He said that, you know, when he's at land, nerves kind of come into play a little bit.
Yep.
What about Nikodem?
Usually when that happens, it's more of a mental side of things, or it could be an equipment side of things. So I've never talked to him personally. Okay. So that's on me, guys. That is on you. Okay, I'm not doing my job as a presenter host by not knowing every single driver here, and I can't even say his name, but all I know is that he is fast. Okay.
He is fast, and he is also very, very furious as well. Let's go ahead and take a look at our race results, because Crimsix...
Shameless ad. That was a shameless ad right there. Anyways.
Break this one down for me, Mr. Crimsix, sir, please.
Yep, so the Nikodem.
Yeah,
I'm not even going to try that last name.
You got it.
No, I'm not going to. Yeah, okay, yeah, we're good. We're good. Moving on. You know, 25 points. Siggy picks up 20, which he desperately needed. Unfortunately for him, Beneke still picked up 8.
I think one thing that I'm really curious about, Krim, is the fact that Tommy Usgaard, though, having started 6th on the starting grid, all the way down to 11th after Yuri Toman crashed into him as well. Surely that one's got to sting.
Yeah, you know, hopefully the race control over there, you know, brings down the hammer upon him for that one. But these two, though, Moritz and Beneke, Moritz is already like qualified. Why not give him the position? I don't even know that should be legal.
Well, this is one thing that I was kind of quizzing.
I don't understand.
This is one thing I was quizzing a lot of drivers on throughout the online kind of portion of this entire tournament and event, is the fact that, yes, of course, the Drivers' Championship, it is a team game, et cetera, et cetera. I see someone holding up a sign that says skill issue, which, yeah, I guess, sure, yeah, why not? No, but when we...
No, it's an IQ issue. Just give your teammate the points, the position, so you can sit next to him the next day.
All right, well,
that is not a skill issue. Get this man, get him out of here. Get him out of security. Where are we at?
Let's go ahead and take a look at our Drivers' Championship. Provisional, of course, the current standings as they are. But as I was saying, Krim, asking the drivers previously during the online portion while the Team Championship was still going on, I was hearing a lot of talk about teamwork, team play, not wanting to, you know, overtake your teammate, not wanting to potentially take some really, really big risks. Does that now change in the Driver Championship? Is it well and truly every man for themselves?
I don't know. I truly don't know.
How would
but I'm
you
looking at this
tackle it?
right now. So we got 2 more races for Group B, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So we have 2 more races. The interesting part, and where it gets very complicated, is that you're in Group B, but you might be competing against someone in Group A. So with the way the points stack up, it's very difficult to worry about anything other than getting as many points as possible. You can't really worry about, oh, this guy in Group A, oh, he's getting 6, so that means I have to get 4th, and hopefully he gets 12th, you know, like, You can't worry about any of that. You literally just have to get as many points as possible if you're on that cusp, if you're in the danger zone, per se. But honestly, it's an exciting day already.
So do we think we're going to see teammates challenge one another moving on forward throughout the
I don't know. Next race, I gotta do some research.
Okay, all
I
right.
gotta get to the bottom of this for sure.
Well, we'll sit down together, see if we can get down to the bottom of it. But another reminder for everybody joining us here and everybody at home as well. Go ahead and type !survey in the chat as well. Let us know your thoughts, your feelings, what you're enjoying, how you think Crimsix here is doing as well. Would love to pick people's brains on that.
Well,
profusely sweating.
I wish
really
there was air conditioning in Europe, guys. Can we get some aircon in here?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, Krim. We will sort it out very shortly.
A little bit bigger than normal Americans sweating up here, okay?
All right, well, for anybody that is only just joining us, if you're new to the scene as a whole, a little bit confused about Hockenheim as a whole, as a track as well, don't worry, we've got a little bit of an explainer coming up for you, which might help clear things up as well. But after that, we are joined once again by none other than Morris, the CEO of Rennsport, to talk about the future of Rennsport and what we can expect.
All right, guys, we got another track guide here. James Baldwin, YouTuber.
Well, failing.
Failing?
Yeah.
Same. Duo. And today we're gonna be seeing Hockenheim. First thing though, this guy has literally blitzed me at the start. He does it every single time. Off the line, I wanna see it, show me.
It's all in the clutch. Map it to the right percent.
Yep.
And then...
He's not giving it away.
No, I am. And then hold the brake.
What's the exact number though?
The number?
Yep.
It depends on the car.
What's that number in a Mercedes?
And then you hold the brake. And then you just floor the throttle. And when the lights go out,
I want to
let
see
go of the brake.
See it.
I mean, it's not set up properly.
It's not set up right. Turn one, it seems easy, but it's very difficult to do it at its absolute limit, right?
Yeah, well, you know as well, like, one little millimeter out, lap over. You brake too early, you lose 2 tenths. If you brake too late, you get an invalidate. Like, what do you do, you know?
Yeah, this hairpin right here, we saw a lot of overtakes. Even I got an overtake right there. I got multiple, actually.
You got multiple, yeah.
Multiple.
Yeah.
Still finished 12th, though. You don't use the grass at all?
Nope.
Nope.
Do you use the grass?
Okay. Get this in here. All right, Mario Kart this. Go straight, full throttle.
Wait.
Just keep going straight. You're gonna hard brake. Left, right.
Oh,
Yep.
Oh.
Shortcut, baby. There we go. All right, so this corner right here, there's absolutely no reference.
No.
When you brake, how do you do it?
I brake.
Are you just guessing?
The barrier on the left, when it begins.
Yep.
It's like a 2-second count in my head.
It's like this.
And then,
It looks like that, yeah.
So I count sort of a couple of seconds or whatever.
Yeah.
And then I brake and turn the car in. And
so right here, you're going out and then middle and then in, right?
Yeah, late apex here. Late apex. You can use the exit curb.
But yeah, guys, that was Hockenheim.
Top tips right here.
Yeah, top tips with Crim 6.
That was some lovely content you filmed there, Krim, no? Huh?
Yeah. The full cut's like probably 10 minutes long.
Okay.
And, you know, they said be serious for like a minute. Being serious and me is very difficult. It's very hard to get me serious at any occasion. So.
All right, well, Morris, thank you for joining us again. This time around, we're talking about the future of Rennsport. And on that note, obviously, it is no secret that we are in an ever-evolving industry, constantly new games being developed, released. How do you, as a company, as a game, keep up with the momentum and the constant demands of, you know, keeping up the pace with all these new different games?
Yeah, first of all, I'm in this industry, I would say, since 20 years, and you always have top games, and people always think there could be something new, or there could be another title which is better, or change the genre. I definitely saw it is possible, and I think for sim racing and for the old motorsport genre, there is room for new products. And what we are doing with Rennsport is definitely more than a game, and so I think we have a good chance to have a really good success with the game.
Now, I know we were talking a little bit, I think it was yesterday, a few days ago, I don't remember when it was, but we were talking about my love for games, my prior experience with game design as well. And you gave me a little bit of information that the folks at home might find particularly interesting. Talk to me about the concept of modding in the world of Rennsport.
Yeah, that's also a thing which I think makes us a bit different. So we had it on the list, and is one of our main pillars, I would say, also creating a modding environment, really where the community can bring in new content, can bring in old content. They can, bring on a new level. So making it super easy to jump in and create new content. So this is the thing where we start working on and where we develop tools for. And so I think you saw it in the Simrics here. There are some first modding racetracks available, and they look really, really good. We have modders here, so we have talking sessions with modders, and it's also really a super important thing for us.
So I have a question. You don't have to answer. Okay. But to what level of modding are we talking about here? Because personally, to me, the best thing you can do, I don't know if you've seen Instagram Reels or TikToks of like the most satisfying like mods going down. Like, I'm talking, you go crazy with the modding, literally let them do whatever they want. Are you going to do something like that, or what are we talking about here?
So the idea is really creating the best tools out there that the community can build things they really never built before. So we'll open up your mind and create crazy things. Not only.
No, that's on me. You finish. But I was going to ask, how complicated is it going to be to create a mod or something like that? Like, I'm looking. Give me an age of how old you have to be to make a mod.
That's a good question. I have no idea when it starts really with modding and who maybe the youngest modder is. We maybe can try to find out and bring them here if he's 14 plus or something. I don't know. But I'm quite sure the tools are getting better and better, and we're working with Unreal Engine 5. They also deliver a lot of great tools. So you could have assets and just optimize, bring things together. So I think in the next years we will see an environment with our tools and with Unreal 5 where it will be super easy to jump in and create new things.
That's
so
awesome.
Obviously, I absolutely adore the fact that we are being given the free reign, the creativity that I'm personally a really big fan of as well. But you've also got the esports element. I mean, it's all around us right now as well. How do you kind of balance that out? Is it going to be mainly focused on esports, or is it going to be an equal balance of the two?
So the esport is one of the three pillars. So I said there is the game, we're doing Rennsport. Then we have ESL R1 as the top of our open sporting system. And then there is all the modding. But all through, really, we try to have the same spirit for all these pillars. And that means have a top segment where the pros really can do their sport or can do their modding stuff. And have the overall system always open for all the news, really that they can jump in for modding in the sporting. So this is really the goal we have, to have an open system where people always can jump in, drive, just have fun, but also have the chance staying in the sporting system, be the champion at the end, and the same for modding. Jumping in, doing little things, and if people like it and people push it, do better things, and at the end you're one of the best modders. So that's the idea, really, to open up the door and give a chance to everything.
I love the fact that you guys are covering absolutely every and any base right now.
He made a whole bunch of people happy with that. I don't. Have you talked about modding a whole bunch? Because I'm pretty sure an entire community just went ballistic about that.
When I found out, I was nerding out. I was so excited. I'm all for it. But what about the future of Rennsport? Does it get bigger than this? What are the plans moving forward now?
Well, yeah, exactly. To elaborate on that, what I'm curious about is this is a prize pool before the game is even released. So when it gets released, is the prize pool going to get bigger? Because I think that's what sim racing absolutely needs. Is go ahead.
Yeah, I'm definitely prize pool is one thing, and that's the starting point we have here, and I think it's a reasonable price point, and I think it is a great starting point. So the show we have is on a really nice level. So we saw Katowice, and from Katowice to here, it's a huge step, I think. But that will definitely not be the end for ESL R1, I think. So there's so much room. So it's the first time that we have audience here. So the audience will grow, I'm 100% sure. We will have a bigger fan base. We have great teams. We see great sport. But there is room to grow.
I'm excited.
100%.
I'm excited.
I think everybody is excited, and I think you make an incredible point as well. To say that the game isn't even in full release.
It's not even out yet.
Exactly. To have a prize pool of this stature, an event like this as well, is nothing short of incredible as well. So I'm super excited to continue diving into all the action of ESL R1. And on that note, I'm going to throw it back over to Ewan and Lewis.
Thanks very much. Great to hear from all that's happening in the world of motorsport in the future. What's to come over the next however long, few years, and so on.
Well, it's not going to be the next 6 months, is it?
No. But welcome along to the ESL R1 Major in Munich. This is the 4th race of the day coming up here at the Hockenheimring. We've already seen Group B race around here. Be Group A coming up right now, just a minute and a half or so coming up to qualifying. But we've got a lot of goings on to speak of after the last race.
Oh, we do. Race control have been very busy. Nothing, as far as I'm aware, has been finalised, but I am constantly checking the results. We'll talk about the drivers, though, in this race first off.
We will indeed. Points leader Luke Bennett is still here with James Baldwin, who won the first race for this group, of course. Erhan Yajowski will be here as well with Darren McCormack, who we heard from a few moments ago. Marco Pajic, after a good result at Nürburgring, is here too with Joni Turmela. Enzo Benito, who was actually setting a good practice time there, actually, in that little warm-up session. Mitchell de Jong here too with Niels Nijaks, Jakub Brzezinski, Yuri Kazdrup and Matt Backham. The bottom of those three, unfortunately, already eliminated in terms of points. I think they're already too far away.
Yeah.
There's going to be a few at the bottom as well who are going to see where they are, and I think they'll be out. But there's opportunities arising for the likes of James Baldwin, who won the first race for these guys, and Erhan Yajowski, both of whom can book their place tomorrow. Right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd say a little bit of extra work, and they might be in a decent position. To be fair, as Krim was saying earlier on, I think that the thing with this is, as we look at the championship standings, Luke Bennett, Marcel Cincic again, we're looking for the top 12. So everyone on the left-hand side of this, at the end of the day, will be pretty handy and dandy. As far as I'm aware, this is live. This is now. Yep. So this is with one race complete over on Group B, but obviously Group A are one race behind. So yeah, there is a little bit of skew-iffing, but you can see the likes of Joni Turmela, of Marco Pajic, who are in this group that are close to that cut-off line. They need to get a decent few points now to get above it.
Yeah, it's going to happen like that all day long, really, and that's what makes it so interesting. Worth noting, though, that these are the drivers who will be out last. These drivers will be racing the last one of the day. I don't know how much of an effect that is, but logically, it's got to be a good thing, because you know exactly what you need to do, whereas those guys in Group B will sort of know, but there'll be a bit of guesswork in there.
Well, speaking of guesswork and getting rid of it, we're about to do some qualifying, and we'll see who's going to come out on top, because, I don't know, Group A was a little bit quiet in the last one, but of course, it was James Baldwin that took pole position. Can he do it again? And once again, set the entire crowd off. He did last time, and he is the fastest in practice. That's why he's going to be the first driver to set a lap.
Took the first pole of the day, and will be looking to do the same again. He was fastest in practice around here as well, as he was at Spa, which we'll be going to right after this one as well. Running through turn one, over that curve, which you can do in the Mercedes, and running out very wide as well, which you can do. It's within the laws. In towards turn two, a little bit late on the brakes there, slightly misses the apex into that crucial traction zone, all the way down this curved straight around the parabolica and in towards the hairpin. Yeah, and this is actually, once again, a parabolica. There are two parabolicas in the season. One of them is not the Michele Alboreto curve. This is definitely still a parabolica. We've not changed the name of this one, that's fine. First sector, I'm going to say, for a Merc around here, that is not good. 20.3. Interestingly enough, our race winner from Group B in the first race ended up struggling a lot in the second. I wonder if we're going to almost see a little bit of that from James Baldwin, of course, the winner of the first race in Group A. It was very bizarre. I was slightly thinking to myself whether the back-to-back effect was coming in there. I don't really think so. These drivers should be good enough to sustain 2 races in a row like that. They do longer stints on a usual day for them, so that shouldn't come into play too much, but certainly the pressure is going to be on Baldwin, and it's once again a little bit of guesswork for him, isn't it, because he is the first driver out there. He hasn't got a benchmark to pit himself up against. He's just kind of going for it here and hoping for the best.
Yeah, certainly so. So James Baldwin into the final sector, looking for the pole position, and we'll see if he can do it.
Out through the final corners now for the race 1 winner, James Baldwin, up towards the line, looking to set that benchmark at a low 36, very hopefully. It's a 36.2, that's a couple of attempts away.
Not great indeed. The next one up will be a different Mercedes. First sector looking at about a 10th faster than James Baldwin. Second sector's in the same kind of region, a little bit faster, and I do get the feeling that pole position cam is only going to last 1 driver for James Baldwin. That 36.2 does not scream as though it's going to be particularly fast enough. McCormack out of the final corner as he heads up towards the line, and let's see what he can do after a difficult first qualifying session. He will indeed go on to pole, provisional pole for Dara McCormack at 36.092, a whopping 2/10 faster than James Baldwin.
And that very much could be the pole position time as well, because we were speaking obviously earlier on in the first set of this race at Hockenheim. The low 36s, 36.0 may well be enough. Marko Pajic is doing well right now, though. The first couple of sectors are strong. Over the line for the Mercedes-AMG Petronas Esports team driver, it's a 36.1. He slots in the middle in second place.
Yeah, that's, like I say, decent. The first sector is where he lost out of time. The second sector is actually pretty decent. Luke Bennett actually going pretty decent in the first sector. Second sector is fairly average, but it's on par to challenge Dara McCormack for this pole position. The Team Redline driver into the final sector heads through that awkward penultimate curve, in through the final, up towards the line. Bennett aiming for a 36.092 or faster. As he hits the line, it's only a 36.116, but at the moment it's good enough for second.
It does seem that this group is actually a little bit quicker on this occasion. Still just as close as we saw in the first group to take this on, Group B, but maybe that little bit quicker. McCormack certainly was quicker than the pole time, I believe, of the first group, although my memory's already beginning to fail me.
Well, this is where we should use, really, the Rennsport app to go and find that data, so you carry on.
We certainly should. Jakub Brzezinski over the line in the Williams Esports Mercedes. He will be 5th place at the moment.
It was a 36.145. Was the pole time, which of course you can find on the Rennsport companion app, which you can do by searching on either the App Store or the Play Store, and go and find loads of data over the online season, as well as live timing for this qualifying session and all races involved. Hanyovsky, decent second sector actually. I think it's the fastest second sector we've seen so far in this grouping. First sector's decent. I remember how much elation came out of his mouth when he crossed the line back in Katowice. This one not quite as much, losing out in that final sector of 36.175 for the Macedonian.
Not overly disappointed with that, clearly, but not elated either by any means with that lap time. Moving on forward, it will be Enzo Benito who is next. He's right on that cut line. Big pressure on every single race for him. I don't think he's going to be safe right till the very last moment of today's proceedings. The Italian now making his way out the final corner and towards the line. He sets a 36.4. That's giving himself a bit of a mountain to climb.
That's like one of my lap times.
Well, not quite.
No, not quite. No, definitely not. Definitely not. Fastest first sector that we've seen so far in the hands of Joni Tormela for G2 Esports, but losing a lot in the second sector as he comes into the final. Is anyone going to be able to deny the clean sweep that Williams presently have? It is Dara McCormack on that pole position. You can see him on pole position cam, and let's see what Joni Tormela can do out towards the line. Can he get at least within a 10th of a second? That second sector is going to make it a struggle, but he does indeed do so, up to 4th position for G2.
3/4 of a 10th of a second away, and it's still 4th place. Unbelievable qualifying at the moment. Mitchell de Jong now makes his way through the final corners as well. 21.9 in the first sector. That's a couple of seconds off. And this happened at the Nürburgring as well for him, did it not?
He went wide at T1, clearly.
So, oh dear, and that's a big slide through the final corner. He's going to have to dust himself off and go again during the race. But given the fact he's so many points behind right now, he's only making a hard job more difficult.
Is that looking like more like my lap time?
Not even.
Oh, fair enough. Touche. I'm not going to disagree with that. BMW M Team BS competition. Niels Nyox then into the final sector. That first sector again is okay. The second sector though is very mid-tier as he'll come out of the final corner, and let's see what he can do. I think it's going to be 9th, if I'm brutally honest. I'm not sure he can depose Enzo Benito as he looks over to one side. That was, I mean, it's almost a salute, to be honest. Niels Nyox will see the rest of his competitors ahead of him, with the exception of Mitchell de Jong. It's only good enough for 9th.
And there's Yuri Kasdorp, who can't even fit on the camera, he's so tall, making his way...
Oh, he's going to hate you now.
What do you mean? He makes his way through the Satch curve with all of the oversteer that you usually get from one of these cars on Rennsport. It's really the way you have to drive them, slide them around, control that slide though in a way that only these professional drivers can. Out of the final turn, he goes over the line, 9th place, despite being 4/10 away, and almost shrugging his shoulders as if to say, what more can I do?
Yeah, he's frustrated. Like I say, he struggled a little bit. Can Mac Backham get within 1/10 of a second, make it 2 consecutive races where 6 drivers have got within 1/10 of pole position? We'll have to wait and see. The Big Mac into the final corner as he heads up towards the line. 45.6 in the middle, 20.2 in the first. Both of them fairly average, but put them together and they might make something special. Across the line he'll go, and it's only good enough for 8th, 3/10 off of pole, which means Williams do sweep qualifying here at the Hockenheim ring.
It can't be too much of a surprise, can it, that Darren McCormack has taken pole position. He holds the lap record in ESL R1 qualifying anyway around the Hockenheim ring. That was set back at round 5 in the online regular season that we saw a few months ago. Interesting to note that they didn't actually improve on lap times at round 8, which is the first time that actually didn't happen all season long. There is Darren McCormack. He'll be pleased with pole position, but a long race ahead where he'll have to defend from the front, try and take this race win away from the rest and try and get back up towards the front, because he's one of those drivers, while maybe comfortable in terms of making it, he does need to get a bit closer to Luke Bennett, who is still your points leader.
If he wants to, if he wants to get onto the top row of the points, he's got to go after it. This is happening now in race control. So Thor on the left-hand side, our race director, having a bit of a chat with Alex Simpson, who's the Apex, one of the Apex stuff closest to us, and then Kevin Ellis Jr. on the right-hand side. So discussions then from the previous race, from race 2 of Group B. But let's see the starting grid from Group A from race 2, of course, presented by our partners in VRS. Mitchell de Jong struggled at the back of the field. That is not great. We won't worry about that too much.
No, he'll be alongside Yuri Kasdorp with Niels Nyox and Jakub Brzezinski with them as well. It's James Baldwin and Luke Bennett on the next row, with Yoni Tomala inside the top half and Enzo Benito. Then Darren McCormack, Marco Pejic at the front, and Johan Joske. Oh dear, that's all wrong.
Thank you.
Sorry.
It took you long to get that. I was like shaking my finger, being like, absolutely not. Darren McCormack was on one on pole position. God, you and O'Leary
was also last though, so I was like, well,
goodness me.
What could be wrong with this? But apparently,
yeah, you need to
your
eyes checked, mate.
Well, not eyes, brain checked. Is more of the problem.
It took you way too long to get that. I'll just say that. Of course, the qualifying order again will be on the Rennsport app. So if you want to go and check out over there and see exactly what's going on. We do know that Darren McCormack is going to be starting this one from pole position, though, as he looks to wrestle into his first race win of the Spring Major.
Got to say, Kevin Ellis Jr. was, here is Darren McCormack, by the way, taking pole position. A very quick lap time indeed. We did hear that a 36.0 might well be enough. Clearly, that was the case for Darren McCormack. He'll be on the front. There he is, just making his way out of pit lane, focused and ready for the 10 laps ahead of him over the course of this race. So he'll be preparing. What we did see previous to that, though, was race control in the discussion. I've got to say, by the body language we saw from Kevin Ellis Jr., I don't think he was the one being complimented by race control, if I'm honest with you.
Do you think he was getting told off?
I think he was, yes. But although now Miles are down there having a discussion, so there we are. Well, they've gone now, but either way, that's all happened down there. Meanwhile, in Group A, it's time to go racing. The Hockenheim for the second time here this afternoon. It's time for Group A's second race of the day. We're underway. Darren McCormack with a good start off at the front, and the front four are going to get single file early on here. It's Williams, Redline, Mercedes G2 inside the top four, single file through turn one. Very clean start at the front, actually. The action more like down the back. Erhan Yayovsky makes his way to the outside of Marko Pajic in towards turn two. He can't go through, and Brzezinski is going to try and take advantage.
Yeah, side by side out through the third corner out onto the Parabolica, and once again it is Marko Pajic trying to make the move. There is the look from Erhan Yayovsky trying to get past James Baldwin as they head their way down into the hairpin. Once again Enzo Benito also dragging it side by side with Mac Backham. There's a big send as well from Jakub Brzezinski trying to work his way through. Plenty of two wide, almost contact between the two Mercedes as we leave the hairpin. The lead of those being Marko Pajic, James Baldwin being behind, still dragging it side by side with the G2 Esports driver of Joni Tormela. It's very close.
It is very close indeed. Oh goodness me, what a load of contact that was as well. Tormela and Baldwin side by side. Brzezinski just pushed off the turn a little bit. He'll try for the cutback right now. That's very wide from Joni Tormela as well. I don't know if he'll be allowed to keep that position up in fourth position. Yayovsky will tuck in as well. Brzezinski was challenging him. It's very close, outside of that top three or so where they've got away.
Yeah, certainly so. Well, race control was almost a little bit quiet in the at the Nürburgring races. Yeah, the Hockenheim is starting to turn things up a little bit to 11. What do we have to wonder towards when we go racing at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps next? And then, of course, ending the day's proceedings with the new addition to the service in the Autodromo Internazionale de Monza. Here is the defensive move being taken from Mac Backham. Yuri Kasdorp trying to work his way through. Kasdorp's race pace, despite his qualifying pace being somewhat average, his race pace was actually really good at the Nürburgring, and I kind of get the feeling it's similar here.
Yeah, we'll see if that's the case though, because it's hard to move through the order, so it could well be a different story. Let's wait and see. Good exit from James Baldwin there out of turn two in the run up towards the hairpin. That could allow him to go through into fourth place. I don't think Joni Tormela is going to be able to put up much resistance here. He doesn't even bother defending. Darren McCormack certainly does, though. That's for the lead of the race as Luke Bennett tries to go over and under. It was second place at the first race for the points leader. He's up there, consistent again.
Now, this is one thing that I love, is that when we're talking about, we've seen the three wide off of the corner. My goodness me, that is Mac Backham, Yuri Kasdorp, and Mitchell de Jong all going three wide off of the hairpin. Oh. Here they go through the through that fast kink up towards the arena. Oh my goodness! That is a stonking crash. Mac Backham has been sent off, and he's got a bit of a smirk on his face. I think that's more, can you be serious, mate? Are you joking?
Yeah, or can you believe it kind of thing. There, it's just almost finding it more funny than anything else, seeing the funny side certainly, but that was a big crash on the run-up towards that left-hander. Three wide doesn't always end well, especially when you're out on the grass like that, and Mac Backham has certainly felt the consequences of that. Darren McCormack has survived the first attack, though. Luke Bennett looking strong early on here in the BMW, which is not quite favoured as much as the Mercedes around Hockenheim, where it has been strong all season.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to say, I was about to touch on this point of, like, we've spoken about some battles throughout the season when we had Sebastian Jobe versus Joshua Rogers. Obviously, in the previous one, Nikodem Wisniewski versus Kevin Siggy, all these drivers that have seen each other quite a bit before. What I like about this, we've got Luke Bennett and we've got Darren McCormack, two drivers. Luke Bennett comes more from the iRacing side of things. Darren McCormack comes more from the ACC side of things. So they only really meet in championships like this, which means it's the rivalry here in ESL R1, which is taking centre stage here between McCormack and Bennett. These are two drivers that have won in finals, and who is going to be, these are two drivers that will be fighting for the win, even though Darren McCormack says that he's absolutely not fighting for the win. But he's definitely fighting for the win overall.
Well, he's lying really, isn't he? Niels Noakes down the inside of Yuri Kasdorp here. Good fight between the two of them. Two drivers who don't have high hopes for their own chances over the course of this afternoon. Yuri Kasdorp already cannot make it into the top 12 to make himself through in towards tomorrow. Niels Noakes still has a chance, but this isn't helping him. Side by side in towards the left-hander, where we saw so much action last lap. It's Yuri Kasdorp who will continue in that 10th place for the moment, having overtaken, re-overtaken, and then overtaken again. Niels Noakes, who's down to 11th.
Yeah, he's not having the greatest day. He's the driver who came into it on the back foot. He said to us in the hotel on Wednesday night, I think it was, where we said, well, you've got a chance of going through, and he said, no, absolutely I do not. And we were like, no, but you do though, you're 17th in the championship. And he went, no, absolutely I do not. And now he absolutely does not. Let's see what happened here. Yuri Kasdorp's kind of, I don't know.
It's a hard one.
That is a hard one. Yuri Kasdorp comes on there right in front of Niels Narks. That was harder than it looked because it's kind of, as Backham's coming back onto the road, he's coming back onto the road over the nose of Kasdorp, who's almost like trying to just hold position. It's not as if he's constantly turning left into the Porsche on the left-hand side. I think it's just the awkward nature of that kind of section. That's not me trying to say that it's not Yuri Kasdorp's fault, but
we'll say it's his fault anyway.
We'll say it's his fault.
Sorry,
Yuri.
I don't know. That was a really difficult one, and that's not for us to figure out. Thankfully, race control will be having. I can see they already are having a look down there at that one.
Yeah.
So they're absolutely on it. We might well get a resolution to that at the end of the race, or before the end of the race. Excuse me. Here, there they are on the right-hand side of your screen, looking at the millions of.
Millions?
Screens, yeah, well, exaggeration obviously,
my.
but plenty of them. Up front though, Darren McCormack still leads ahead of Luke Bennett. Then it's Marco Pajic and James Baldwin from Mercedes. Yoni Tourmala and Erhan Yayovsky inside the top 6 with Jakub Brzezinski and Enzo Benito inside the top 8. All of them separated by less than 1 second.
I don't think he minds being called Cooper, but yes, fair enough. Yeah, they're all very, very tight margins. No gaps in that grouping bigger than a second. It is very close indeed. Mitchell de Jong trying to close up in the background. You saw his exit of Mobil 1. I get the feeling that this is kind of something which might explode a little bit in this grouping here for the race, because Darren McCormack's feeling the pressure. Of course, he didn't do amazing. He didn't do exactly poorly in his race. He did finish in 4th place in his race 1. Luke Bennett, though, finished in 2nd. The points lead is looking to go into Sunday with the biggest points margin he possibly can. We will discuss how that's going to work a bit later on, but effectively, the more points you score today, the better position you will be in tomorrow.
Yep, absolutely. So at the moment, he's doing very well. 2nd place was Luke Bennett in the first race at the Nürburgring. That's given him 20 points, a maximum of 25 for a win. So he really didn't lose out very much there to James Baldwin. And now that he's ahead of Baldwin in this 2nd race, he's kind of cancelling it out and doing a very good job. Here he goes, looking to the outside towards the hairpin. I thought he might even give it a go on the brakes there at the hairpin, but didn't decide to. He tried to get the exit, but not on this occasion. He's so close to the back of the Irishman in front, and it's sort of concertina in the whole field up behind him.
Yeah, it is closing up. I mean, the thing is with McCormack is that normally his pace is quite good. I get the feeling he might be playing a bit of the long game in all of this. Like you say, looking after his tyres, making sure he's not overdoing them, dealing with the pressure of Luke Bennett, understanding. The way you do that is you understand the strengths and weaknesses of your car. You understand where you need to push your car to the limit and maybe even a little bit over. And then the parts where your car's pretty strong, so you don't need to take 110% of it. And that's like really, really important. You've got to know where that car behind is strong. And McCormack's just playing his cards really, really well at the moment. Or he is just under an insane amount of pressure and he's driving as hard as he can, having to deal with all of those behind. As we pass the halfway point of the race, though, there's plenty of opportunity for not only Bennett to pass, but also for Pajic and Baldwin to make their way through. Potentially, Baldwin to take 2 race victories in the first 2 races of the ESL R1 Major in Group A.
That's going to be a tall order for him, I think, but you never know what can happen in these battles after all.
In Group B?
Yeah, absolutely. You never know. Still half of the race remaining here at the Hockenheim. The top 4 are starting to separate themselves, really. Yoni Tourmala doesn't quite have the pace by the looks of things, and he's getting a bit of pressure from the likes of Erhan Yayovsky, Kuba Brzezinski as well, who's going side by side with him at the moment. Here goes Bennett. He's continuing to do that, convincing me that he's going for a dummy move down the inside, but on 2 laps in a row now, he's decided to stay behind.
Do you know what that tells me? I get the feeling he's not 100% got the interest in going for a move right now. We'll see here once again, really close going for the fast kick. Is he going to stay left? He is going to look and he is going to go for it. He's played it well. He sends it down the inside. There's contact though, and Darren McCormack might have come off. And here comes Marco Pajic. There's more contact, and Marco Pajic goes round. Somehow they're all almost safe.
Oh.
And Darren McCormack's been sent round by James Baldwin. It all absolutely kicks off, and Yoni Tourmala comes out of nowhere.
Yoni Tourmala is in the lead of this race. Unbelievable stuff as the top 4 all make contact. Marco Pajic is way down the order now. Darren McCormack has gone from 1st to 8th in a matter of moments, and in complete madness, Yoni Tourmala is in the lead.
What did you say? You said, oh, well, you know, mine are wet. Boom, it just completely exploded. The thing is, looking at all of that, if I'm perfectly honest, I think the only person who might be somewhat blameless in all that is Pajic. Because Bennett sends it down the inside, McCormack drives back onto the circuit pretty aggressively, probably not knowing that there were 3 wide, and then Baldwin gets into the rear end. Unfortunately, it does seem as though there's been a bit more of an issue for Mac Backham, the big Mac pulling over to one side and retiring, I believe, from this race. But wow, this race has just lit up, and there is race control, and there is somewhere I really, 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 really don't want to be.
Absolutely, you certainly don't after that kind of incident. James Baldwin so quick in a straight line though. Tourmalet getting into the line. Here we go for Baldwin. Outside line in towards the hairpin. Late on the brakes, but probably not late enough, I don't think. Bennett's going to try and come up here as well. Not quite able to get alongside. They'll go out of the hairpin. Absolutely nose to tail.
Wow, 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 wow. Who is going to win this race now? Could it be James Baldwin taking back-to-back wins? Does he have a penalty over his shoulders? There is so much to ask at this point in the race. All we know is Joni Tourmalet is leading from Baldwin, from Bennett, from Jajowski, from Brzezinski outside of the cut-off point, from Benito as well, trying to bring himself up inside that top order. Where's Joni Tourmalet in the points? I did remember saying earlier on that he was struggling. Let's take a look at replays here. So Bennett's in way too deep. Yeah. Pushes McCormack off the road, but watch McCormack's rejoin here. I mean, you've got to say Bennett might have been a little bit far off of Payich and not quite on the predicted line, but McCormack does kind of just come back on the circuit. I don't want to be too harsh, but because I can kind of understand it. I don't think he was driving back onto where the car was expected to be, but goodness me, that was poor.
Well, it's a difficult one. I don't think the Bennett gave quite enough room on the exit of the left-hander, first of all, to allow McCormack to go out so wide, even though he's late braking, obviously, and making a move. And then, as Dara came on, to be fair, I don't know if he realised there were 3 wide, although he should do, because they've got a radar. He behaved in a way that he didn't know.
I've got to say, I also think it might have been instigated a little bit by Bennett did move right slightly after, as McCormack was rejoining, so they maybe kind of came together. So maybe that one's racing against Bennett pushing off. I know his dad's here, sorry mate, but Bennett pushing off McCormack might have been a little bit over the line. Let's see if Jajowski is able to fend off Brzezinski, another R-Factor 2 rivals, as once again the R8G driver straight around the outside of the hairpin in 4th position. It could well be for the Macedonian as they head up towards the fast kink. Brzezinski's on the inside line. He's just seen his best mate in the whole world, I don't know if that's true, but they've been close for a long time, take race victory in the previous one, as once again the side-by-side between these two remains as they leave the arena section. Jajowski with the outside, and Benito could come into the mix.
Here he goes, Benito. I thought he was going to go 3 wide, in fact, but not the case. Through goes Jajowski. Brzezinski chases him across the road to try and get through as well into the Mobil 1 curve. Can't quite. Benito slides. Now Brzezinski looks up the inside. Benito does the same. Mitchell de Jong will be looking on the outside behind this as well. He can't quite go through. So this has allowed the top 3 to get away. I don't think Joni Tourmalet is out of the water yet.
No, I do not believe so. Not well, you couldn't say he's out of the water when he's got James Baldwin all over the rear end and Luke Bennett there as well. It could be very, very feisty. With just 2 laps left to go, G2 Esports will be on the edge of their seats. I can see Isaac Price and Eamon Murphy watching the screen. They're paying attention. They're barely even listening to what I'm saying. They're that focused as to whether Joni Tourmalet can take this victory. I'll shout louder, it's fine.
I don't know if that's possible.
Thank you.
Nearly a second, though. Tourmalet's getting away now, to be fair, at the front. Baldwin may be making a bit of a mistake with Luke Bennett just in behind, and the slipstream here could allow the opportunity. Don't think there's going to be any waiting at this stage, as they were earlier with Bennett and McCormack. Here goes the points leader to the outside, in towards the hairpin. That's not going to be possible, but he loves this tighter line on the exit of the hairpin. He's not able to use it to go through this time.
No, but it's close though, and the thing is the gap is growing right where James Baldwin doesn't want it. Ahead of him, Joni Tourmalet out to nearly a second lead. Does Luke Bennett feel the confidence to once again send it down the inside of the arena? The answer is no. He stays in 3rd position as we come round almost to complete the penultimate lap into the final sector on that lap. Once again, it's close. Jakub Brzezinski, or there's someone slow in the background. Is that Mitchell de Jong? It certainly is, but I think it's because he's battling with McCormack.
He is side by side with McCormack at the moment. That's somewhat surprised. There it is, round the outside through the Mobil 1 curve. That was very impressive from the pole sitter. He's down the inside, he's through at the tax curve. That's a good move from him, up to 7th place, and just recovering what he can really from a race that has not gone his way. Yeah, getting as many points as possible. Meanwhile, fighting with someone who is almost certainly out. The number 28, James Baldwin, will receive, so he's got a slow down penalty, as will Dara McCormack, so he just fought to get that one through, but both James Baldwin and Dara McCormack will receive 10-second slowdowns. What about Bennett? I'd be surprised if he gets away with it, but he might.
Surely not.
He might have done. He might have done. Well, we'll wait and see on that. Of course, it takes time for these.
Yeah,
things to
absolutely.
They're still actually looking at it, I can see from here. So that's not the end of it. Make sure you download the Rennsport app and look at the race results later, because they're not going to be sorted now. There's no doubt about that. Darren McCormack will be forced to slow down. He'll probably drop to 9th. This is damaging to his points in a day where he does need to gain some.
Yeah, that is bad indeed. So he drops back behind even Pajic as well. He finds himself in 9th position. James Baldwin as well down to 8th. So it's turned into a bit of a disaster for at least 3 of the Mercedes in this race, 8th, 9th and 10th. They find themselves in this race. It's just Jakub Brzezinski for Williams who finds himself on the podium. Joni Toomala approaching that final sector, 1.2 seconds clear of Bennett. Brzezinski's closing in on Bennett, but of course we don't know what's going to be happening with Bennett post-race as they'll head their way through. This is very, very dramatic indeed. I'm sure there's a lot of drivers who've got a lot to say post-race.
There's certainly going to be quite a conversation, a stern word between quite a few drivers. In towards the final sector, though, comes Joni Toomala, one of the most experienced drivers on this grid, having been sim racing for nearly a decade and a half at this stage in his career. He's been there, he's done it, and now he's a race winner here this afternoon as well. Joni Toomala comes around the final corner to win at the Hockenheim Ring in Group A. He's relieved more than anything and fully deserving of that race win. What a crazy race it was as well. He benefited from the chaos around him and has taken the win as a result as well. Fantastic drive from the Finnish driver. He gets a fist bump from Niels Naerks as well. Congratulations to him. Let's go down to Ash, though, who's caught up with Darren McCormack.
So sorry. Hi, how are you doing? I know from a previous round 5, you won this track. You know exactly what you're doing. What happened in that incident, and kind of from your perspective?
Well, somebody made a stupid move, and
Yeah.
I don't even know why I got a penalty. I was just on the inside. I had nowhere to go. So I don't even know what happened.
Right.
Luke Bennett sent it on me, and then somebody spun in front of me. I genuinely have no idea what
Just
just
the
happened.
chaos around it and
Yeah,
everything.
exactly.
It's just a little
I
crazy.
think I got a penalty for no reason. Like, honestly.
Yeah. Do you think you guys are going to possibly protest that?
I don't think we can protest. I mean, I'm P10 now. That's it. Yeah, no words, to be honest.
Yeah, and then moving on to the next track, kind of what is your refocus there?
I don't know, just be exactly where I was a second ago before I got spun.
Yeah, absolutely. You absolutely crushed it. I mean, we saw when you went P8 and you were plus over a second and then making your way back up to 7th, I mean, with 0.4 and then the penalty. So you were doing a great job, and we're excited to see you race for the remainder,
Thanks.
of course. Guys, that was McCormack. We're going to go back to the desk to look at the full race results and hopefully some replays that you might have missed.
Well, once again, I feel like that's just a common theme. That was chaos, Crimsix. That was a lot to take
drama.
in. Drama alert, left,
Yes.
right, and center. For
Yes.
Darren McCormack,
He's looking to fight someone right now.
for real.
Where's he at?
I'm a little bit heartbroken for him, though. I got to be honest with you.
He would lose to me.
From 1st down to 8th, that one's got to be a rough one for him. Do you think he could have, if he was able to kind of keep up the pace and, collisions, let's say, did not occur, do you think he could have taken the victory on this one?
Probably not. Probably not, yeah.
Let's
let's
revisit
go to
the
crash.
incident at
I wanna
hand
go
if
to the
you're
crash.
only just joining us. I don't know if the microphones of the commentator, it's honestly just a mess. I think that's probably the best possible way of describing it.
That is not ideal.
I know I was sat in the crowd watching it happen as well, and just all around me I heard groans left, right, and center. The pain could well and truly be felt here in the arena as well. But as we go through our results, Crimsix, talk to me. Mr. Joni Toomala himself finishing up in 1st place.
Yep, I'm impressed. I'm impressed not only from him, we got Bennett, who also placed well in the first race. He's consistently great, okay?
Is he unstoppable, though?
Well, did he win the first one? I don't remember. It's been a long day. But Bennett, he's consistently placing in the top 3. He doesn't even need these points. Honestly, Bennett, just take the next 2 off, man. Let someone else get some points on the board. But yeah, the whole entire race was chaos. And unfortunately, some drivers are going to leave that stage very upset.
Yeah.
Hopefully they take it out back to at least the parking lot.
Well, I know that George Morgan in particular is going to be a little bit heartbroken for Mac Backham in particular, the Big Mac as he refers to him as well. Starting on the grid from 8th and amongst that chaos, amongst that mess, finishing in last place as well.
Yeah, his game crashed or something.
Just
I feel like there's sabotage going on there. Alt F4 or something like that.
Well,
Feel bad for the guy regardless. I mean, the game's not released yet. There's still things to be fixed.
On that note, I know that it was a little bit of chaos, all of those drivers kind of bumping into each other left, right, and center. But what better person to ask about it all than race control themselves? We saw a little bit of an incident going on, so let's find out some more with Ash.
There's a lot of people over there.
Yeah, there are a lot of people there. Ash, talk to me. What's been going on? What's being said? How intense is it over there right now?
Pretty intense. I mean, you kept seeing a lot of people more and more keep coming over. We have Mercedes, looking over race control shoulder to see what's going on. They got their spreadsheets open. They keep replaying the replay over and over and over again. I mean, they don't want to talk right now. They just want to go through the facts. Everyone kind of underlay with their point of view, and then go from there. They'll grab Mercedes when they're ready for a talk and discussion, but emotions are definitely running a little bit high here, which is completely understandable, like what you're saying, McCormick. Won Hockenheim in round 5. I mean, he was about to do it again, and then this. So we'll see what they say when they come to a decision and discussion.
Well, I'm curious to check in with you a little bit later, Ash. I'm curious to find out what the exact decision being made is. I think some people walking away, some people looking a little bit frustrated as well, but we'll find out more shortly. However, I'd like to welcome another face to the broadcast as well, our social reporter of FaZe Blaze. And I think what better opportunity than to plug the socials as well.
America.
How's it going?
What's going on? It's going good. It's going good.
Have you been enjoying ESL R1 so far?
This is an incredible event. I don't know if anybody's told you guys yet, but you guys are doing an awesome job. And I just want to get some applause from the audience for this incredible event, ESL R1.
Hey, thank you.
All the players who are putting on a show. This is really something special, and I'm happy to be here. It's also a very beautiful part of Germany. Munich's an awesome city.
Yeah.
So,
So you've been doing a lot of the social reporting,
Sure.
hashtag ESL R1, and remember to follow on socials as well, !social too. How'd you like that plug? Did I do that well?
Yeah,
Do you
no, I
like
love it.
it?
I mean, everybody should be following the ESL R1 socials, especially if you're watching right now. They give awesome updates. They show awesome clips of things that happened during the event. And they, like I said, they're an awesome company that puts on a great event. So
That's a whole lot of awesome there, Mr. Blaze. So talk to me, what in particular have you been doing socials-wise surrounding the event?
Well, I've been talking with the players, been interviewing some of the fans.
You've been meeting everybody, man.
I've been just going around meeting people.
I haven't been able to talk to you,
Yeah.
dude. You're talking to all the people that I've encountered in the last couple months. You have not been present. Where have you been? And why haven't we played foosball yet?
Listen, because you're too good at foosball and you're too aggressive. You're too try hard.
No, dude, you gotta. These Europeans, bro, they're dude.
No, I mean, we've just been talking with a lot of people in the crowd, a lot of players, and it seems like the vibes are really good here. Taking lots of pictures, shooting lots of little content pieces. We had a little racetrack going on outside of the venue where we
was
had
that with the toy car?
The toy cars, yeah. So the drivers were competing against each other in the toy cars, and it's funny, whether they're in the sim or driving a toy car, they all have tremendous racecraft, so it's cool to watch.
Spoiler alert, right? So I did the toy car racing thing with Redline, and Enzo came into it, and he was like, "Oh, I'm gonna beat the record." I think at the time the record was 23 seconds that we had, right? He was like, "I'm gonna beat the record. I'm gonna do fantastic." And Redline, being Redline, you had people diving in front of the toy car, people kicking the toy car, trying to sabotage one another as well. And I think you should definitely put them through their paces, because I think it'll be an easy victory on the front.
You can't. There's only one way to put an Italian through their paces, okay?
Go on.
I don't know if I can say this.
I'm scared. I'm so scared.
Listen, if you want to make an Italian angry, because they get angry real fast, right? But what you say is you say France has better food than Italy. And whether that's true or false, doesn't matter.
I've never seen somebody
It's the
react
lowest
to
of
food
blows.
as much as Enzo Bonito.
Yeah.
He's passionate about his
He's
food.
passionate.
Oh,
I don't know
very
if it's an
passionate.
Italian thing, but he's passionate, yeah.
So tell me, what was your fastest lap time on the toy car?
So we had a different little circuit set up, and I was the first one to go. I completed it in 14 seconds, which sounds fast, but the drivers were completing it in like 8 or 9 seconds, so they were...
Okay, all right, so you got blessed with the drivers that you had racing the little track you had set up, because
yeah.
Most of my drivers, skills were questionable to say the least.
I tried it, and I'm like, you know what? I don't even want to be on this board.
I got a question for you two. I think you were asked him earlier, maybe, but who do you think is the favorite to take home the win in this event?
Luke Bennett.
Bennett, yeah.
Hands down, yeah.
Yeah, honestly, his dad's pretty terrifying. I don't want to see his dad angry ever.
Like a spoiler as well.
Down.
Was talking to the guys backstage from Redline, and Enzo, he was saying he wasn't entirely happy or confident with his performance so far in ESL R1, but he was like, you know what, it doesn't even matter because I'm going to win either way. Not only have they won the team championship, but now he's rooting for his teammate, and I think that in itself is a beautiful sentiment.
That's awesome. They have a ton of camaraderie at that team. I'm really impressed by the maturity of a lot of these racers. I think Krim said it really well, but when they were going 4 wide, they were giving each other a ton of respect. And that's just not something you see in any other esport, really.
Yeah.
I mean,
hey, we've got camaraderie going on too. You want to do some social stuff? You want to do some socials? Right now on the broadcast?
Yeah, let's
go on. Let's do some.
I think we should take a nice group selfie.
A group selfie, okay.
How about this, okay?
Am I too short for this?
No, you got this. Come in right
here.
Get
Guys,
right here.
you're losing the plot, guys.
There we go. You've done it.
Hey, on a real note,
where were we?
I'm really impressed with Jacob. I heard that he dislocated his shoulder maybe or something, or hurt himself before the races, and he's performing extremely well.
Nicodem.
Oh, Nico.
Nicodem Vishnevsky.
Okay.
What she said.
He'll get it eventually, right? But honestly, that in itself, do you think you'd be able to do that? Do you think you'd be able to do? I mean, I know Krim's community kind of roasted him and said, even with one arm, he'd be doing better than Krim.
No one said, you literally just made that up. No one has said that.
Listen, he's not.
I'm saying that, bro. I'm saying that.
And second of all, I have way too much muscle mass for my shoulder to even dislocate.
Big flex.
That's definitely not true.
Do we agree?
That's definitely not
Do
true.
you think he'd be any good?
I believe in him. He's my teammate at FaZe, so I gotta believe in him.
You gotta back
You're
him
literally
forward.
lying to me, dude. I'm terrible. I'm the worst.
So,
just trying to be supportive.
How about for you, Blaze? Prediction, who do you think is going to take the win?
It's going to be tough. I think obviously Luke has an advantage for how well he's done during the regular season. Me personally, I'd love to see Moritz win it. That'd be cool.
Okay.
I'm a fan of the German team Mouseport.
wait, say his name again?
Moritz. It's the German way you say it, right?
Dude.
Well, Blaze, I'm going to catch up with you a little bit later on. Thank you so much for joining me.
I appreciate you guys having me on this beautiful broadcast, and you guys are doing an awesome job, so keep it up.
Thank you so much. Well, very shortly, we're going to be talking to Kaiki Oliveira as well as the team manager for the side of Furia. So let's move on, get our questions ready, because I'm intrigued to find out some more.
We got to hit the Google speech, figure out how to pronounce these drivers' names, because I can't do it.
I'll give it a good shot. But yeah, let's go ahead and check in with them.
To drive ESL R1 and being at the major, it's a very, I would say, a milestone, personal milestone, and professional as well for Furia.
Hey, nice to meet you. How are you doing? So, Kaiki, firstly, welcome to ESL R1, making it to the major. Talk me through how the journey has been to get to this very point here.
A great journey, not only in terms of performance of driving, but also traveling from Brazil to Europe.
Yeah.
Lots of stuff happening, so yeah, I'm very happy to be here.
The goal is to get the fastest time possible. Yoni got 24 seconds. The newest Rennsport edition. Go. We're gonna crash. You're so close. You're 23 seconds.
Oh,
that's good.
Really, 23:00. Okay.
You've fairly recently moved over to Malta.
We shared the home with the League of Legends lineup. So it was super fun to share experiences. It's always been a dream of mine of racing, and it's hard to be away from family. There is a possibility until the end of the year for them to especially be abroad for the first time. In January, for example, I didn't even have a passport, so I got a passport in January, and then I went to a lot of places already. So super fast, like a quick shift in my life.
Best and the worst livery.
I think PS competition has a very nice livery.
Yeah.
Like the worst, I would say Face.
Do you think you've had an opportunity to actually sit down and realize this is my life? I am in Munich, I am in Europe.
It's my first full season on a TRS competition, so I didn't soak in all yet, but just enjoying it. And maybe in the off season, I will do like, oh my God, everything happened.
Yeah, you take a step back and you're like, oh my goodness, this is everything I have achieved and so much more as well. Best of luck moving forward, and thank you for joining.
Thank you.
Well, I'm joined here alongside Crimsix, of course, as well as Kaiki Oliveira, representative from Furia. Sorry, you completely threw me off there, Crim. Sorry. No flame intended, as well as your team manager.
We were actually just talking about the liveries, and he said FaZe has the worst one. Which,
Throw in the shade.
Yeah. I think you guys have the worst livery.
So
let's start this off.
No,
guys.
I love the Furia livery. So let's start things off. How has it been for you, Kaiki, being the only representative from your team, being here? Are you feeling an extra level of pressure, being the only driver here?
Yeah, I mean, when it comes close to really performing and being at the stage, like after preparation, the jitters, like the pressure starts to creep in. So I tend to like just stay neutral and just focus on driving as fast as I can. But yeah, it's just surreal here, the event. It's just amazing. Yeah, I'm very glad to be here.
And I know during the video that we saw a few moments ago as well, you were talking about the team house in Malta as well. For you, Guillaume, how did that decision kind of come about? What was the thought process, the discussions that took place from an organization perspective, but as well as a team perspective?
Well, it was such a challenging first season. We moved to Malta with the season ongoing. So the first part of the season, we were at our friends. Now we call our friends from Porsche Coanda.
Yeah.
And after March, we moved to Malta. So it was such a challenge to build the headquarters and keep the level high, and also get better from the first rounds that were a little bit difficult to us. But now it's feels like such a victory to be qualified to this major. So yeah, it's ending on a high, and we're gonna build it from here.
Do you feel like having the team house has kind of helped you guys in some sort of way, shape or form? What kind of impact has it had on the team atmosphere?
Yeah, massively. Like it's a completely different dynamic than driving at home, like from the start of my competition career in sim racing. And like working with the guys close and seeing them drive and sharing like the experiences, you can learn a lot faster. The team dynamic, you gel with your teammates much more better. So yeah, I really enjoy the whole house dynamic, sharing the rigs with the other teammates. So it's good.
When you guys are, when you're not driving, when you're not doing anything on sim rigs, when you guys leave the house, so. I mean, we're gamers, okay? We're pro gamers.
We never leave that.
It's very rare. What would you guys do together?
Yeah, I mean...
What's your daily life? Outside of this, okay?
Not much, actually.
Incorrect answer. Try again.
Oh, yeah, for gaming, like, for example, I like to play shooters as well, so I knew you already before joining, so I will play Counter-Strike a little bit more.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Oh,
and,
okay.
Yeah. So
there's something with Brazilians in Counter-Strike for some reason. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, we really do enjoy Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
Not only do they have incredible players, but also the fan base, the support, absolutely phenomenal.
It's crazy.
Honestly, I love it every single time.
And it's also something that is like, it transfers to sim racing since it's so new, like Furia on sim racing.
Yep.
We see a lot of the great energy from the Brazilian crowd, like everybody sometimes like they are learning the sim and the competition still, but they are just super ecstatic that Furia is playing. So just because it's Furia. So
Well, we've obviously spoken about the fan support, but when we take a look at the statistics, the finals placements that Fury as a whole have had, half of them have been thanks to you, Kaiki. So what kind of support have your teammates been giving you, despite the fact that they're not here competing?
I mean, like, we stay composed, like, it doesn't really matter the result, like, just focusing on the preparation, building foundation and focusing, like, on fundamentals, even though I got a good performance, like consistent performance. We need to practice together to understand the limits, check not only like lap time limits, but what we can do battling and to keep it clean as much as possible. Yeah, so we keep practicing together all the time. So it doesn't matter the results. We don't kick it back like, oh, I don't need to practice that much.
Yeah.
We keep the same routine, rhythm to really keep pushing and keep learning and performing.
For you, Guillaume, I know throughout this season, Furia ended up having 2 substitute drivers coming in and out. Talk to me about the process behind that. At what point do you sit down and decide we should bring in some sub-drivers? Who makes that decision for who the sub-drivers should be?
Yeah, as Brazilians here in Europe, we have to follow that 90-day count for visa purposes.
Yeah.
And also, we had 2 real drivers with us in the beginning of the season. So at one point of the mid of the season, we had to do a decision to choose drivers that could end the season and drive for the second season with us. So it was a difficult situation because we wanted to keep the same team from the beginning to the end, better chances of getting higher points and better chances of qualifying to the major. But then we were thinking on the long term also. So it was a difficult decision, but we feel it was the right decision.
I love that. I love the fact that everybody kind of comes together. There's a lot of back and forth as well. Kaiki, how are you feeling moving forward for the rest of ESL R1?
Yeah, I'm feeling great. The next 2 tracks, Spa and Monza, are tracks that I feel very comfortable. Actually, Nürburgring being the first, I was like kind of relieved that I wasn't that fast on that track. Coming to preparation, actually preparation, mentioning like the 90-day visa limit. I am traveling back and forth from Brazil to Europe. So for major, actually was the most, would say, limited practice. I had like 2 days of practice for the major, so I really speed ran all tracks. And
you had 2 days.
Yeah, so due to traveling and stuff. So it's doing, I think I'm doing quite nice.
You're doing great, don't worry about it. On that note though, I'm eager to hear what Ewan and Lewis have to say because it is time to get things underway once again.
We have nothing to say.
We never have anything to say.
No, but what do you have to say? At home, of course, you can hit exclamation mark and go into survey, type exclamation mark survey in the Twitch chat, and you'll be able to fill out a survey. Help us help you. We're providing a better show. We want to know what you think of the show, everything here at ESL R1. Let us know, keep us in the loop. What do you think? What can we improve? What can we do better? What are we doing well as well? Let's take a look at the pre-race graphic and where things currently stand. Luke Bennett, of course, at the top. Then we've got Baldwin, Jojowski, then Tormula, McCormack, Pajic, Benito, De Jong, Nariox, then Brzezinski, Kasdorp and Backham are the drivers taking part in this race. Bits of drama though, of course, that they've literally just had to deal with in that race. Obviously that incident between McCormack, between Bennett, between Baldwin and a little bit of Pajic in there as well. Very, very dramatic indeed.
Very controversial indeed as well. And the fact that these drivers don't have a break between this race and the next is not going to fatigue them in any way like you might expect at home maybe. But the tensions that have just been created in that last race are going to be carried forward. They're not going to forget that. It only happened 10 minutes ago. It's really going to affect them in this race, I feel. And if some of those same drivers find each other on the road again, we could see them make contact again.
Yeah, and we did obviously see Darren McCormack in that interview with Ash after the race. He wasn't exactly pleased, was he?
No, I've actually never seen him quite like that, to be honest. So annoyed about something, to be fair. So, yeah, that's something unusual to see, actually, from Darren McCormack. He's usually a very calm head, usually very... kind of looks at things very clearly. Maybe you know him differently than me.
Yeah, and I've seen,
to be fair,
I've seen some things come out.
I only talk to him after he's been on the podium or something in a race. So maybe it's different. But yeah, he wasn't pleased.
No, but he is presently the first driver to take us around a lap of the legendary Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps, about 7 kilometres in length, 2 of which happen between here at Les Combes and this run all the way through to La Source. And of course, you've got to deal with Eau Rouge and Radion. As far as I'm aware, this is the only new build of Spa in sim racing. So you've actually got this brand new grandstand on the left-hand side, which in my opinion looks magnificent. It did mean the turning point is slightly different to what you're used to over the top of Radion, can make a nightmare. I don't know if you gave that a go, but it caught me out back in Katowice about 18,000 times. And I only did 4 laps.
No, I haven't tried the new version of Spa, unfortunately, in Rennsport just yet. I do agree. I think it is the only version that we have in sim racing at the moment, which is fantastic for Rennsport to have that. And it was, of course, where we kicked things all off back at ESL R1 back in Poland as well. So we're coming home a little bit in this respect. But it's a long lap around here. Only 7 laps of a race, and still a very long way for Darren McCormack to go. He's just reaching about the halfway point right now.
What was the good lap times around here?
The good lap times, 2:14, 2 minute 14 kind of region, around to I think 2:14.2 was the best lap time so far. That was set back at round 7, the penultimate round of the regular season.
Well, you can see Rob Wiesman just jumping off the stage in the background there of Darren McCormack, keeping an eye on everything of what is going on. McCormack heading through Piff Path, through Fagnes, not through campus. You dare, and I will. I don't know. He goes through the actual campus and up towards Stavelot now and towards Curve Pool Frere, trying to put this lap time in. The Flying Irishman going sub 1 minute in the second sector, which I do recall being decent. Not great, but decent.
It is decent, and so we'll see what the benchmark is. Really, it's the first Spa race that we've had here for either group. We've had two races in 2 groups so far, and this is the 5th of them, with Darren McCormack starting here at Spa.
Yeah, through the final corner he will go. The Irishman who had pole position in the previous race, got frustrated through it as he heads up towards the line. It's a 14.550, and I think head in hand, he is not a happy boy.
It's not that bad lap time at all, though. It's only 3 tenths away from, less than 3 tenths away, in fact, than the overall record that's held by Josh Rogers, who will be racing in the second group, of course. Here comes Luke Bennett up towards the line as well. Points leader even after that last race, just showing once again that even with all the incidents, he can be more consistent than anyone in ESL R1 this season. He goes over the line, 5 thousandths away, throws his arms into the air as if very frustrated.
Yeah, which his second sector was actually slightly faster. Second and first put together was slightly faster. Here's one that's going even faster than that, Marco Pejic, up towards Blanchimont at the moment. First sector better, second sector better. Let's see what he can do as Pejic comes up towards the final complex of corners. Of course, the Mercedes team have been up and down. They've had their elbows out and obviously was spun around and irritated in the previous race. Out wide through the final chicane, up towards the line he's going to go. Is it good enough for pole? It certainly is. A 14.434 for Marco Pejic as he moves ahead of Darren McCormack and Luke Bennett. Next one towards the line will be Jakub Brzezinski.
Absolutely. Round of applause for the Mercedes driver as well, with that lap time that may well not be beaten in this session. Let's see if Jakub Brzezinski can beat it. First of all, he's unfortunately already eliminated from making it to the top 12 here in the ESL R1 Major here this weekend, but looking for good isolated results, as he told me just before the broadcast here this morning. It is second place, just to get 4 thousandths ahead of his teammate Darren McCormack.
Yeah, indeed. Let's see what Yovski can do. Again, first and second sectors in that kind of region as to what Brzezinski had done, same as what McCormack in that kind of range, but I'm not sure it's fast enough to take on that 14.434 from Marco Pejic, but I do know he can throw it into that final sector and be brave. I've seen him try it a couple of times. Yovski comes out of the final corner and up towards the line. He's going to go. It's going to be a 14-something. It's going to be a 14.539. Good enough for the front row at the moment, but still 7 drivers left to go, and no one has got within a tenth of Pejic's 14.4.
Nobody can get near him at the moment. More than a tenth of a second, even at a circuit as long as Spa, is still quite a gap, because you can see the other 4 are separated by only 16 thousandths. Enzo Benito is right on that cut line, whether making it or not to the full distance here in the Major this weekend. Out through the final corner and over the line for him. It's a good time, 8 hundredths of a second away from pole, up to second for Enzo Benito.
Yeah, Yeah, the only driver now within a tenth of a second of Pejic's lap time is going to remain on pole position. Cam, can Joni Toomler do anything, I'm going to say, by that second sector? Potentially not. It's not looking great for Joni Toomler. Shock winner in the previous one. I mean, hey, he might still do it in this. We don't really know, to be perfectly honest. He comes into that final sector and up toward the line. Let's see what he can do as he heads over it. Again, aiming for somewhere inside the top 3 or 4. Realistically, I think pole position's out of reach, but Joni Toomler crosses it, and it's a 14.6. Unfortunately, the only thing that's in reach is 7th.
Yeah, shakes his head there as well, knows that that wasn't quite up to scratch for him, unfortunately. James Baldwin then, we're having to recover from all of the trials and tribulations of the Hockenheim race just gone, to kind of go off the back of his race win in the first race of the day at the Nürburgring. Now Baldwin looking to make amends for that previous one. Out through the final chicane. He's a bit frustrated and disappointed with this, I think, over the line. Ooh. And it's a 14.6, down in 8th.
Wow, whilst your teammate's on pole position at the moment, that will not feel great, but there are still decent candidates left to go. You can see how frustrated Baldwin was by his exit at La Source. Niels Nijholt into the final sector. First sector, pretty poor, about 2 or 3 tenths off where we'd expect it. Second sector, again, about 2 tenths off. He's looking for a time which would put him in 9th position at the moment. I don't think he's going to be tracking to get anything better than that. He might well take something to Baldwin, but I don't think he will. BMW M Team BS Competition's lone driver in the race comes across the line. 6 tenths off of pole. Bit of a giggle there as well. Yeah. I think he's. I think that tells you what mood he's in at the moment.
Yeah, he's just completely resigned to the fact that he won't be making it tomorrow, and he was very sure of that fact actually as he came here today. Even speaking to him, Thursday, Friday, was really downbeat about his chances.
He said it on Wednesday that he was not doing it.
Exactly. Yeah. Matt Packham, similar story here. Really, he comes over the line for Porsche Coanda into 8th place. Respectable time from him, certainly. And his teammate Mitchell de Jong is still to come after Yuri Kasdorp.
Yeah, let's see. Yuri Kasdorp, I mean, he's a big, strong boy. I don't want to say it. It's fine. We were getting along this weekend until now, and now he's going to absolutely despise me.
He's about a foot taller than me.
Huh?
He's about a foot taller than me.
That's not hard, though.
Oh, thanks.
I mean, you are quite literally, and I'm telling the audience this, he's on a step at the moment. Yuri Kasdorp out of the final corner, again dropping time in that second sector, and I think this might well be challenging Niels Nijholt to that final position at the moment. He goes up to 10th. Mitchell de Jong's the next and last to cross the line to try and take something to Marco Pejic. I don't know if he's going to be able to on those times.
Yeah, don't know, not sure. Based on that middle sector as well, we mentioned the minute mark and whether you're above or below. Mitchell de Jong, unfortunately, not able to do that. He comes out the final corner now. Where is the Porsche Coanda driver going to be? 10th place, just a couple of places behind his teammate Matt Packham, and nearly 4 tenths behind pole sitter Marco Pejic.
So we've had drivers where we've had races where we've had 6 drivers within a tenth of a second. Of course, the last one we had, it was 5 within a tenth of a second. Now we have 1 within a tenth of a second. Is Marco Pejic looking strong again? Of course, he is a race winner in a final in ESL R1, but let's take a look at the starting grid for the 3rd race in Group A, presented by our partners in VRS. Niels Nijholt will start from the final position, then Yuri Kasdorp, Mitchell de Jong and James Baldwin, with Matt Packham, Joni Toomler, Luke Bennett, Dara McCormack, Jakub Brzezinski on the 2nd row of the grid. Then we get Erhan Jajowski, Enzo Benito within a tenth of a second, and Marco Pejic will start from pole position. Well, what can he do here? He has a win in the online rounds. He's been up and down, got spun out in the previous race, and now he looks to potentially take victory at one of the racing's most historic circuits. Do you think he can do it?
Absolutely, I think he can. He's already won a round of the regular season, of course, although that wasn't at Spa, as far as I can remember. It was a great performance from him. He's certainly capable of doing it, and he still needs these points, let's not forget. Getting caught up in that incident in that last race was not good for him at all. I know he had a good first race, and that kind of put him at ease a little bit, but now he's put himself right back in the danger zone again. So he needs to lift himself back out of it again to hopefully give himself a less stressful final race.
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, I don't know how less stressful it's going to get. Of course, that 2-kilometre run from La Source to Les Combes always causes problems, and I get the feeling it might cause problems in this race as well. We saw it in the very first race of ESL R1 with an enormous 4-wide crash coming through the
Yeah, there was. Yeah, and hopefully we don't get that again, but it's very possible. We've seen plenty go on into La Source as well. The very first turn, we sometimes forget about it with the run up through Eau Rouge or whatever. Turn 1 can be difficult as well. So in terms of, well, when there's other cars around you anyway. So that's something to note. It's going to be an interesting one, though. One of the world's most historic racetracks, of course. Everybody knows Spa. Everybody loves it as well. You know, it's what better place to go?
Yeah, I'm just going to change topic a little bit off of the race ever so slightly, just because we've got to give a bit of a shout. I did say to George Morgan earlier on, we've seen a photograph of him. He's absolutely not watching this at the moment. He might be now, but, you know, that's terrible, isn't it?
He's just on the beach, or at least in the sun. Maybe not on the beach.
He certainly was. He certainly was. I wonder what he'd be making of the racing action. He wouldn't have lost his voice by this point, but there might well be a room for that tomorrow. It's going to be a difficult weekend for the drivers and for us as well. That's fine, but mostly for the drivers.
Let's not over-egg our slightly diminished responsibility, or not responsibility, but how hard our job is to just talk about these races, because
shout about these races.
Shout about these races. Yeah, we do that. You know, it's fantastic, but it has been great racing so far. The first race was kind of weirdly quiet. I thought we were expecting a lot to go on at that first race in Nürburgring. It was this set of drivers, of course, as well, and it didn't really happen for us, and we were a bit confused after the race, like what was going on there. But since then, it's been wild, really.
Yeah, certainly so. It's been one of these runs where we've had a bit of drama here and there, and that's just what's kind of made it all the more exciting that we've been building up. We've been getting more and more drama. I did say about George Morgan, by the way, and I am going to try. I'll give it a go, all right? I'm going to go full George Morgan for the start of this race, okay? Let me clear my voice. Okay. And it's pedal to the metal, and it's go, 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 go. It's finally from Marco Pajic. He leads off from pole position as we race down into the first corner. Enzo Benito trying to challenge, but Pajic has the whole shot, racing down towards the likes of Eau Rouge and Radeon. G2 Esports being pushed out wide as we're side by side towards one of the most famous corners in world motorsport. Fantastic stuff here. Let's see if Redline can work their way through. Was that right?
It's Tourmaler squeezing as much as possible against the wall. They're trying to hold on to the place, but can't quite do it. Now up the hill through the kink on the straight, and now the Kemmel straight itself up towards Lecombe. Tourmaler will gain all the time. There's a fight for the lead going on here as well, side by side between Luke Bennett around the outside of Renzo Benito, excuse me, around the outside of Marco Pajic. He does get the lead as well. Fantastic overtake, as does Darren McCormack and Kuba Brzezinski crawling over Erhan Yujovski.
Yeah, it's Brzezinski coming through first. It's McCormack with the green highlights going around the outside. You told me about the wing mirrors. It doesn't matter, but it does. You can tell the difference as they race their way down the hill. It's been, like I say, a difficult start at the moment for Pajic, losing out to the race lead, but it's nothing too bad as we head down the hill towards Pouhon. Let's see if there's going to be any chops and changes. I think the answer to that question is no. Bit of a slip of oversteer, though, from the R8G man as he's trying to just about hang on. I get the feeling as well, McCormack was wide behind.
Yeah, I agree. Bennett's very much stuck in the mid-pack now, though. This is not a position we've seen him in so far today. He's been up second place in race 1 and 2 at the end, gaining a lot of points, but now the real test of his nerve will begin. At the front, though, Enzo Benito, fantastic start for Redline. They want to get as many drivers into the second day as possible.
Yeah, here is Darren McCormack dealing with the pressure from... Oh, who is that behind? Oh, it's Luke Bennett. Oh, this could be a spicy fight. They got contact in the previous race. Will they do so in this one? Of course, it came from a big send from Bennett going into the arena section. Let's see what's going to happen here coming down into the bus stop. Bennett's not close enough to try anything, nor is McCormack on Yujovski ahead, nor is any one of those behind desperate to do so as we complete the first lap. They're all line astern.
They are indeed. It's indeed very close, actually, between all of the 12 drivers, all within a second. Nobody's fallen off the back, and that is going to provide good racing up towards Lecombe, I would imagine. It's all about your run out of La Source, though. Need that sort of little bit later braking, little bit later apex, get on the power, and you can try and make that move. I don't know if Bennett's quite going to be able to do that, and even he is one of the closest, though it is a long straight, and there's a slightly increased slipstream effect.
Yeah, it is slightly more than what we've had in the online rounds. They've tried making it a little bit more raceable, and that will be more prevalent here at Spa. And of course, the next time we go racing with Group A, and it will be the final race of the day when we go racing in the Autodromo Internazionale de Monza. Let's see what's going to happen here. There's a bit of a defensive move being taken there from Mac Backham, trying to fend off James Bolbin after a poor qualifying. We saw the shakes of the head from the race winner earlier on in the day as he still hangs on to 9th. Yuri Kasdorp has been told to drop back a position.
He's last, though. So I don't know how he's going to do that.
I think he gave up the position to Neil
Okay.
Niles.
Oh, he's already done it. Okay, that's fine. There we are. I didn't actually see what happened. I don't know if you did, but...
I think it probably would have been a little bit of a tough racing over the top of Radeon.
yeah, or indeed Lecom, I don't know. But it didn't take the stewards very long to decide quite what to do with that, and in the end Kazdub drops to the back. In fact, the bottom 3 drivers in your standings at the moment already know that they won't be progressing to J2. In fact, only 3 drivers who are outside of that cut at the moment can still make it, but it's really important. Marko Pejic is one of those who's really kind of on the bubble there. Tormula as well, as we look at the start again.
Yeah, we'll take a look at this once again. So it's that good start from Enzo Benito. It was actually pretty decent from Pejic here as we head down into the first corner, but it was that overspeed up and over the top of the camel curve. You've also got the battle in the background with Brzezinski working his way through, but this was a move around the outside of Les Combes as Enzo Benito threw it in, trying to get around the outside of Pejic. Space given between the pair, and again, that was brilliant from the pair of them, as it was from Brzezinski as well behind to take third.
Absolutely, yeah. It's so easy to run each other out of road through Les Combes there when you're twisting and turning, but fantastic driving, fantastic respect between Enzo Benito and Marko Pejic, possibly because both of these drivers know that they can't really afford penalties. In terms of points, they can't afford to lose those places, so whether it's first or second, they'll fight for it, of course, but they can't afford a penalty that will drop them all the way down. This field is still remarkably close for this stage in the race. Marko Pejic just has that little bit of a slide out of La Source. I don't know if he's going to be close enough for a move this time.
Yeah, the slipstream will just pull all the drivers along, basically. So, you know, first give the slipstream the second give the slipstream the third, and so on. And so in the mid-pack, you kind of, because the car ahead has slipstream, you kind of can't, you're getting the slipstream off of them. It's not as if it's a double slipstream. You are going a little bit faster than you would with just one, but it's nothing too crazy. Pejic, though, is going faster with just the one as we're heading onto the Kemmel Straight, and Pejic is going to get to the inside and retake over the race lead for Mercedes. Benito's not going to fight it too hard, but he drops down to second, and that one gets a little bit of a clap from I assume it's more of the Mercedes bunch, but you know, I think I saw a few Porsches clapping that as well.
Wow, that's quite...
Controversial,
yeah.
German manufacturers, they're at each other's throats.
I know.
But, you know.
Marko Pejic, though, up towards the lead. I did say that he was too far back. It does show a lot about the slight increase in slipstream, especially compared to what we had in Katowice back at the very first event. It's been slowly kind of brought up in a couple of increments across the course of the season, and now you can see that it is a much bigger effect than previously. So that's allowed Pejic to get through. In all fairness, though, he looks quicker than Benito anyway, based on the first half of this next lap.
Yeah, he's just missed the apex a little bit there, although he's probably actually gone for more of a late one, to be perfectly honest, just finding that bit going through the PIF and then into the path and up towards campus. And at the moment, why are you smiling at that? It's just such a good way of saying that corner.
It's far corner names, isn't it? Just a complete mess.
Started. Do not get me started. I stick with mine, you stick with yours, and we'll confuse the audience together, all right? Again, you let us know on social media what corner names you give to the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps, because I guarantee they're wrong. But either way, let us know at ESL_R1, or of course hashtag ESL R1 to get in touch. And as well, send us your questions, because we want to answer them in about the most confusing way possible, but you know, that's fine. Let's be fair, you know, that's fine. And do not forget to get on that survey, !survey in the Twitch chat, where you can then let us know what you've been thinking of the champion so far, what you thought about the online rounds, and what you think about the path to come, and where you think we should be heading for ESL R1.
Absolutely.
What do you think? No, I'm sorry, you're right.
Yeah, that's terrible. I'd like to see the survey. But anyway, Jakub Brzezinski very close to Enzo Benito, as you can see on the left-hand side of the screen. There's Marko Pejic on the right-hand side. You can see clear road in front of him. Not a worry in the world, although Benito will be closing here. Less than 4/10 of a second. He won't be close enough. That will probably allow him to hold off from Brzezinski. Erhan Yayovski is quite close to making a move for a podium place here, though. They're all single file up towards Les Combes.
But this is the thing is that Benito did, when he took over the race lead, he was able to hold it for a lap and then got caught in by Pejic. So I kind of wonder if this time by, well, the next time they go over on the Kemmel Straight, maybe then he'll actually once again have the speed. I don't know why it took 2 laps, but who knows? Maybe you just need to get yourself in position for the right opportunity. It's kind of one of those things where you might think, okay, what you want to do is you want to wait until the last lap and then try and make the move. I think that's wrong. I think that's, I get it, I get the logic, because you're then making the move on the Kemmel Straight when you can't be re-overtaken on the Kemmel Straight, right? That's great, but then you're putting all of your pressure, all of your eggs into one basket of making that move right at that one right time.
It's a dangerous game, isn't it? Because, as you say, you're only giving yourself one chance. Although, when you give yourself multiple, maybe you go through on lap 5, maybe Benito is going to be leading through the next lap. That allows Pajic at least 2 chances to come back at you again. So it's a really dangerous game. It's a really fine balance in between those two as well, in terms of trying to obviously have enough time to make the move, but also not get re-overtaken again before the end of the race. So it's a difficult balance to strike. So far, this race single file as we go and look at what happened when we exchanged the race lead between these two.
Yeah, you can see the, once again, decent drive up over Rouge and Rowdy on that slipstream, really taking into decent effect as they head up towards the end of the Kemmel curve. The curve starts on the left-hand side. It's basically the start of where the braking zone is, and onto the brakes, Pajic went to take over the race lead. Benito didn't fight that one particularly hard. Will he try and get back through relatively soon? We've got 3 laps left to go. And yeah, the thing is, I've always said when it comes to those kind of things where you're trying to time it right, if you're trying to manipulate the race to like kind of, you know, make sure that your the driver you're battling with is going to overtake you at the right point. It's a big game of chess. Sometimes overthinking it is a mistake. Just go for the move.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't disagree with you at all. This is a very, very interesting battle now, though. Darragh McCormack and Luke Bennett, after having made contact in the previous race. Darragh not pleased with Bennett at all. He goes on the defensive, and the straight line speed of the Mercedes right now is just about enough. Bennett will go to the outside. Darragh squeezes as much as possible, but Bennett forced to tuck in behind. That's the first little inkling as to a battle that we might get going forward in this race.
Yeah, battle on the left-hand side of your screen, battle on your right is for 3rd position as well. Brzezinski and Yujovski, again, 2 drivers that have fought their way in their sim racing past. On the left, it's 2 drivers that haven't fought their way too much in their sim racing past. However, they have made a bit of contact and a bit of controversy indeed in that previous race. 2 of sim racing's young guns on the left-hand side, and I am going to be rude, and I'll say that Yujovski and Brzezinski are 2 of the elder statesmen. Not quite Niels Nyock's level. Not on par
worse, this sentence.
Not on par with the Silver Fox. But all right, anyway, have you got a spade for me to dig my hole? That's fine. Okay, right, moving on.
It's Yoni Chobler's with them as well. We can add them into the mix if you want to.
Oh, my
but we're getting in a lot of trouble here. But anyway, no, I agree with you though. It's 2 drivers who are obviously pretty fresh into the sim racing game. I say pretty fresh. They have been around a fairly decent amount of time.
It's about 3 and a bit years.
It's a decent amount of time, but they're just not that old yet. You know, it's the lack of experience, I guess, in that respect.
I will say Bennett has been in sim racing for less time than you think. Right, he's been at the front of sim racing for a little while, but he's only been in. I think he only got into sim racing. I was chatting to him and his dad at Donington Park a week ago, and can't remember. I think it was like he only got into sim racing like around COVID time, so it was only like a couple of years ago.
I saw a nod.
There we go. Thank you. Yeah, no, so it's not actually been that crazy, and yet he's just ridiculously fast. That to me is so irritating, you would not believe.
Yeah, some people are just really irritatingly talented, aren't they?
It's so bad. And then there's us.
You can work in it for so long, and then someone like Bennett comes along and just wipes the floor with everyone. And so far, he has been doing that in this championship. He's still championship leader, but will be losing a few points here with this result, you'd imagine, or at very least giving an opportunity to Marcel Chinchik and Josh Rogers to catch up in the next race, which is when Group B return here for the 2nd race at Spa. Up towards Lecom again on the penultimate lap. It looks like everybody will stay where they are.
Yeah, there's no switches just yet. You'll see anyone popping out, and at the moment on the penultimate lap, no one's trying to do anything. You might think this is boring, but for me, I think this is building up towards a barnstorming final lap. Surely everyone's going to give something a go on that final lap. Someone's got to try something. Again, we're talking about points. We're talking about drivers that are close to the cutoff. Drivers that are fighting for their final positions inside that top 12 to move through into Sunday's action. Like you said, there's only really 3 that can fight their way into it. And right now, you know, if you're even close to it, even if you're in 10th position, you think you're safe. Never think you're safe. Score as many points as you can, because it'll still put you in a decent position for tomorrow.
Absolutely. And by the way, James Baldwin, down in 10th place right now, needs a top 9 to guarantee himself a place in the next in the top 12. Of course, he probably will anyway, as we know. But right now, he's not doing it, and we'll probably have to rely on the results of the next race, which is when Group B return for their 3rd race of the afternoon. There he is at the back of Mitchell de Jong.
Which are the drivers, by the way, those 3? You're the one that did the maths earlier. I completely forgot to.
The ones who are outside at the moment?
Well, yeah.
What do you mean? Yeah, so Nikodem Wisniewski is not in this one, of course. I think Benito is just the wrong side of that at the moment, and I can't remember. He's pretty tight. Tormola's in and around there, although his race win just now will have jumped him up wildly. So there's quite a few in that conversation, and to be honest, well, there's only 3 below that line. It's about 8 above it.
We will absolutely keep our eye on it, especially heading into the fourth race and such. We'll let you know exactly the dots and details of exactly what's been going on, of who's doing what, of who's fighting for what, and of who needs to fight for what. But right now we are focused on a race, what really looks like it's become for second place, because Marko Pejic, rather than feeling the pressure of Enzo Benito, has checked out into the distance. He's got 1.1 seconds over Benito. Brzezinski behind, we're on board with Jofsky behind that, who's not got too much pressure coming in from Dara McCormack, who's still feeling it from his close rival of Luke Bennett.
Yeah, they're not quite so close. It's Tormola who looks like he might make a move on Bennett there, and Brzezinski is appearing next to Benito right now. Outside line in towards Lecombe for him. They'll go side by side. Great move from Brzezinski. Bit of contact, but he's through into second place.
Bravo. Well, great move from Brzezinski. Just about the amount of space given that was required. Johanny Jofsky will try and work his way through, and it does seem as though the BMW of the Team Redline car is starting to struggle a little bit on its tyres potentially. It certainly isn't looking as fast as it did in the earlier stages. Pejic has checked out, and now he's got a couple of Mercs that's come through, and you have to deal with the pressure of the Audi R8 of Erhan Jofsky as well.
Pejic is only 1 point above the cut line going into this, so this race win won't guarantee himself a place, of course, but it will do a great deal to help him. If Erhan Jofsky can get onto the podium, he will guarantee a place in the top 12 as well.
There we go, all looking to book their place into the all-important Sunday, the final Sunday of the ESL R1 spring season, as we build up towards the championship finale, as we build up towards who's going to be on top and who's going to be taking home that fantastic trophy behind us. We don't know who it's going to be right now. We won't until deep into tomorrow, but right now Marko Pejic is running away.
He absolutely is. Erhan Jofsky getting close to Benito, but I don't think he's quite going to get there in time. It's been a great drive from Marko Pejic, though. Nice lap to get pole position. Did have a little bit of a shaky moment when he got overtaken, but he's retaken that lead and hasn't looked back since.
Well, Marko Pejic only has a final couple of corners. Like you say, he put in a great effort in qualifying. He comes into that final corner and looks to take a second victory for Mercedes of the day. But here comes Erhan Jofsky, almost having a look on Enzo Benito into that final corner. It's more of a look trying to force a mistake as Pejic comes out to take victory at Spa. It's a historic circuit and it's a historic win for Marko Pejic as he takes top honours here in a fantastic drive. He had to time it to perfection, he had to come back through and had to fight off Enzo Benito, and he took victory in fantastic fashion. We'll head down to Ash now, who of course is with Pejic himself.
Congratulations on the race win here at Spa. Personally, one of my favorite tracks, so I'm a little biased that this is the greatest win so far today. Knowing your previous record with Spa being through the semifinals, what's kind of fueled your improvement throughout the season, now getting P1 here?
I think personally it's the anger from round 2, getting a bit, yeah, not that great of a result, but yeah, I knew it was tough to make it into day 2 with round 2, but yeah, I needed to fully commit to the qualifying lap in round 3, and I managed to get pole, and from there on it was, yeah, really, really good.
Yeah, how do you channel that emotion? You mentioned anger, and I'm like, we've all gone through it as sim racers. I mean, how do you channel that into a win, essentially? Do you just lay down and focus and put on the laps?
Well, it's very easy to kind of, yeah, not be focused anymore if you're angry, but you need to really calm down at that moment, know that you've got a job at hand, another race upcoming, and a chance to make up for it. So, yeah, that's the only way forward.
And how are you feeling about Monza?
Monza wasn't my best track, but I'll try to score as many points as possible and hopefully make it into day 2 of the majors.
Absolutely. Congratulations on the win.
You.
Great. And now we're going to throw it back to the desk to Jazz and Krim.
Krim. My bro, my homie at this point. I like to think we're homies now. Are we homies? I'm going to take that as a yes, Krim 6. How do you feel about that Spa showdown that we've just seen there?
Well, unfortunately, I was at the makeup booth for half of that race, but I tuned in at the end, guys. I'm keeping it bluntly honest here with you guys.
Keeping it 100.
Yeah, 100.
All right. Well, at the very start,
I'm 30. I don't know what that means.
At the very start, you mentioned that the Mercedes were incredibly overpowered. So as we take a look at the results, Krim, we'll be able to give you a little bit of a TLDR. You tell me, is there anything here that surprises you, stands out to you? Because we're seeing Enzo rise up the ranks very slowly.
Yeah, that's not I would say that, Enzo getting third, that's one story. But the bigger story is that these damn Mercedes keep winning, okay? Which I don't know where we're at with the overall standings, but tomorrow is looking like it's going to be a long day because anyone who's in, the top 3, let's look at this. So Baldwin, he's in 4th. Think about this. If a Mercedes is preventing a win once they get that finalist mode, it's going to be tough. Right now, it seems very tough to beat a Mercedes on any track. So Baldwin, if I'm James Baldwin, I'm looking at it like it's a good chance of winning tomorrow.
Who are you thinking?
And sorry to cut you off. If I'm anyone else, I'm like, oh crap, I have to beat that car. You know? So it's a tough situation. I would say if I'm driving a Mercedes right now, I'm excited about tomorrow.
Who are you thinking and feeling like, is going to be the very first driver to get that sweet finalist mode?
Oh, Bennett, easily. I think Bennett getting to that finalist mode will be pretty easy. And I think that the overall win, is going to be very difficult. So, and then I think, I honestly am going to predict Bennett or Baldwin to win tomorrow. Right now. That wasn't part of the plan of prediction or anything, but that's what I think is going to happen. And I've never been wrong once in my life.
Well, we've had a very exciting first half of the day, to say the very least here, Crimsix, but we're just getting things started. But I think we should take a moment, cool down a little bit. Let's head over and join Morris once again, because Morris, you know how much you know how much I love picking your brains. Let's walk on over, Crimsix. Let's see what's going on. Mr. Rennsport himself.
Oh,
hello again.
I just broke the couch.
Oh, it got me.
Right, so Morris, we're here, halfway mark. How have you been feeling? The broadcast has been going so far. The atmosphere. Thoughts and feelings thus far?
Yeah, it's definitely great. Great atmosphere, great to see the sports guys, and broadcast also is amazing. So I enjoyed it a lot. So seeing you boys, great.
That's what we absolutely love to hear, isn't it?
I'm kind of curious. You're gonna have to tell me later where you got all these giant backdrops, okay? Because I'm always looking to improve the stream room.
Exactly. If there's anybody here that is joining us live in the studio as well, we have a photo wall as well.
There's a photo wall?
There is a photo wall as well, right at the very entrance. Go ahead, snap your photos, and remember to use that hashtag ESL R1 as well. I'm intrigued.
I gotta go over there.
Yeah, I know. As Lewis would say, I'm excited to see the sick drip. I'm liking the snapback as well. You got some sick drip of your own. Okay.
What is that? Sorry. Yeah,
don't worry.
No, we're too old. We're too old.
I'll give you a tutorial on all the latest lingo. Don't you worry about it. But Morris, there's been a lot of people that have been incredibly eager about Rennsport, the future of it. We've already touched upon as well. I know there have been a lot of questions kind of thrown your direction, as well as in the team's direction as well. But I think you have a little something you want to tease and show us.
Yeah, definitely. So I'm super proud, and it's really a great moment for all of us and for the team that we now have a final date for the beta version. So
open or closed?
A closed beta. So they're
I want to beat somebody. Give me just some random person
you'll get some.
so I can finally win something. On this.
You will get some. It will
always in last.
Will not take that long, so that you can have them all in the online sessions
well, we're looking at a lucky group of people for the closed beta.
It is also on our side, so we worked a lot, and it's now really great that we have the 6th of June where we could start with a closed beta, and we're really super excited that we then can give the product to the community, and we have more than 50,000 registrations, so it's time to start, definitely.
50,000?
50,000.
On that note, I think it is time to start. Let's show everybody at home what to expect, what they should be looking forward to, the future of run sport. A very, very worthy applause, Morris. I know Crim's going extra hard for that clap.
That was a test.
Testing one,
See how
two.
long they would clap for.
Morris, incredible work from yourself and the entire team over at Rennsport as well. Talk to us more, though. What can we expect from this fabulous closed beta?
Yeah, as I said, it's great that we now can start and having the first closed beta guys on the platform and in the game from the 6th on. Beta definitely will be in 3 steps. We will start with a single player mode where you can really test all the tracks, all the cars, really getting familiar with the environment, with the physics and everything. Second step is we will host Rennsport online sessions, so there you can jump in and do your first online experience and battling with other guys. And the third step of closed beta is definitely doing your own online sessions and hosting your own things and driving with friends and having all this. And that's the timeline for the closed beta for the next weeks and months.
So I know we saw the Praga being shown in the trailer as well. People signing up for closed beta that get given that access. Do they have access to the Praga too?
Yeah, for sure. The Praga will be part of the beta.
Do I get that? Do I get that?
I'm not sure. Do you have the license? No, for sure. Yeah.
I looked at it in the garage, right? And I'm like, what is that? It was that car. I immediately went to YouTube, researched and everything. I was like, damn.
It's a crazy
car. I want to
really,
get on right now.
So much fun to drive. So
yeah, I was about
to test here.
I was about to kick someone off. I probably will do that later so I can drive that car. So hopefully I don't get fined, thrown out, exiled.
Well, you mentioned as well that you guys had 50,000 signups as well for the closed beta itself. Talk to me about the rolling out process. So surely we're not just giving everybody access immediately, right?
No, as I said, so we will do it step by step. Yeah. So we'll start with a single player thing, and we also will bring in groups of players or registered people just to test how the servers work and how our technical environment works, and if there are any bigger things we have to fix. And then immediately we will start bringing in more and more, and hopefully having all of the registrations on the platform in the game within the next 1-2 month.
So for people that haven't exactly signed up as of right now, how do they go about getting access for closed beta, signing up for the whole process itself?
Yeah, you can go on the website. You can have a look at all the social channels and so on. There you can register it for the beta. Jump in, do it now. You will have a lot of fun, definitely.
A lot of fun indeed. But you know what? If you're like me, and maybe a little bit impatient, which I am incredibly impatient, and you want closed beta access right now, right this very moment, I've got fantastic news for everybody. We are doing a giveaway for some closed beta keys, 30 of them to be precise as well. So if you folks at home or anybody here wants access to the closed beta, go ahead and type !Gleam in the chat as well. I'm curious to hear everybody else's thoughts, feelings, and experiences for it.
I can't wait to absolutely massacre those 30 new players, new drivers, Christmas noobs on the game. I can't wait to have my way with you on the track. Oh my God, and in the Praga. Is it the Praga R1?
It is the Praga R1, yeah, right.
Is that Batman's car?
It kind of looks like Batman's car.
It's the little sister, I would say. But it looks like it. But it's really a lot of fun.
Wait a second. What does he mean by that? Is there a bigger, badder, faster car coming out?
There will be other cars this year. So we work on several car types and cars since a while. Yeah, maybe some things there. There will be definitely a LMDH car, a TCR, and several other groups of cars this year.
So I'm presuming as well, people that have access to the closed beta will indeed be able to provide their own feedback, their own experiences whilst playing the game as well, right?
So for us, beta is the next big thing because getting the feedback from the community is for us the same value as getting the feedback from the pros. So that helps us to develop the game. And same we will have now with the beta. We will get a lot of feedback, and we will use it to make the game definitely better as it is at the moment.
And hopefully I can finally beat someone.
Maybe one day.
You will find one, definitely.
There'll be one sore loser out there, Crimsix. Don't you worry about that.
Only one?
Maybe more. I don't know. Anyways, we're going off topic. I know that you mentioned previously that modding is going to be a capability as well. I'm looking forward to the future of Rennsport. We've been talking about liveries left, right, and center throughout the duration of ESL R1 as well. We've seen the Porsche Coanda livery, IRL.
Porsche, say it right.
Porsche. I've been saying it right up until now. Shaking my head, Crimsix. Anyways, we've seen the Porsche livery IRL here as well, which, by the way, chef's kiss, looks absolutely beautiful, even though I might have roasted the livery in-game a little bit. I'm curious to hear more.
Told you bad takes. Your livery list was crap.
Get out of here,
It was
Crimsix.
crap.
Well, you know what? On that note, I'm curious to find out more about the side of Porsche Coanda, because I've heard they have a team house. So let's find out more.
They got matching apparel too.
Essentially, I put my whole life into this.
ESL R1 is extremely unforgiving.
It is definitely a lot of pressure. I'm always going to want to win.
And it's pedal to the metal, and it is go.
Potential jump start from Josh Rogers.
Back, his number might be up.
We want to dominate the scene.
I've dedicated my whole life to racing in general.
There's food. Let's go. Yep. Don't do that, man. I live together with my teammates, with Josh, Mitchell, and Dane. We live together in the same house. We usually have dinner together. I'm always the guy that cooks every evening. The other guys also just don't know how to operate a kitchen.
Thank you, mother.
It's a lot of fun, to be honest. It's just through my friends that you're living with. We practice together. Mitchell and I do a lot of training together for exercise-wise. I don't work.
Not clean.
No, that's not fair.
Clean jump start.
It's kind of like a family. Like, you kind of know everyone's tendencies and stuff like that. I think it was clean, but just a little bit, like, not ultra on the edge. Like, I could have gone deeper to turn 2. When you have people that kind of get a sense of where your head's at. You can automatically give that support without you having to ask for it.
You can use the inside curb sometimes, and it like hooks it up.
The raised one.
Like third gear, full throttle, like get it to start sliding and then shift.
Having your teammates be willing to work with you, like let's say you're struggling on something specific, they can, you know, jump in and be like, hey, let's work on this together. I can help you. We can work on this thing specifically. It wasn't too beneficial to use too much lock like we've seen some other teams doing. You can kind of get a sense when someone's down, and you can pick them up with just kind of talking through things.
I, moved from Australia, being able to live with my friends. It made a big difference for sure. Like if I was coming over here and living on my own and trying to do this that way, I think it would have been a lot more difficult. I haven't necessarily had to go out and do much on my own because we've always been as a group.
Man, you're just cheating now. You're honestly just cheating.
It's like a big group of friends working together towards a goal. And now that the team is partnered with Porsche, I feel like it's gotten to a higher standard.
This is finals day of the final round of the ESL R1 spring season. For me, P3, so I'll be racing in semi-final 2. Mitchell managed to get through with a spectacular pass for P6, so he'll be racing today in semi-final 1.
Okay, let's go like here. Oh, impossible, man, impossible.
Unfortunately, Dane got taken out in the hairpin on Friday, which was honestly really tough to watch.
Let's race.
Two reckless drivers got together on the run up into the hairpin, and even though they were like a second and a half behind, they managed to run into the back of us into the mid-corner, so that's really disappointing.
It sucks not being able to compete at the major. That's life.
R1 is just like really cutthroat. If you make one mistake or if someone else makes their mistake, you're out of it.
There's so much pressure on the individual driver. It's a mental game more than anything else.
It's all up for grabs, so.
Yeah. That's the worst, actually, when you can't really participate anymore and have your own...
Yeah. Yeah, it would have been nicer to just drive myself and then take care of it myself. Yeah.
Unfortunately, Mac started out with a qualifying ban, but he managed to push forward really, really well up into P8 and score some very, very important points for him.
I think there's a lot of people that have a really good, they don't need too many points, so they're pretty safe in getting by me, but I think there's 3 that need a lot of points, so I hope those 3 don't make it, and then I'm 24th.
And then you have another chance to really show what you can do in Munich.
Yeah, I hope so.
Porsche Motorsports, of course, have a big heritage and big history in motorsports. And this is, of course, then also the expectation that we have when it comes to our Porsche Coanda esports racing team. And that is, of course, to win races and to be the best and fastest esports racing team.
It is definitely a lot of pressure. We want to win the whole thing in the end.
Mitchell de Jong looking to come and spoil the party. Only goes 4th fastest. 4 drivers within the same 10th of a second. Extraordinary.
But it's insanely competitive and so on the edge.
You beat Luke Bennett by exactly 0.000. Good job.
We'll see how this one unfolds as we'll take a look at our starting grid for semi-final number 1 as we'll race down towards the first corner, a slightly slower start.
Let's go.
Enter now Mitchell de Jong as well with an almighty send. Heading through now into the second sector. They go in tandem now.
The level at the top end is higher in sim racing. In real racing, you have a lot of times differences between cars that are quite a bit larger than what we would have in the sim. Also, just the limited amount of time that you can practice in the real car is super difficult, whereas in the sim, it's 24 hours a day if you have the physical ability. And you have to kind of think about any time that you're not driving, one of your competitors could be driving and getting better and faster than you. So you really need to manage your time, and I've kind of dedicated my whole life to racing. I never really liked school, just something I had to do. And I don't know, I just love driving. I feel like it's something I was almost meant to do. Like, I grew up in a race shop, my dad building cars, they had a business, my dad racing. I grew up racing. To be honest, I don't really know anything different.
I don't even have a driver's license yet, but I've been racing this buggy for the first year, this year. But I also raced since I was 5. I am 14.
I started racing when I was 5 in go-karts. Eventually that progressively moved into rallycross and had some good success with that.
Sponsored head to toe.
And there was a point where I picked up sim racing as a training tool for real racing, and eventually I ended up kind of putting on the same level as real racing.
And then the trio of Baldwin, De Jong and Bennett does beat McCormack out across the line.
And I'm happy to have done it.
Checking in once again with our tier list of drivers that we have in contention for the major.
I need 2 people here to not overtake me in points.
There's nothing more they can do. They've got to sit back and hope that things go in their favour now. Same for Matt Backham as well.
We all believe in our minds that we all have the ability to win, each of us. So it's just really trying to get everything out of yourselves for each week and recognize that it is a bit of a team effort, and we get a bit more out of ourselves if we work hard together.
You need water. I'm water boy now. So when you don't race, you're the water boy. You know?
Oh, that's pretty good. I'm insane. I'm literally insane.
I really wanted to be a lawyer when I was a kid. And then as I got a little bit older, like early teenage years, I realized how much you have to read as a lawyer. And I dislike reading books and all that shit, so I was like, all right, I'm not becoming a lawyer. And then I found gaming, and then I prefer to spend my time gaming rather than doing homework and stuff, so I just like, all right, I'll just see where it takes me. Essentially, I put my whole life into this.
And it's pedal to the metal, and it is go, 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 go! Joshua Rogers also looking to try and get himself into the mix.
I've always been a very competitive person. That's often led me to always want to be the best at what I do.
This is getting dicey as they head into the arena section. Let's see Rogers down the inside, fending off Kasdorp.
Usually I don't get that nervous when I watch my teammates drive, but I kind of was like, okay, I'm kind of in this even though I'm not actually in it because I'm not driving.
They come through the middle sector now here on lap 9 of 10. Joshua Rogers ahead of him.
If I'm going to do something, I want to do it 110%.
Would you say now you're where you want to be?
I'm not having to sit in an office from 9 to 5 just typing away on a computer all day. I'm very much where I want to be. I still remember the first day I went karting.
Joshua Rogers ahead of him, who's twice.
I burnt my arm on the engine getting out because it didn't have a suit. It was just a long sleeve shirt, and it slid back, and I went to school with these like really cool like fin mark burns, and I thought, yeah, this is fun.
Joshua Rogers in the mix too.
And then hope for the best with Sebi now.
Is he the only one now that decides it?
Yeah.
So Sebi's not allowed to become better than 4?
Yeah, if he's P5, it's good. If he's P4, I think it's over.
Okay.
Learning like what they do in certain situations is something that I need to do a lot more, I think. Ever since I joined the team, that's sort of what I've gained from the most, learning from, the best drivers in the world, basically.
For the most part, I think, growing up was always like just driving cars. Yeah, I think sim racing sort of did that in a way that I didn't have to be rich to like make it there myself.
The last of our finals in the online spring season, and the final journeys to Munich. Was that a potential jump start, though, from Josh Rogers from 5th position on the grid?
Josh had drive through.
No.
Because of a jump start, and then, yeah, he will be P12 then.
Man.
That could essentially be the factor of Mac making it or not. That was obviously weighing on my mind.
Come on, dive.
That feeling of that you didn't live up to the expectation. Frustration, disappointment, confusion.
If you let it bother you, the more it will still like stick around in your head, and you'll have it in the back of your head. Like the best thing to do is just forget about it. It's like, it's not like you made a mistake. I don't know how to explain it.
I did make a mistake this time. Every other time it was the game like trolling me, but like.
But it's not something like you're, I don't know, like you don't. I don't know how to explain it. It's just like it just happened. Like it's not a big deal. It's not like something you have to work on. Like you just, you know. So just brush it off. Still made the final. P3. You're the GOAT.
Like I've never jumped so many starts in my life.
After the race, Mitchell was talking to me a lot. It, yeah, absolutely helps process those things.
From our side, it's the goal to give them the freedom and the possibilities to work this out, because I think this is also a learning thing when you realize for yourself to overcome those situations and to deal with those mental challenges leading up to a race event. I think that makes you stronger long term.
Good so far. I guess there won't be anything changing, so.
That means that the Big Mac, Mac Backham, goes through to the major, Jasmine.
Welcome to the major. I think so.
Yeah.
Going to Munich itself is nice. Happy to go there, see everyone again, race against the people there. That's going to be the most fun, and I'm happy I made it.
Yes, P24.
Yeah, quite a relief. Good one. Thank you.
And we need you. It was really cool seeing Mac just make it into the major, and obviously Josh and Mitchell are pretty safe.
Going to the major, obviously, the goal is to win. I'm a little bit on the back foot, but there's still plenty of points on offer on the Saturday.
At least for me, like, if some miracle happened and I won, like, this would be the elation I guess I would feel from, like, all the hardships, like, through the whole season to, like, have it work out in the end would just be insane.
I think I can count on one hand how many results that I'm happy with that I've gotten since being in the team, which sucks. I want to be top 3, top 5.
Yeah, of course.
Like the whole time, and not just half the time.
For sure, the goal was to win. We made it this far. There's no point giving up now. I just feel like I'd just be like happy, like grateful that all my jump starts didn't completely ruin the whole year. You know what I mean? Like
there's just loads of seconds, you know. It's like, oh man, it'd be nice to like win it.
I'm always going to want to win.
It's just a privilege really to be in this situation, and then, yeah, to get something big out of it, I think that's pretty significant. We are living the dream, for sure. And yeah, it's a cool thing to live and breathe kind of what we do here.
What an incredible, heartfelt sentiment. I feel like every single driver has their own individual story, and I think that's absolutely beautiful. People from different backgrounds, different areas of the world as well. From lawyer to professional sim racer. What about you? What was your background before sim racing? What did you want to do?
Well, first of all, the pictures in that, the old, you know, wow. Wow. good job. That was a great video. But my background on what? Life? Because
What did you want to do when you were a
I had no friends
kid?
growing up. No friends.
All right, well, you're surrounded by friends here now, right?
one liked
All the sim racers surrounding you right now, Crimsix, so don't you worry about that. On that note, let's go ahead and take a look at our Group B and all of the drivers we have coming on up. They're getting their rigs primed and ready. Now, Crimsix, I have a variety of questions for you. Firstly, I kind of want to start with Nikodem Wisniewski for the side of Mercedes. He was first on the last track in Hockenheim, but can he pick up the pace? Because he was out in quarterfinals both times on Spa previously when we take a look at the results from online. Add into that the fact that he's got an injury as well. Can he do it back-to-back?
Well, we say injury, right? I say, you know, his car might have, where's he at? Where's he at? I don't know. With the attitude that I saw in the post-race interview, I got no faith. But when you factor in that he's faster with one arm, I have complete faith. And he's also in the Mercedes, which has been very strong today.
All right, well, we spoke to Kaiki a little bit earlier on as well. Talk to me about him as a driver, but then also Tommy Usgaard as well.
Well, first of all, his first name, how it's spelt on paper versus how you pronounce it, is so vast. I don't even know, I don't even want to know how that happened. But it was a great interview. I talked to him in the back, and he absolutely hates my guts. But I think he's going to be very quick coming up, because he definitely got loose in that interview. And, you know, Malta.
Yeah, I know. What a fantastic location to
I'm
choose
jealous.
as well.
I'm jealous.
But when we take a look at the stats, once again, I'm a little bit of a stats gal. Kaiki having come 8th and 7th in the two previous races that we saw. Tommy, however, 4th and then 11th. Opposite ends of like the spectrum. It's not really consistent performance coming out from him. Do we think we're going to see Tommy Usgaard maybe mellow out a little bit, get a little bit more of a consistent performance, or is it very much an up and down roller coaster?
I'm going to predict 6th or 7th.
Okay.
And then we're going to come back to this, whether I'm right or wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And one of us is going to get pissed.
Okay. For what reason, 6th or?
Because one person, well, for what reason? No reason.
Just gut feeling?
Literally gut feeling, yeah.
All right,
and I got a big gut.
Another driver I want to talk about is also Kevin Siggy for the side of Team Redline. Currently on the cusp of being in that 12-driver bracket in order for the points to work out for him to go through to tomorrow as well. Obviously, we still have Monza coming up after Spa, which is a whole can of worms on its own. I'm so excited to see how that one's going to unfold. But focusing more on Spa, do we think that this is a make or break situation for him? How much weight is placed on this very race that's about to take?
I think it is, and the good news is that he's locked in.
Mm-hmm.
He's tapped in. I said I said good job, but I didn't say job. I said something else, and he said I know. So Siggy, he's gonna place well here. So 100%, complete faith.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Well,
now, what he's going to get, I would say top 4.
Okay.
Top 4.
Top 4. That's a respectable placement, definitely.
Yep.
We were talking about Tommy Usgaard and whether or not we're going to get a roller coaster performance once again, or whether or not we're going to see consistency coming through. So let's hear from the man himself.
Tommy, congratulations on making it thus far. How does it feel to be representing Heroic?
It's super nice. It's super cool to be here with Nikolai. Sadly enough, my other teammates are not here because they didn't qualify. But they've been helping me a lot in practice, preparing for this race. So it's super cool to be here, and I'm really excited to get going.
What does practice with your teammates look like?
We practice a lot together in terms of simulating the race and fighting, doing like a race simulation and seeing how it is battling, especially on a new track that we're driving this round. So yeah, also comparing data to each other. It's mainly how it goes.
In addition to that support, how else have your teammates been supporting you through this?
They've been driving other cars and also helping me, like getting lap times and battling on track. throughout the season, but also specifically for this event, even when they're not here. So.
Well, the great news is the community's behind you because you're such a fan favorite. I mean, you've gained popularity throughout this whole entire season. What does that mean to you, having that community support?
I mean, it's super nice to have people backing me. I didn't actually know that, but I mean, I feel it sometimes through messages and stuff, so it's super cool to have people supporting us and supporting me. Heroic also have a really nice community who's behind me, so that's super, super cool.
And what's something you wish you knew now that you've competed this whole entire season and the beginning of the season?
I think maybe I put a little bit too much pressure on myself in the beginning, so maybe just taking that pressure away and just chill a bit more and be a bit more relaxed for qualifyings. I think that would be the main advice I would give myself.
Awesome, thank you so much. Good luck this weekend.
Thank you very much.
We've relocated once again onto the couch. Now we are joined by none other than David Sampson. Firstly,
Hello there.
Thank you for joining us here on the stage. So you're a content creator for VRS, so I'm hoping you can tell me all things VRS right about now as well. First and foremost, what is the importance of the gear that you are using as a sim racing driver?
Yeah, for sure. You see from the professionals here, gear is really important, having it dialed in and correctly set up. So it's from hardware to software. It can be tough on your own. We see all these guys who have a team behind them, but typically when you're sim racing, it's you alone. So having very easy to set up, well-configured software. So for example, there's lots of wheelbases out there, lots of direct drive, but the VRS feels very well tailored for the game you're in. So you can customize it, but again, out-of-the-box experience I think is crucial for the general user.
So, this is sort of my expertise because I think I have like 10 wheels plus.
Yes.
And the one thing that I noticed, right, that is not talked about enough, in my opinion, and keep in mind I'm new here, okay? And I'm sort of an idiot, but I'm not a moron, okay? So something I want to talk about is rotational mass.
Okay.
On the wheels. So everyone thinks, you know, get a wheel with the screen, it looks cool, okay? You look cool, but you ain't fast. I learned that the hard way.
Correct.
Tell me about
also, the
that.
screen can be, unfortunately, no matter how you're going to configure your wheel, the screen on top of, if it's attached to the wheel rim, is too low. No matter how you angle it, raise it, at some point the monitors and the wheel, there'll be a meet line. And also it's the distance. So a screen on a wheel is, let's say, 3 or 4 inches in front of the screen. And as we know, it takes our eyes a little time to focus for something that's closer or further away. So I'm not necessarily saying screens are a bad thing on the wheel rim, but I generally have only used them in the past for seeing a change I've made, more as a confirmation than actually reading its what the message was.
Okay, and I know that you had mentioned that obviously all of the drivers here, they've got teams behind them, kind of telling them what to configure, how to do it, so many technicalities. But if I am new to sim racing, how do I go about getting started, getting set up?
Well, I've got YouTube tutorials for that, but no.
I'm not being professional here.
No,
guys.
there is.
I
It's such an active community, the sim racing. It's been fantastic. I've been part of it for years. Everyone's willing to help each other. There is quite a lot of gear out there, but the popular stuff, whether it's from VRS or competitors, it's very easy to get up and going, whether it's from Discord channels, the forums. But typically, like I said, what I'm all very impressed about VRS, as long as you follow the steps and answer the questions correctly, the out-of-the-box experience is pretty phenomenal.
And now, is it important to have an entire rig? Obviously, they have some beautiful rigs here, but what if you don't have the space at home? Do you need to have a whole rig?
So starting out, I always encourage people to start out with what they've got. If they've got a desk, clamp a wheel to the desk, put the pedals on the floor, find out if they're passionate about it. And, you know, hobbies are expensive. I'm not saying sim racing is any more expensive than golf or karting, but you need a solid foundation if you're going to go into what the pedals and wheelbase technology you see in here. So what the pros are getting from the rig is every input on the brake they're feeling and working with is just from the pedal. Any flexibility, whether it be a desk or anything else, unfortunately the vibrations and the movement is going to interfere significantly, especially at this level. They want their inputs, whether it's from the wheel or the brake, for them to be very accurate to understand and feel.
I'm going to be honest, you lost me there. You lost me there. I don't think
I can take-
it's
I
not.
can
It's not
take
you
it
though.
for
It's not you though. I promise.
I could take it. It's all right. He's just mesmerized by the VRS
Yeah,
wheel.
I'm just looking at it like.
Now, David.
I should have been better. Should've been
David,
better.
talk to me about what other products are being developed for the side of VRS. What other products are being developed?
Yeah, so I can confirm VRS are working on a full simulation rig to complement the products they have. So that way you can have the rig, the pedals, the wheelbase, the rim, and the quick release. So, I mean, can't think of another company off the top of my head that offers the complete solution. So that is coming soon. There are other products that are in the work that I can't confirm, but more products are coming in the space.
Wait, you know something?
He knows something we don't
You
know.
know, I was trying to forget what I know in case I say.
How you know?
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for joining us on
pleasure.
the broadcast. David, again, if you want to find out more about the VRS products, go ahead and type !VRS in the chat. Without further ado, it is Lewis and Ewan once again.
Thanks very much, Jasmine. It's great to be back. 3 races remaining here this afternoon before we head towards the end of day 1 and start thinking about day 2 and who's going to win the ESL R1 major overall here in Munich. Not long to go until we have qualifying. Looking forward to the second race at Spa.
Yep, certainly so. We do actually have championship standings, which of course are as up to date as they can be. This does include 1 extra race for Group B or Group A.
Group
A that's done the extra race. Yes, of course they have, because they've done 3 races. God,
yes.
I'm not very good at this, am I? So everyone, at the moment, as things stand, everyone on the left-hand side is moving through into the Sunday. So Bennett, Chinchik, Rogers, etc. Now, all of these ones coming down, how do we put this nicely? We don't really care about them. We care about where we are at the bottom. So like 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Now, of course, Ellis Jr., Siggy, they're going to be out in this one. They're going to be scoring some extra points. They're just below the cutoff line. They need to be scoring points. But more importantly for them right now, they know how many points they need to score.
Absolutely, they do. We will have the implications all for you in a few moments' time when we get towards qualifying, a little bit get towards the race as well, when it makes a little bit more sense. But all 3 of those who are just below, so 13th, 14th and 15th, which I believe is Kevin Siggy, Kevin S. Jr. and Nikodem Wisniewski, they all have to get certain results to stay alive in the championship at the moment. So, or stay alive in terms of making the top 12. So it's an important race coming up for them. And then, of course, they'll be on for another one at Monza before we round out our day. But not long to go now until qualify, which is at 1 shot as always. They'll be in intervals. It's the first time we've seen this group in a little while. And it's a big chance for the likes of Marcel Chinchik and Josh Rogers at the top to try and gain points, because here they are. They've got loads more than the rest. Moritz Lerner is nearly 80 behind Chinchik at this stage. Yuri Toman will be in this group as well, with Max Badecki, the second of the Bowes drivers, then Kevin Siggy for Redline, Kevin S. Jr. there as well, and Nikodem Wisniewski. There are the 3 who need good results here. Unfortunately, Jeffrey Ritmode, Kaiki Oliveira, Tommy Escott and Eamon Murphy already know they won't be making it to the second day of the major this weekend. There's a lot on the line over the course of the 7-lap race.
No, you're absolutely right. And obviously, so Luke Bennett's previous race, by the way, he's obviously in the other group. His previous race wasn't great. He finished in 6th place. And obviously, having bits from other races. There's a lot to be talking about with all this. Race control, we've had a lot of penalties to deal with and all that kind of stuff. But he's dropped back a little bit in the points-wise into the clutches of, like you say, Marcel Chinchik, Luke Bennett, Josh Rogers. They're the ones that can now make the time up, make the ground up. And speaking of making the time up, Josh Rogers is the first driver on. He was the driver that just topped practice coming into this race.
Let's not forget his last qualifying session, which happened at the Hockenheim, where he was a couple of seconds away. We know there was a mistake in that. Well, I don't think it was a couple of seconds, was it? But it was certainly some time.
7/10 or so.
Yeah, it wasn't a lot in the grand scheme of things. But in terms of these qualifying sessions, that is an awful lot. How does he pick himself up from that now, moving forward in towards Spa, into the next race now, knowing what he needs to do? He's already advanced, of course, but he's got to take advantage, surely now, of this opportunity that Bennett is providing for him, because only 6 points for Bennett at Spa.
Yeah, absolutely. So up and over the curve, Josh Rogers will go 38.7 in the first sector, which is actually kind of akin to what we were seeing from some of the faster ones in the first sector in the previous session. Of course, we have already raced here in Group A. These will be the first drivers as well, because they're doing race 3 and race 4 back-to-back. These will be the first drivers to finish their day's racing by doing back-to-back for this one as well.
Yeah, they certainly will, which is important. This kind of means that they'll be having a little bit more guesswork, doesn't it, in terms of what they're doing. They'll know a little bit about what they have to do to at least stay alive, but then they'll be watching the final race with probably a lack of fingernails, watching who's where and who's doing what, etc. Especially for the likes of Nikodem Wisniewski, who I was just talking to in that little break there, and saying that, well, he knows that his chances are pretty slim, but he's highly more optimistic than quite a lot of drivers who have been in a better position than him, I've got to say.
I think it's because he's just going to go into it and be like, look, I'm going to try and win. I'm going to try and give it a go to take a couple of victories. If I don't get through, I don't get through. But you know what? I've already won one. What's two between friends?
Why not take another one, yeah. And let's not forget the first race of the day where he finished last.
Despite running on the podium all day, by the way.
Yes.
All race, rather.
Exactly. So that's starting to come back to bite him a little bit, isn't it, really, here. Josh Rogers, though, is making his way through the final corner after we've been waffling on. 2 minutes 14.2 is the lap record we have, and it's set by him here at Spa. Over the line, here go, a 14.4. That's very respectable. Good benchmark. Might not even be beaten there.
Couple of claps from the audience as well. They know that that was a pretty decent time. Maximilian Benneker losing a bit in the second sector as he comes out through Blanchimont in his Maus Audi R8 into that final sector at the moment. And he's got to take on one of his old rivals. Of course, it is Josh Rogers on that pole position. And he's taken a few pole positions away from Josh Rogers in his time. I'm pretty sure Rogers might have taken a few more off of Benneker. The ratio is not quite 50-50. Across the line, Benneker will go. And it is just 1/10 of a second for the driver that won the last when we went racing in person in Katowice in the in-person ESL R1 season opener.
They've had some great battles on racing, haven't they? And
yeah.
They're bringing it over to Rennsport as well, which is fantastic. Moritz Lerner is a race room ace that we know from many a year. He's won loads of championships on there, including twice the ADAC GT Masters Esports Championship. He comes up towards the line now with his teammate, only 24 thousandths behind, but still in third place and still more than a 10th away from Josh Rogers.
This is looking like a decent time from Marcel Chinchik as he comes through Blanchimont himself. First sector pretty much on par with what Rogers had done. Second sector's a 59.8, which is about a 10th faster than what we saw from Moritz Lerner and Maximilian Benneker. Bearing in mind they're also in Audi R8, so if he can keep that kind of time delta, it's going to be challenging Josh Rogers here. Out of the final corner, can R8G do it? Can they take pole position? Can they snatch it from Portugal Ander? Yes, they can! 2 minute 14.385.
And less than or just around a 10th away from the overall record as well we've seen in ESL R1. Fantastic lap time from Marcel Chinchik. Only half a 10th up at the moment, but Kerry Dennis Jr. is driving fantastically today. He gave himself a lot of work to do at the start of the day, but he's putting in the work right now. Through the final couple of corners, out the final chicane he goes, pushes it right to the limit on that curb as well. He'll go over the line. It's a 14.4. He moves up to third.
It's pretty decent. It's pretty decent for Kevin Ellis Jr. as he crosses the line. Only good enough for third, but like you say, his race pace has been really, really impressive. Kevin Siggy kind of batting around the same kind of area. A little bit slower in the first sector, but a little bit quicker in the second sector in that BMW. Maybe it's coming alive a little bit in that central section of the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. Out of the final corner for the Slovenian, representing Team Redline, and he didn't look particularly happy as he crosses the line, and you can kind of understand why. Only good enough for fourth, a 10th off.
Dear.
Hits the wheel. Man's fuming, not even twitching his tash.
No, that's certainly not. That was a bit of raw emotion there from Kevin Siggy, who's still fourth. I would say that's a decent time by in all aspects, but anyway, he's clearly not that pleased. Tommy Usgaard put in a great performance back at the Nürburgring round. That was our opener here this afternoon. He's coming up towards the line now as well for Heroic, and it's a 14.6 from him. He'll stay 7th.
Here's a big one though. Yuri Toman came into the season as sort of a nobody. Nah, not quite. That's a bit harsh. That's a bit harsh.
Very.
We knew who he was.
Oh yeah.
But kind of, we weren't really expecting too much. And then suddenly, boom, out of nowhere, he hit the ground running on Rennsport. It was absolutely fantastic. Kind of dropped off a little bit in the second half of the season, but can he respond toward the front? The sectors are looking decent. Yuri Toman's coming towards the line. It's good enough for fourth position, a couple behind his teammate. These drivers are getting frustrated when they're losing a 10th of a second. They're getting frustrated.
To be fair, I didn't think that seemed too frustrating.
That was a bit of I don't know.
I don't know. But anyway, 4th place, I don't think he can be too disappointed with that anyway, personally. Eamon Murphy makes his way through the final couple of turns as well. He'll do well to take a pole position with this time at the moment through the middle sector, 1 minute point 0. He'll stay 9th. 4 attempts away as we go back to Jeffrey Rietveld and then Nikodem Wisniewski, who's a really important one in this session.
Yeah, again, these sectors aren't quite that strong for Jeffrey Rietveld. First sector, he's lost about 1/10.5. Second sector is about on par with what his teammate had done after qualifying in 5th position for the number 24. Like you say, he's done and dusted. He will not be taking part in tomorrow's action, but still wants to put on a decent display. Again, team's champions in Team Redline. Jeffrey Rietveld crosses the line 2/10, nearly 3/10 off of the pole. It's only good enough for 9th. What can the most recent race winner do, Wisniewski?
Of course, been through so many trials and tribulations today away from the racetrack. He's been performing well on it as well, having taken that race win, as you say. Was last in the first race, though, and that's beginning to hurt him. Needs to be in the top 2 in this race to even stay alive in terms of making it to the second day of the major. He makes his way out the final corner right now, and it will be a 14.5. It's not a bad place, but that's work to do.
That's not great. The final lap time will come from Kaiki Oliveira, and again, the second sector's not ideal for the Furia car. I've said I'm going to talk about it now because I said, I don't really like the livery on the Fury car. I'm 50-50 on it. But again, the sick drip. I want a T-shirt, a Furia T-shirt. Let's see if we can make that happen as Kaiki Oliveira comes into that final sector, up and over the curb. The final lap time, the final driver to try and take the pole position from Marcel Cinczyk, and I just don't think it is going to be good enough. As he crosses the line, it's good enough for 11th, but not good enough to take pole position from Marcel Cinczyk.
Marcel Cinczyk then, pole position here at Spa. 0.5 of a second in front of Josh Rogers. There he is, not showing too much emotion. He'll realise now what he's achieved and will hope to progress and win this race as a result as well. But a good start to this round at Spa for him. Let's have a look at the starting grid then before this third race. The VRS starting grid here with Eamon Murphy and Kaiki Oliveira on the back row together. Jeffrey Rietveld is less than 3/10 off a pole, but he is in 10th, ahead of Tommy Usgaard. Then it's Moritz Lerner and Nikodem Wisniewski, who's also got work to do. Max Benecke inside the top half just about, with Kevin Siggy top 5. Yuri Toman and Kevin Ellis Jr. on the second row, with Josh Rogers and Marcel Cinczyk on the front. Second and third in points on the front row together. Here's your second place man in the point standings, Marcel Cinczyk, pole position here at Spa, and now with a great opportunity to close on that margin to Luke Bennett, who is leading. There he is, thumbs up to the camera. We did note across the course of the week, Lewis, that he's one of the calmest people here in terms of drivers. You wouldn't think that he's fighting for so much money right now.
No, maybe that's what the slight facial hair does to him. Because you can see in the hero shots, he's nicely clean shaven. Now he's not. I'm not going to really judge about that with all this going on, but still, I agree. The thing is with Marcel is I've seen him race for a long time over the last sort of like five years or so, and you would say, based on his driving style, that he is absolutely not calm at all. He's erratic, he's crazy, he does this, he does that, he does what he wants. I remember watching him racing in an LMP2, taking on LMP1s in the wet at Silverstone. That
did happen, yeah.
Yeah, you remember that. Yeah, he can be a bit wild, but there is something about competitions like this. His mentality, it just matches it really, really well. He is just super calm.
I'm thinking you said earlier on in the broadcast, which I do really agree with about Marcel, is he knows when to be aggressive. As you say, he can be that aggressive driver, but he's smart with it in a way that some other people maybe aren't always in terms of how they drive. There you can see him on the screen just doing a couple of practice starts, which is not unusual. It just surprised me a little bit, given how many they've done by now.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is with practice starts and stuff, I always have this around Spa, is that I've seen a lot of people do practice starts. So basically what they're doing is they're trying to find the right bike point, they're trying to get off well from a standing start. They can do the clutches basically on the rear of the pedals, kind of had that a little bit explained earlier on. And basically, the thing is, where they're doing the start there, which is on the Kenmore Straight, going up towards Les Combes, as far as I'm aware, that is considerably steeper than the start-finish straight.
Oh yeah.
And so, even if it's not considered, even if it's less steep or whatever, what's the point in trying to do it where you're not doing it on the starting grid, where your bike point's not going to be the same?
I don't know.
Neither do I.
But there must be some kind of benefit to it because they do it. So I can't imagine they're just doing it for fun or whatever. You know, there must be something in that. But I'm not entirely sure what that is.
For banter.
Maybe. That could be the case, but they're a bit more serious than we are, to be fair. So
it's not hard. that is easy understatement of the year, Ewan.
Yeah, it certainly is. Either way, we'll be setting up now for second and final Spa race here today. The lights will be coming on very shortly, and Marcel Czincik and Josh Rogers will be able to do battle in towards La Source for the very first time. The lights will come on and they will go out. We're underway at Spa. It's another good start from Josh Rogers on the outside line, going down towards La Source for the first time. Marcel Czincik will take the lead. It's a huge dive from Kevin Siggy in towards the inside. Josh Rogers is pushed way out wide. He goes miles back in the field. He's almost back in 10th. Out of the first corner of this race with 3 wide towards Eau Rouge.
Yeah, that was quite the send there from Kevin Siggy, who's just got into the rear end, though, of Nikodem Wisniewski, and it's caused a monumental crash at the top of Radion. Wisniewski's round, he's out, he's done for the day, he's done for the weekend, and done for the season.
Yeah, he'll be finishing 15th in the standings, I think, based on what we've seen so far. Defensive on the way up towards Le Combe as well is Kevin Siggy, as Max Benecke tries to go round the outside. He's got the inside for the second pot. Siggy won't give in. Side by side between the two through Malmedy. Benecke goes round the outside. Nice move into 4th place.
That was absolutely fantastic from Maximilian Benecke, fending off the charge of Kevin Siggy after his early escapades, shall we say. It was quite an interesting start to the race. Let's just go with that one as Jeffrey Rietveld's keeping Josh Rogers at bay. Rogers will be fuming right now. Like you say, dropping back to 10th place, he's actually dropped back to 11th after that, which means he dropped back to the final position on the grid before Nikodem Wisniewski's turnaround at the top of the hill. You can see on the right-hand side on board with Joshua Rogers trying to make his way past the likes of Jeffrey Rietveld. He's looking to the outside going into fifth path. But yeah, that is going to be one frustrated Porsche Commander driver.
It certainly is. So not good news at all for the championship overall. Rogers comes into this race a good, 53 points behind Luke Bennett. Obviously that is going to close, as we've mentioned before. However, it's still a big margin to try and close in. Rietveld will be on the defensive from him, though, because Redline won't want to give him any more points.
No, absolutely not. I mean, this is the thing for Redline, like you say, the reason why they don't want to give Rogers any more points, obviously they're a competitor at the end of the day, but it's because Luke Bennett, the driver that is leading the championship, is a Team Redline driver. So whatever Rietveld can do here to slow Rogers' progress up this field will be really important. Could become very, very important come tomorrow. Stealing a couple of points, 2 or 3 here or there, 5 or 6 here or there, whatever you can get. Getting those points off of Josh Rogers right now will be important. I did just see Nikodem Wisniewski coming into the pit lane in the background, and I wonder if that might be
a day
for calling this race a day.
He's got his right arm down his lap as well. He's not even driving with his right arm anymore. And he's not using it at all. I do fear he might have injured himself, actually.
Well,
I hope not. But,
no, never mind. Actually, no, it's that. It's,
that'd be why, yeah. Well, he's hanging up his headphones.
Hold on. Well, here we go. Kevin Ellis Jr. is going for the race lead. Talk about this one.
Outside, in towards Le Combe, very late on the brakes. Chops off the nose of the Hungarian as well, but Czincik won't give in as well. Inside for Malmedy, he'll be through, but Kevin Ellis Jr. will go for the over and under, and he'll look for the inside of Bruce Sells in towards the inside line at the hairpin. Very close between the two. Czincik has his nose in front for the moment. It will continue through No Name as well, but Kevin Ellis Jr. might well be pushed out wide here. He knows that. He'll tuck back in instead.
Well, there on the right-hand side is Nikodem Wisniewski, but on the left-hand side is the battle for the race lead. Kevin Ellis Jr. just about taking it over and heading up towards the front for the Apex Racing team. Wisniewski communicates with Kuba Brzezinski. I'm sure it's potentially in relation to his shoulder. He's had a fantastic day, showing some great speed, but unfortunately that was not what he wanted. So Kevin Ellis Jr., this could be really, really big for the Apex Racing team. Heads to the front of the field ahead of Czincik and ahead of Toman.
And further behind, Kevin Siggy is ahead of Max Benecke. So in that battle, Moritz Lerner can go through and make sure that he doesn't have to have a tense final race if he gets top 5 in this one. He's currently in 6th, as you can see, so he's very close to achieving that. Yuri Tomin needs a top 2 to be confirmed into the major tomorrow as well. So that's very close for him all at the same time. Kevin Ellis Jr. needs a podium to kind of get out of the what's it called? Below the line. Get out from below the line at the moment. Yeah, so he's doing himself a huge favour, and he's driven so well today, I've got to say.
He really has. I was actually having a really good chat with him earlier. He said practice yesterday, he wasn't exactly feeling confident. Practice yesterday did not go particularly well. And he said, I don't know what happened, but when I did my first qualifying lap around the Nürburgring, it was the fastest lap he'd done all weekend. And so it was like, brilliant, perfect.
That was the way, isn't it?
Yeah, there we go. No, if you're reacting where you need to, did see a move there from Rietveld. I think that might have been on Kaki Oliveira, who's in 10th position now. So Rietveld in 11th in the final of the runners in this race right now, as Kevin Siggy defends from Benecke. And that's where the train here begins, basically.
Yeah, Josh Rogers has done well to get up to 9th place. He'll be looking at Eamon Murphy next, and Tommy Osgood will probably be looking over his shoulder as well. Marcel Chinchik, though, is in the slipstream of Kevin Ellis Jr., who gifts him the inside line in towards Lecom. Here goes the Hungarian on the inside line. Late on the brakes, relatively so, but Kevin Ellis Jr. hangs it round the outside through the first part. He'll hold on for now.
Yeah, that was a good bit of defence. I mean, yeah, gave him the inside line, but pinched him a little bit, kept him really, really tight to the inside, then drove out. There's a drama in the background, though. Kevin Siggy has had an issue with Maximilian Benecke, and it continues all the way down to the Rivage, and they head over. It was Eamon Murphy and all of that. This is absolute chaos.
Carnage. Both red lines are involved. That was rude from Kevin Siggy. Max Benecke off the road, and he knows that was, well, not nice. Shakes his head as well. Kevin Siggy's already got a not a drive-through, sorry, a speed limit penalty, a bit of a slowdown, so he will surely be struggling now in terms of picking up any point from this race, you would imagine. Jeffrey Rietveld trying to do his best to help since he is out of the competition at the moment. That was complete carnage, though, and that was a prime example of tensions boiling over.
Yeah, this is what we were saying. We started out with, earlier on in the day, with everything being fairly calm. We didn't have too much drama, and as the races have gone on and on and on, as we're getting closer to the end, for some of these drivers, like you say, tensions are rising and rising. There is a look at Kevin Siggy in the distance, shaking his head, communicating with the team. I mean, like I said, we didn't see the first part of it, right?
Yes,
that's
true.
the important bit. But the whole bit afterwards was just, I mean, the thing is, to blame one person for it would be too harsh, but I think a few people might be picking up the odd penalty here and there, courtesy of that.
I think so, yeah. The bit into No Name especially was Siggy just showing complete disregard for Benecke on the outside, but obviously we don't know what happened beforehand. So.
But what position is coming into this? Benecke and Siggy were both like 12th, 13th, that kind of area coming into, so they're both fighting over the final position coming in.
They're only 4 points apart.
Exactly. Madness.
So 12th and 13th at the moment. It could well be between those two. To be honest, given the result they've just had, they might well both be out. But because Kevin Ellis Jr. is doing really well below them, and he's going to get across both of them at this stage if things stay as they are. He's got Marcel Chinchik to worry about, though. They'll go up the Kemmel Straight. He will continue to defend. I'm not sure whether Chinchik is really enjoying this. He seemed to want Kevin Ellis Jr. to get on with it a little bit there, but let's see. Side by side between Moritz Lerner and Tommy Osgaard, though, in towards Lecom. It's Lerner on the outside line, breaks late, gets through into 4th place, or does he? Side by side into Malmedy as well.
Yeah, this could be good for Lerner, like you say, trying to confirm his way through. Oh, this could be scary because Josh Rogers is trying to do it. He's trying to set it down the inside and make it 3 wide. That might not be the wisest move, but he's certainly giving it a go. A driver going for the top of the championship, a driver trying to close down on Luke Bennett's championship lead after a disastrous start to the race, courtesy of an issue down in the first corner. He's marching his way up with aplomb, and 4th position is just on the horizon.
You see, when things are going your way, you just don't think anything can go wrong, do you? And Josh Rogers was throwing his car anywhere there to try and get himself up to 4th place. You can see the Porsche guys with their heads in their hands at the moment watching that. It's probably quite stressful, really. 6th place at the moment for Rogers. He's done a great job to recover from all of this, by the way, in terms of getting pushed out wide at turn 1 and having to recover. He's now in 6th, looking at 5th with Osgaard. Lerner's through. It does look like the heroic driver here is falling back, and Rogers might be able to make the move soon.
Yeah, Porsche versus Porsche. Only one of them's a Porsche. Okay, right, we're all confused now. Fantastic. The Porsche Commander, though, trying to get past the heroic car at the moment as they head up to Blanchimont. There's surely going to be a send of some description, although I don't think Rogers has particularly nailed Blanchimont there. He might have a look here coming down to bus stop. Of course, the defensive line's being taken, but it was only half-heartedly taken by the 85 ahead as they head through the final chicane halfway through this race. Is there going to be a look going into La Source? There's just 3 laps left to go for Rogers to potentially get his way into 4th position and score what will be crucial points to try and charge his way back down to Bennett.
This is quite a group, isn't it?
It really is.
In the fight for 4th place. And it's so important as well at this stage. The points really, really crucial. As I mentioned, a lot of the B group drivers are actually those that are struggling. And you can see 2 of them, Benecke and Siggy, right at the bottom. So in terms of that, it is important to note. Chinchik is as close as he's ever been, though, to Kevin Ellis Jr., who continues to pull to the middle of the road and allow Chinchik the choice and then squeeze him as much as possible in towards Lecombe. He'll go late on the brakes, but Chinchik has too much. And now Kevin Ellis Jr. is forced to go for an over and under. What a fantastic move this would be. Inside line at Malmedy. He's going to get caught up on the exit a little bit. Here comes Yuri Toman. He doesn't want to go free wide with his teammate involved, and so it will be down to Ellis Jr. and Chinchik to continue out through the middle sector. It's the Apex driver who holds on for now.
Just about, but look, the inside into No Name once again. Chinchik sends in. Oh my goodness, what's happened for Kevin Ellis Jr.? He's been spun round. I'm not 100% sure as to what happened there. He was driving so well. I'm not 100% sure. I can understand that. He'd driven perfectly. What happened? I think it was the absolute lightest bit of contact over the rear end at the wrong point from Marcel Chinchik. I mean, to be fair, I feel bad in both parties on that one, because as much as you'd lean it to be more Marcel Chinchik's fault, that's harsh.
I feel so bad for Kevin Ellis Jr. because, as we've said so many times, he's driven the perfect weekend so far, if you like. Well, you said practice didn't go that well for him, but maybe not weekend then. But
the race today.
The races today, he's been wonderful, really, really good. But that mistake could well define his whole season, unfortunately. It just shows the fine margins in this kind of thing. When everything's so close, that small bit of contact has seen him off, and when the points are this close, I don't know if he's going to be able to recover from that.
No, I kind of would tend to agree, because at the moment, with him being in 11th position, he's going to score just a single point. You can kind of see there from the onboard how hot his tyres were after being spun round. That effectively means that it's a done deal, that he'll be finishing in 11th position, dependent on other drama. Of course, for Marcel Chinchik, that's not great for him in his championship challenge, because of course he's 2nd in the championship, and yes, I know he's 1st now, but I would suspect there might be some looks in from race control. Whether it's because it's his fault or not, I don't know. Again, we only saw it from that one little bit. The contact did look odd to me.
Yeah.
But you know, again, we've not seen it enough. Let's see if Toman's going to pass his teammate or if he's going to settle for 2nd.
He's going to do neither.
Settle.
Yeah, it's just about to settle, isn't it? He will stay behind. Toman, by the way, will be confirmed advanced in towards day 2 of the major with this result. So will Moritz Lerner at the moment in 3rd place. Marcel Chinchik leading, of course, has been confirmed from the very start here today, and will gain overall in this round 17 points on Luke Bennett. So that's all good news for him, as long as he wins, of course. Josh Rogers is in 5th place, still behind Osgaard and Lerner. That's the battle for 3rd place, which really hasn't calmed down any since that battle and that unfortunate crash with Kevin Ellis Jr.
Yeah, Rogers is just trying to get past one of his old teammates in Tommy Osgaard. Of course, Osgaard being an ex-Coanda driver, ex-Porsche Coanda driver, as he's trying to work his way through. As we'll take a look on this replay. Okay, so
this is earlier.
This is earlier indeed. This is everything that happened with Kevin Siggy. So I'll say, I think it's Benecke that kind of comes out into Siggy there. And then this whole squeeze, I think that might have been Moritz Lerner moving a little bit over.
And at this point, everyone's lost their head, because everyone's...
It's red Mr. Clock, ladies and gents.
It is. Red mist from Redline a little bit, and there's Kevin Siggy.
Complete squeeze there. That was.
I guess you can understand it given what's all happened, but you still can't do that.
This is where we need the Oprah Winfrey, you get a penalty, you get a penalty, you get a penalty type deal.
this was scary. Josh Rogers down the inside of 3 wide, and very nearly Moritz Lerner and Tommy Usko feeling the consequences of that. In the end, they all survived, and it all allowed Kaki Oliveira to catch up. This is the moment with Kevin Ayres Jr. that has really defined this race.
Yeah, so down into reverse. Let's really take a close look at this. As we head down in, to the outside goes Marcel Cinčić. He drops in behind. This is so close here, but it's always got, there was a little bit of a brush there, so dives down the inside. Let's see how close this contact is. It's the problem is it's that tiny overlap. If there was more of an overlap or less of an overlap, you wouldn't have had that kind of contact. But the fact that it was that,
it's so fine.
It's that tiny, tiny overlap that's just enough where you can pitch the car and send it around, because basically you're taking the mass of the car and rotating it around like a tiny, tiny point on the rear of the car.
Yeah, there's a matter of centimetres there, which is really, as I say, define this race. It does look like the 2 RHG boys are going to stay 1 and 2. They're going to be pleased with their race. Do you think it would be harsh if Marcel Cinčić got a penalty out of that? It's a difficult one, isn't it? But that's what they've got to discuss now.
Yeah, again, this is why I'm glad I'm not on race control. But it kind of, a little bit, yeah. I mean,
it does feel harsh, doesn't it, really?
But then, yeah, that does. I mean, I don't know.
Then,
the thing is, you could argue that like Cinčić was driving it down the inside, pushing it out wide. This is where all the conversations come. I know everyone in Twitch chat, and I'm sure everyone here has their own opinions on that incident, and that's why we're going to keep our opinions to ourselves. Otherwise, we'll have an interesting time in the hotel tonight.
We will, yeah. We're out already, to be honest. Who knows?
Oh, I'm sure we've said some things that are pretty.
Yeah. It could well be a ruckus. Anyway, let's see. Josh Rogers is still close to Oscar and Lerner in that fight for third, and Oliveira just losing a little bit of speed. He's got Murphy, Rietveld and Benecke behind. That gives Benecke an opportunity to gain a few more points, but at the moment, the bottom 3 of those who can still make it are only scoring 1, 2 and 3 points, which is really unideal for this group. It does look like the 2 that be eliminated could come from this group.
Unideal. No, you're absolutely right. But this is the thing, is that we always knew that someone leaving here on Saturday, or a group of people leaving here on Saturday, will be leaving, not in tears, but will be leaving exceptionally disappointed. Are we seeing those drivers now?
We very may
What? You can't speak English.
I certainly can't. RHG, though, make their way into the final couple of corners here. Marcel Cinčić out the final turn, over the line. It's a race win at Spa for the man second place in points, just ahead of his teammate Yuri Toman. A great drive from the 2 of them. Not too much happiness there, I've got to say. He's almost shaking his head as he goes over the line. I think he feels a little bit bad about the incident, I've got to be honest.
I think so. I think he feels a little disappointed until he understands it.
Ash is down there with Marcel Cinčić now.
Hey, Marcel, congratulations on the Spa win. I mean, you're having a great day, P9, P3, P1. I mean, how are you going to round it off for the final race for today?
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, like the first round was pretty tough. Like I couldn't manage to do a good qualifying lap, so yeah. I wasn't happy at all. But on the second it was getting better, and now on the third I could put together a really good lap, so I'm really happy with it. And it's really unfortunate what happened on the race, because actually the cars didn't collide like on the track, yeah. But Kevin's car started to slide and I couldn't do anything, so it wasn't intentional at all. So I just, yeah.
Yeah, I can tell you're really like apologetic about it. Like, there's nothing you could have done, right? When things are out of your control in racing, it is what it is, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But embrace the win. Congratulations with your teammate also, right?
Thank you.
A huge podium. Let's move on over to rig number 5. Kevin, I'm sure you're going through a lot of emotion right now. Kind of, how are you going to channel that for the next and final race? You're doing tremendously. There's no reason not to carry that over.
Yeah, I mean, I think the last race is pointless now. Yeah, I did everything I had to do to try and qualify, and yeah, I mean, Marcel was making a lot of mistakes in like wheel-to-wheel combat, so I kind of had a feeling it was coming, but I mean, I think I did enough to get the win. Like, those guys are safe, you know, they're making it to tomorrow, I wasn't, and that would have done me a lot of good in getting there, so I think, yeah, our weekend's pretty much finished.
So your mindset going into the last race is kind of just survive?
I mean, pretty much. It's going to be drive around, basically. I mean, I've got maybe 2 days practice at Monza total, so yeah, I'm not really expecting anything, to be honest.
Yeah, but it was some great racing that you were doing. It's incredible. Thanks. Of course. That was our race 3 here for this group. We saw some tensions. Elbows are coming out. Elbows are flaring. We've seen a lot of things. We're going through the replay, and we're also going to catch up with race control here in a moment to see what they thought of that incident. But I think I'm going to throw it back now to Jazz and Krim to talk about the race results as I jump on over really quickly to race control and see what they have to say about that.
Well, congratulations are indeed in order for Marcel Chinchik for the side of RAG, having qualified in pole position and then falling off a little bit, but then ultimately bringing it on back alongside his teammate nonetheless as well. Do you feel like from the moment that it was Yuri Toman and Marcel kind of leading the charge, it was GG from that point onwards?
Yeah, I mean, the moment they were working together, you know, it's tough to beat that. It's tough to beat that when you have two drivers basically just, you know, guaranteeing, you know, 1, 2, 2, 3, whatever it is, just as long as they're working together and they're actually using each other, bouncing off each other, it's very easy to manage the tires and it's very easy to basically, you know, put on a fight. It's now a 2 versus 1. It's not a 1 versus 1. So, and in this version with this BOP, it's extremely hard to overtake.
Well, as we take a look at the results from the race that we've all just witnessed there over on Spa as well, understandably for Kevin Ellis Jr., some frustration coming on through as well, especially when we factor in the fact that he was the lone soldier, the only representative from the side of Apex Racing as well. So I definitely feel that frustration coming on through. We saw it firsthand on broadcast as well. Results-wise, as you anticipated, as you hoped, expected?
No, absolutely not. I think a lot of the drivers, they were talking about the Audi being more, it's easier to drive, but the potential for, you know, an overall race time or like a qualifying lap, like the potential is lower. So I don't know if the two RAG drivers had a good race or if their teamwork together was just, you know, that good. But it's interesting.
All right, well, we saw the frustration firsthand. I'm curious to think what race control have to say about that one. Ash, let us know.
Well, race control is actually going through a lot of penalties to the race. I think we were talking about the elbows out, how, I mean, every point matters at this rate. If you want to make it till tomorrow, a lot of drivers getting their hearts broken, a lot of them celebrating with their team. So race control is just going through those penalties through the race. Haven't reached the pinnacle one that we've all been talking about and had our drivers interview with. But as soon as they find out, I will throw it back to you, Jazz and Krim, and I will let you know what's going on. But they are really focused. They're like, hey, we can't talk right now, which I totally understand. A lot at stake here. So just want to make sure they get everything right and everything fair, which we appreciate about race control.
Well, I understand, obviously, race control are under immense amounts of pressure as well.
There's a lot of info going on over there.
Shout out to them, though. They've been doing a great job, quick turnaround times as well, definitely addressing every and any issue the teams or the drivers might be having along the way as well. But Group B, I don't know, I feel like throughout today, by the way, I'm pretty sure every single race we've had has been hectic. Which one do you
maybe not the first one. The first one was pretty uneventful.
Do you feel like that's because it was the first race of the day or just generally an uneventful track?
Yeah, I think they're probably, they're sort of probably in food comas after the breakfast. I think that's honestly my theory. You know, a very interesting breakfast, first of all. I mean, it's still better than British breakfast, don't get me wrong.
But hey. Okay, if we take a look at the overall standings, you're going to tell me which of these drivers had the quote-unquote OP breakfast.
Well, Bennett has technically the highest average position, like placing, at 3.5. So that's literally what his day has been. But right now, you know, he's technically not gaining all that much ground in terms of the points once you know, we convert the points tomorrow. But right now I'm just looking at the 9 through like 13. I think Siggy's like the last one left that's even has potential.
We said beforehand as well that, you know, Kevin Siggy, it was kind of like a now or never for him heading into Spa. There was a matter of mere points for him to be able to make it into that next set of 12. But I think without further ado, we should welcome him to the stage once again. Audience, you've been kind of quiet since the start. Can I get another round of applause, please? Woo, let's go. Let's welcome him to the stage. Now, Crimsix, this is going to be intense to say the very least for all of these drivers here. We mentioned Kevin Siggy really needing to place incredibly well.
Yep.
Yeah, go on, keep it going. Certainly a lot on the line here for all of our drivers as well. We're going to have Monza soon as well. How do you think that one's going to go?
Yeah, you know, before we talk about Monza, we're not there yet, okay? Time to talk about the drivers. We got Yuri Tolman.
From R8G. Give it up, please. We've got Eamon Murphy. Fantastic at doing interviews, by the way.
Who did he just wink at?
Kevin Ellis Jr. We've got Kaiki Oliveira. Marcel Chinchin. Kevin Siggy. Nikodem Vishnevsky. Fair play to him, by the way, for powering through as well. We've got Maximilian Belecke. Tommy Usgaard as well, representing Heroic. Joshua Rogers as well. Wow, Porsche Coanda fans, bringing the noise. Jeffrey Rietveld. Moritz Lerner. Crimsix, Crimsix, Crimsix. Drivers, feel free to go ahead and take your seats. A lot of pressure weighing in heavy on their shoulders. We keep talking about this sense of pressure. It comes and goes in waves, I feel like. We started off today, as you mentioned, things were kind of tame over on the first track of the day. The real question is, though, are we going to see more hectic kind of crashes, more bumping heads, more frustrations coming through?
I don't know. I mean, Kevin Ellis Jr. is talking about how it's pointless. As a driver on the cusp of, you know, potentially qualifying for tomorrow, I'd be worried about someone like Kevin Ellis Jr. with that mentality, that attitude. So, you know, I don't know though.
You know,
I feel like they're tired.
Even though this is the showdown for the Drivers' Championship, the Team Championship cannot go unnoticed. We had Team Redline winning that one out. But then we had R8G very, very close behind as well. So the real question is, R8G, have you got what it takes to take that first place and the Drivers' Championship? Ash, why don't you find out and let me know?
What a great question to lead into my interview with RAG. So do you think you have what it takes with your team kind of all over the grid, but Marcel being P2 and then the rest being in the top 12?
Yeah, so far so good. We still have to see how it goes. Couple of races still lasting for today and even tomorrow. So we take this as a prep for the final, the major day 2. So far confident, so let's see how it goes.
And what do you think your team's strengths are that's gotten you this far?
We are really tight-knit. I think you can see it today and even yesterday in practice. Everyone is quite chill though, so this is nice, especially in the LAN event where not everyone is used to racing outside of the home. So this is promising so far.
And if you can give any last-minute advice to your drivers, what would it be?
Enjoy the moments, because this is pretty much one of the most, if not the most important sim racing we've ever done. So make sure that first of all you enjoy and then see what can be done on track and hopefully win.
And are you looking forward to tomorrow?
Oh, definitely, for sure. It's going to be very exciting on track and also for us.
Well, congratulations. So making it here to Munich and so far, but we're going to throw it up to the track guide for Monza so you know what our drivers are going to be up to this race.
All right, guys, special guest Crimsix Ian Porter here again, phase driver. Here we are with someone a lot better than me and a lot more Italian. Literally every single opportunity to throw in the word Italian and brag about it, he's doing it. So, and today he's doing a lap around Monza.
You know the track? You know where Monza is?
Yeah, I know the track, but
yeah,
like...
good food here, you know. We brake at 150 and we use first gear, we jump on the curb, but we don't hit the second one, so we can get all the speed on the straight. But again, we brake before 100 meter, you use second gear, we cut the curb. Both curbs we need to cut.
Penalty.
That's why we don't see that. We cut both the we cut both curbs, and then we stay as close as possible to the right one of the Scari and use the track on the outside. Again, 50 meters, stay as close as possible, but don't ride that curb, ride only the outside curb.
Are you on the throttle as fast as possible, right there?
So you gotta be smooth on throttle, obviously, because...
Smooth, not fast.
No, not straight away. So
Smooth
you
and
build
fast.
up really quick, and then at the last peak, like 10%, you go really like a little bit smoother. But here again, we jump over the curb. We trail brake a little bit, third gear, see, so you maximize the exit here.
Yep.
Now we are full throttle, press the pedal as hard as you can for this long straight. This will be like a really good chance to overtake some cars, something that Ian doesn't know yet.
All right, just for that one, all right, you're gonna close your eyes.
Can I close my eyes?
Yeah, we're gonna make this game, close your eyes.
Yeah.
Now, I'll tell you when to open.
We're going straight.
Yeah.
Am
You should go left a little. You should go left a little.
What is left? This one? Oh, shit.
See?
All right.
He's doing it. He's doing it. Enzo, where would you overtake?
Obviously, turn one. I mean, long straight, big chicane. That's where the magic happens.
What do you think is going to happen at turn one?
It's going to be chaos. I think some people are going to punch each other on a stage. But
who do you want to punch the most?
My teammate Jeffrey Rietveld. I think he has a very punchable face.
Who do you not want to get punched by?
Bennett, because he's from Birmingham.
Oh, so you're saying he might?
He might stab.
We
can't say that.
Monza, it's a track of speed, it's a track of pace, and it is a track for Italians.
So we've discovered that Team Redline have one heck of a team chemistry going on there, and also that Enzo Benito does not know his lefts from his rights.
Yeah, no, I think he does. I think he knows that. We'll give him some credit here.
He got a little bit confused
But
there.
he chooses when to listen and when not to listen. He just chooses not to listen ever, quite literally ever.
Okay. All right, well.
But yeah, that was a track guide on Monza. We found out that Luke Bennett is kind of terrifying.
Kind of terrifying. Like, that's incredibly terrifying. But you did mention Monza, new track being added. We've not even seen it being played online. I was chit-chatting with some of the drivers earlier on, and believe it or not, they've only really had about 2 weeks practicing on Monza. That's not even in a professional sense, you know? They've not done any official races. They've not really tested it out in a competitive environment. It's pretty much everybody each to their own on the track, trying it out. How much of an impact do you think that's going to have when experiencing it here for the first time in a competitive setting?
Well, number one, it's going to be cool to see.
Oh,
because especially for these drivers, you know, we're playing a game that's not released yet. So we've been practicing the same 3 tracks for pretty much, 4 months now. So I wish I could find out how excited they are to actually race on Monza. Me personally, I'm being new here. I have never even raced Monza on any game, okay? I don't even remember watching Monza anywhere. So do not come to me for any sort of track insight, because I'd either be lying or making up some crap that I don't even know. I don't even know what I'm saying.
Well, considering the fact that it is a new track indeed, do we think they're going to approach this, a final track of the day, in more of a hesitation state, or do we think it's going to be as chaotic as Enzo seems to think it will be?
I think Enzo's prediction is going to be right. Being not part of whatever sort of brawl is going to happen, whether on track or on stage, I'm going to be sitting there and watching it, not doing anything to prevent it. I think that, to me, is going to be the key to this track right here. It's going to be some enjoyment regardless.
Now, generally speaking, for yourself, from a professional standpoint, when it comes to the preparations, the lead up to practicing on these tracks week after week, as it has been throughout ESL R1 as well, how much time is really dedicated to practicing on that one singular track?
All day.
All day, every day.
Not all day. For me, it was all day, but I'm trying to catch up to these guys who've been doing it since they could walk. So For me personally, they might be doing it 2 to 3 hours, maybe 4 hours a day.
Okay.
It's very different in sim racing compared to other traditional like esports. It's just like there's a fatigue issue. You know, you're pushing a brake pedal that's 60 kilograms. You know, usually minimum is 60 kilograms. For everyone in North America, it's 1 kilogram is 2.2 pounds. So test your math. See if are you actually smarter than a 5th grader? Go ahead and figure that out. But yeah, most of these drivers will basically play for, you know, again, 2 to 4 hours a day, try to maintain that pace, see if they can get a 1/10 of a second somewhere.
On that note, you mentioned the pedals being incredibly stiff to push down, a little bit painful as well, as we discovered earlier on in the day. I don't know though, dude, I was walking around and some of the drivers were just wearing socks. What do we think? Is that acceptable?
Where's Ash at? Can we get some foot cams going on here?
Well, we got foot cams on the screen right now.
Oh, there we go. The money shot.
There we go. The money shot.
You guys weren't expecting that today.
What do we think?
Now,
Let's get a poll.
Oh my God,
Let's get a poll in the Twitch chat right now. What kind of sim racer are you? Socks or shoes? Agree or disagree? Socks, really?
Yeah.
I know Lewis McGlade is definitely going to disagree with that being the most efficient effort kind of method of sim racing. But do you race with socks?
Yeah.
Maybe that's the problem, bro. Stick some shoes on.
What do you mean? Why do I have to have a problem? Maybe I can't just be slow? Like,
of course.
Come on. Oh my God.
I feel like we're getting loads of drivers
Whose
wearing
socks are
socks
those?
as well. I thought the norm would generally be the different types of shoes that they'd be wearing.
Yeah, you would think that, but I don't know. It's all preference. It's all preference to me. I'm sort of so lazy some days that I'm just like, you know what? I don't want to put on these shoes because I have to tie them. So
All right.
yeah, it's.
Well, I know.
I mean, actually, whoa, those are cool. Whoa.
Those are pretty.
I have those, but they're black. They're not blue.
I know we were talking to Lewis about this earlier on. So, Lewis McGlade, get yourself up here right now. You too, Ewan. Come on up. Come on up. Let us know. Where do you want to go? Where do you want to go? Ewan, you come over here next to me, Ewan.
Fine. I'll annoy. I'll just cover up the trophy. It's fine.
Firstly, gents, how has the ESL R1 experience been for the two of you? Obviously, it's your first time here commentating at an event like this. So, how's the experience been?
Yeah, it's been fantastic. Yeah, I've really enjoyed it so far. There's been action all throughout the day, as you say. So yeah, I've really enjoyed it.
Yeah, awesome.
Just to clarify, by the way, I'm a socks sim racer.
Yeah,
No,
he is.
that's not what you said.
I'm just going to say I race in socks.
No. What you said, okay.
You said that you race.
Okay. I did say that I used to race in barefoot. That was a long time ago. But now I'm a socks guy. I want my own branded socks.
Barefoot should honestly be illegal, and I'm going to go ahead and
Put your hands behind your
leave
back,
you
sir.
guys with that sentiment.
All right, off we go.
No, wait, hold on a second. We need him
I don't
for the
think we're supposed to
broadcast.
leave.
Come on, Crimsix. Me and you are going to leave them to it. Gents, good luck, have fun. It's going to be
No,
Monza.
it's a handshake, I think.
Monza. Who do we think? Prediction, quick time.
Oh, that was rude. Who's going to win this race?
Yeah.
Marcel.
Sorry.
I'll go with Marcel as well.
It was funny.
Oh, okay. All right.
Just to be a
Well,
little bit boring, but
that is boring, mate.
It is a little
Pick
bit,
someone
but-
different.
I'm going to go ahead and leave you guys to it. Go on.
Okay.
Start having the debate. Go on, have a go at him for copying your prediction.
I'll change it to Kevin Ellis Jr.
Oh, I'm supposed
Go
to
on then.
leave now.
Oh no! I mean, you can commentate with you if you want, Krim. It's fine. Right. He's gone. He's out of here. Well, that's all been interrupted. Let's take a look at the championship standings then. This is important. Everyone is equal. We have one more race left to go for each group. So let's take a look. Luke Bennett holding on to the top of the standings. 12 points clear, as you were telling me earlier, is exactly how they came into the day between Bennett and Chinchik. Roger's a little bit behind. Baldwin, Yuyovsky, Lerner, Toman, Pajic, Tormula, McCormack, Benito and Beneka at the moment are the 12 drivers that will see their way through.
And the top 7 have already confirmed their place in the second day of the ESL R1 Major. So all those below are in a bit of danger. Those bottom 5 inside the top 12 in a bit of danger. The top 2 of those on the right-hand side of your screen, so Kevin Siggy and Kevin Ernst Jr., both have the opportunity to move forward. But it's worth noting, Beneke, Siggy and Ernst Jr. are in the same group.
Yes, and also, it is also worth noting that Beneke and Kevin Siggy are only separated by 5 points.
And they just hit each other wildly in that last race. So God knows what's going to happen between them this time.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm in for a treat with it. I kind of, again, part of me's sat there thinking, I kind of hope Kevin Ellis Jr. Wins. No bias towards the Apex Racing team, but after that race, I'm kind of like thinking, it would be a good little storyline. We'll have to wait and see, though. Let's talk Monza, because Monza's a difficult race circuit. I mean, we'll hope no one gets Liuzzied at this point, but you never know. And by the way, for anyone who's not watched Formula One, it's where someone gets sent off at the first corner, or before the first corner, and they end up in the first corner.
Yes.
It's not good.
Yeah, let's hope that doesn't happen, because it wouldn't be good, as you say. We are going to see quite the chaos in towards turn 1, though. I'm fairly sure about that. We've got that long run down. There's going to be a lot of difference in terms of how you get off the line here as well, because it is quite a long run down towards turn 1. I think the longest that we have out of our 4 circuits.
Absolutely.
So it means the start is most important. The actual launch itself is probably the most important of any circuit we have. And then turn 1, probably the tightest that we have as well, in towards, obviously La Source is a bit of a palaver as well, but the chicane here is difficult.
And also turn 1 at the Nürburgring.
And yeah,
so if you say it was
they
the
all are
tightest,
actually,
then Hockenheimring's not, but then Hockenheim, it kind of, yeah.
It's so famous for causing problems, though, isn't it? That
Absolutely.
It just springs to mind. And, of course, we've got to roll all that in with the fact that this is the last race. It will be the last race at all for some of them.
Yeah, this is going to be feisty. You're absolutely right. I mean, let's hammer that point home again, is that for quite a lot of drivers on this grid, this is their last race of the weekend. They will not be taking part tomorrow. They have not scored enough points today. They are not in position inside the top 12, and they're not close enough. They have already finished their season. So this will be their final time in ESL R1 spring season.
And some of them won't know it either at the time, because especially I'm thinking of the likes of Beneke, Siggy and Kevin Ellis Jr. They
have to wait.
They might be above the cut line when they end their race. However, they might fall below it during the final one. That's why I think it's a real. Obviously, you don't get to choose which group you're in. It's on that ABBA format. However, yeah, it's not ideal. I don't think in terms of having to watch that last race.
There's a little bit of a look at Yuri Toman there. And up and over the top of Moritz Lerner as well. There is a lot of tension out there, especially after the previous race. How much is that going to be weighing on their minds?
I think quite a lot. If Siggy and Beneke get together, I think there's going to be quite a lot weighing on people's minds there, if I'm honest with you. But it's going to be for everyone. I mean, it's not the first time we see that today either, is it? Remember when McCormack and Bennett came together in their race at Hockenheim? That carries over. Then you're already thinking about it. You're already kind of angry going into the next race. And often that doesn't happen. When you think about other championships that we do around sim racing over the course of a calendar year, it's very rare that you do 2 simultaneous races like this so quickly. Obviously, touring car racing is a little bit different. You might do multiple races in one day. But a lot of series, you are generally doing 1 race in a day, and the soonest you'll race again is a week's time. You've only got 10 minutes here.
Yeah. Absolutely, and with there being a little bit of time there is still a little bit of time between the races, and also between qualifying starting. It is now that is the perfect time on the Twitch chat to put !survey and to fill out the survey to let us know what you thought of ESL R1, whether it's the online season, whether it's what we're doing here in person at the Rennsport Summit in Munich, or whatever it is, what your thoughts of the series are, where you think we could be going, what you think we've done right, what you think we've done wrong, and what can be improved. We want to improve this championship as we're going day by day and improving it for you all sat at home. So the final qualifying session is about to begin, and you know what it's time for? I think it's time for everyone to make some noise. Come on, we're going to the final qualifying.
Final for these lot. But yeah.
It's the final for these lot.
It is, yeah.
We've got one more after this. That's fine. We'll make some noise after that one. That's absolutely fine. Of course, it is the first time that we're seeing the Autodromo Internazionale di Monza in Rennsport, in action, in game. I'm excited for this one.
Yeah, first meaningful session really for them. I know there's an online test race. There was a practice session yesterday as well, so that's all to be thought about, I guess. And this man, by the way, Marcel Cinchik, was fastest in that practice session yesterday. However, it's a new experience for everyone. The thing that kind of makes that different, though, is the fact that everyone would have driven Monza before, and a lot as well.
Certainly so. I mean, I've done my fair share of Monza, obviously not on Benchport, but still. We'll see what Marcel Cinque will do. In the first sector, I think they're aiming for something around, if I remember correctly, it's a 34.8. I was literally what I was about to say, because it's what they've done in practice. It's around about 34.8. And I think it's like somewhere in the 35.8, I think it is in the second sector. Again, we've not seen it, we're learning. But a 34.7 I actually think is a decent first sector. That's a little wide though.
That is very wide through Lesmo 1. This is one of those circuits that is obviously really difficult to stay within the track limits sometimes. You can get cut tracks very, very easily, even out of Lesmo 2, to be honest.
Which is what we saw James Baldwin do on 4 consecutive laps in testing.
So much so, we thought he was doing it intentionally.
Yes.
But that wasn't the case in the end. He was just making a mistake, I guess. But yes, it's very easy to do it round there. But it does always amaze me how little time they will have had with this circuit, but also how good they already are with it.
Yeah, so we'll see what this time is towards the line. I think it's a 46.0 they're aiming for. Whatever it is as close to the second. A 0.0 is what I was told. If you get a 0.0, that's good. If you get a 0.1 or a 0.2, you might be in all right stead. Let's see what Marcel Cinque will do out of the final corner. The Parabolica. I'm not having any of the other stuff. I refuse to change corner names. Up towards the line, Cinque goes, and it is going to be a 46.099. So that is a pretty healthy way to start for Marcel Cinque, who's going to be the first driver to take him on.
Well, it remains to be seen whether anyone will be able to be honest. That's a really strong time, as you were mentioning, 46.0. Kevin Siggy absolutely has to, of course, in this race. He's currently just below that cut line. Needs to get up into the top 12 and hope results go his way in Group A. Out of the final corner, the Parabolica he goes, cutting off as much distance as possible to the line. It's only a 46.3 though.
Yeah, that is not great for the Slovenian. So pole position remains in the hands of the one and only Marcel Cinque. First and second sector is actually not good for Joshua Rogers. 34.9, that's losing about a tenth to Marcel Cinque. A 35.9, that's losing a few tenths to Marcel Cinque. I think it was a 35.6 that he did in that second sector. As he comes through the Parabolica now, I did kind of think that Kevin Siggy looked a little slow through the final corner. I don't get the feeling that Josh Rogers is looking particularly quick either. He'll cross the line and sets a 46.577. Basically a disaster for Porsche Coanda there.
A little bit, but he'll certainly not want to lose any more points to Marcel Cinque. We're increasingly getting a top 2 pull away, aren't we, really, in the standings? You mentioned earlier that they're exactly the same distance as they were before, but they are increasing the distance to those behind. Jeffrey Rietveld is already out, I'm afraid, but he's still here and putting in good times as well. 46.4. He'll be just behind his teammate Kevin Siggy and surely helping him as much as he can in this race as well.
Shows how impressive that lap time was from Marcel Cinque to put that 46.0 onto the board. Moritz Lerner going faster than him in the first sector, a decent second sector as well. Could Moritz Lerner be able to steal something away from Marcel Cinque? Of course, he's also confirmed right to going through into Sunday. He's in a comfortable position up there in the championship, but still you want to end it in style. You want to try and get 25 points in the final race to make tomorrow that little bit easier across the line. Marcel Cinque's final sector must be mega.
This time is looking better and better with every lap, isn't it? Quarter of a second ahead of Siggy, and then the rest. Yuri Toman, his teammate, might be the only one to match him, really, here. Let's see, into the Parabolica for the Czech driver now. He'll be cutting off this distance as much as possible, shortening that distance to the line. And we'll see, we could well have an all RHE front row provisionally here after 6 times. It's over the line. It's second place for Yuri Toman.
It's only a 46.3 though. I mean, it's still 2 tenths off. We could be looking at back-to-back 1-2s for RHG, but Marcel Cinque's lap time is absolutely crazy. Benecca's first sector, again, not great. Second sector, not ideal. He could well be around about where his teammate is in Moritz Lerner in that 4th position. So we'll have to wait and see if he's going to be able to do so. Although I would say his numbers are tracking more so to be sort of 5th or 6th way. Benecca out of the final corner across the line, and 6th is where he goes.
Good prediction there. So just red line miles just in the middle of the field there, followed by, well, 2 RHGs at the top. So quite orderly in terms of the teams, if you like, inside the top 6 for now. Tommy Osgaard has driven really well today, actually. It's worth mentioning. He's put himself up towards the front fairly often. He mentioned that he only got into the major very late on the very final round, and the very slim chances he had of going through obviously haven't materialised, but he's made a very good account of himself indeed. He goes over the line in 7th place, just ahead of Josh Rogers in that lap.
Yeah, some fairly large gaps, but here is one that we want to see. Kevin Ellis Jr. led so much at Spa, did so impressive at Spa in the previous race we just had. Can he dig deep and find something special? Maybe get himself at least onto the front row. Maybe try and challenge Marcel Cinchik. Maybe Marcel Cinchik feels guilty and says, no, that's all right, mate, after you. That's never going to happen. That's never going to happen. Kevin Ellis Jr. towards the line. It is good enough for 5th place, 3/10 off as he nestles his way between Moritz Lerner and Jeffrey Rietveld.
He does need a top 2 to stay alive here, I do believe. So it's the odds are fairly stacked against him at the moment. So he'll have some work to do in the race. Kaki Oliveira has had a fairly consistent day for Fury here today, representing that team all on his own, of course. He'll be making his way out the final turn now and up towards the line. See if anybody can get within 2 tenths of Marcel Cinchik, because this is amazing at the moment. From the R8G driver over the line, Oliveira goes 7th.
But look at how tight it is between 2nd and 7th.
Yeah.
They're all separated by a 1/10 of a second. If there's one thing that we've commentated on Monza enough, we know that the slipstream around here is king, and it tends to be that even if you get pole position by 2/10 of a second, everyone can keep up, especially with how the slipstreams change coming into this event here at the Rennsport Summit in Munich for the ESL R1 Major. Let's see what Wisniewski can do out of the final corner. Again, a race winner today already. We've not had 2 race, a double race winner. He goes to 2nd, only 1,000th faster than Yuri Toman. That kind of came out of nowhere.
It did.
That seemed good in the final sector. No one's won 2 races today, though, right?
I don't believe so. Don't test me, though, on that, just for the moment. But yeah, it's so unpredictable, isn't it? It's not inconceivable at all that all the races have been won by different drivers, to be fair.
I would say you've got your laptop there, but it's not. It's fast.
But that's not mine. Eamon Murphy makes his way up towards the line right now. He's known his fate for quite some time as well this afternoon. It's a 46.4 on that occasion for Murphy. The whole field separated by half a second, but Marcel Cinchik has 2 tenths over anyone.
Mega from Marcel Cinchik. Maybe he's going to win back-to-back races. Of course, as far as I'm aware, he did hold on to his race victory from the previous in the previous race, despite that contact with Kevin Ellis Jr., courtesy of some things that were seen behind the scenes. But we can take a look at the starting grid for the final race in Group B, presented by our partners in VRS. Joshua Rogers will start from the rear of the field, just around half a second off of the pole time, alongside his old teammate in Timmy Østgaard, and he has a lot to do from the back of the grid if he wants to win tomorrow. Eamon Murphy and Maximilian Benneker, as Benneker is trying to fight his way into tomorrow's action. Oliveira, Rietveld, Ellis Jr. in that camp as well after the disappointment of the previous race. Moritz Lerner will start his way from 5th. Kevin Siggy from 4th, with also a lot of work to do, but he's in prime position to take advantage of it before we get to Yuri Toman after finishing 2nd in the previous race. Nikodem Wisniewski, who's had a win today, alongside Marcel Cinchik. Taking a win at Spa, seems to have turned his fortunes around. A dominant pole position by over 2/10 of a second. Marcel Cinchik is looking to take the first ever victory in an official race at Monza on Rennsport.
Absolutely, and that would be quite an accolade for him to receive. Based on that qualifying time as well, there's no reason why he won't be able to do it either. 2/10 of a second ahead of the rest of the field, with the rest of them separated very, very closely indeed, as you mentioned. So that's going to be one to note. It's a little bit of a case of whether he can actually pull away with the slipstream, as you said earlier.
Yeah, this is the thing. It might come down to his teammate maybe attacking for 2nd at the right position. It might come down to something like that. Could come down to, well, let's be honest, it's going to come down to an awful lot of craziness. I think that's really it, isn't it?
That's the word I think we can use.
Craziness.
It's all about a little bit in lap 1 anyway, getting out of those first couple of corners alive, and then you can kind of go from there, because falling back is not a disaster. As you say, the slipstream will be in full effect, and so that will keep everyone close together. It will give you chances to go through and whatever. So it's not too desperate in terms of diving down the inside. We're not going to see a Kevin Siggy dive at La Source like we did in the previous race, I don't think, although I could be forced to eat my words live in a moment.
I was going to say, you really don't think that? I think we will. I think we're going to see...
Logically, but...
I think we might see... how to put this in a nice way? A stunning lack of logic. We might. I've raced with some of these people around Monza, and it is an interesting experience. There's something that's beautiful about Monza. It is a classic circuit. It's one of these ones there's a historic circuit. It's stood the test of time. It's obviously got the old oval, etc., etc. It's one of these circuits that's so well known and so well recognisable, and with that, everyone wants to win on there, just like they do at somewhere like Spa.
Absolutely.
It's more weight.
Yeah, it's kind of on the same level in terms of history and all the stature in motorsport.
Worse.
And all that kind of, what, Monza's worse than Spa?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. In terms of, to be fair, racing around here is really entertaining, I've got to say. I really enjoy it because there's so many chances to overtake, there's so many battling zones, if you like. At Spa, obviously, there's not a lack of overtaking opportunities, but the driving challenge is obviously a lot greater there than here.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, you've got to remember that it depends on what month we're in. If we're in like June, July period, at which point any circuit's better than Spa, and that's just because it's raced too much. That is my opinion, and I stick to it. At the moment, though, we're going into the final race for Group B. It will be followed by the final race for Group A, and then provisionally, we will know our finalists for the last day of the ESL spring season, of course, here in Munich. I don't think we've got a clearer picture as to who's going to win.
I don't think we have really. You mean overall or?
Yeah, overall.
I was going to say in this race, Chinchik, but overall, absolutely right.
Well, Marcel Chinchik's got pole position by 0.2 of a second. Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, I am not going to deafen you in this one. As we head our way down towards the first corner, it is underway here at Monza, and it was a decent start there from Marcel Chinchik. Of course, he's going to keep giving the slipstream to his teammate Yuri Toman, but it is going to be Nikodem Wisniewski down the inside of Chinchik into that first corner. Is he going to send it in a little bit too deep? He's got nothing to lose in that Williams car, as there's a couple of squabbles in the background. It is going to be Williams taking over the race lead, but look at this from Kevin Siggy as well. He's got up into third position and might well be challenging for second.
Kevin Siggy with a great start, then up to third. Kevin Ellis Jr. hasn't done too badly either. He's battling with Moritz Lerner in towards the second chicane as well. Lerner down the inside. They're both late on the brakes. Watch out for the ones in front as well. Ellis Jr. brakes late enough to go up into fifth place, forcing Lerner to tuck in behind.
Yeah, this is getting a bit feisty in the background as well. I think there might be Tommy Usgaard defending from Joshua Rogers, trying to work his way forward as they march their way up the order. Again, Rogers with a bit of work to do. He's going to be losing ground. He's kind of losing touch a little bit from those at the top of the standings, being Marcel Chinchik and Luke Bennett, who seem to be consistently towards the front of this race. On board with Kevin Siggy as he's trying to close down on Marcel Chinchik. Like you said, he's got a bit of work to do in this race. He's not in a comfortable position when it comes to the points, but if he can win this race, that will be huge.
Absolutely huge. He needs a top 7 to at least stay alive, but the likelihood is the results won't go his way. If he only comes 7th, he needs a bit more than that. And at the moment, he's put himself in a good position to do that from the start. Josh Rogers is backed out towards the back as well. Unfortunately for him, he's done that a couple of times so far today, but fought his way through well at Spa, so maybe he can do the same now.
Yeah, he's in 11th position. Of course, Spa was sent down the road rather than this by his own qualifying accord. He finds himself in 11th and being attacked by Eamon Murphy. On board with Yuri Toman then, who's going to try and get down the inside of Kevin Siggy, who's keeping in the slipstream of Marcel Chinchik. I'm actually surprised that Chinchik did not spot that and then go and give his teammate assistance. Look at that though, down the inside. That was nearly Kevin Ellis Jr. working his way past Kevin Siggy as Kevs do battle. In the background, it seemed like Mouse was doing battle as Benneker and Rietveld fight over. Lerner skipped over the chicane and cleared off into the distance.
Yeah, that was bizarre from him. Side by side through the Curva Grande, we're doing a couple of cars. Now Oliveira is going to come up on both of them as well with the double slipstream. We're nearly 3 wide and towards the second chicane. Round the outside for Ellis Jr. on Kevin Siggy as well. It's chaos in that second chicane at the moment. Beneke gets pushed back though. He's only 12th in the standings at the moment. This is really important for him.
Yeah, that was big from Kevin Ellis Jr. This could be big for Maximilian Benneker around the outside of Kaiki Oliveira. Also sat behind that is Tommy Usgaard and Joshua Rogers side by side through Lesmo 1, side by side through Lesmo 2 as well. The inside line being taken by the Brazilian as they continue their fight down towards Ascari. The BMW M4 of the Furia is going to stay ahead at the moment. Meanwhile, this train is getting feisty, is turning into feistier clock as we head into Ascari. A big send back down the inside from Maximilian Benneker, and he's made his way through. What a move that was.
And Rogers through on Osgard as well. The former teammates battling it out through at the Ascari chicane. So Good fighting here, all over 8th position, with Beneke now at the front of it, but the slipstream, once again, so pivotal in this race, meaning this group is not going to be split apart, and it's not ideal for any of them either, because they're allowing the top 6 to get away.
Yeah, this is actually turning into a fairly dire situation for them as we look on board with Nikodem Wisniewski on the right-hand side, looking to try and take 2 race victories today, despite his problems. Is he actually out?
Who?
Nikodem Wisniewski.
Yes,
Definitely. So he's literally just here for a race win now, as we'll see the fight continue behind. Once again, on the left-hand side of your screen is that battle between Oliveira, between Beneke, between Rogers as well. They're not fully off the rear end of Rietveld, but it's not looking great.
It isn't, and Rogers could have got down the inside of Oliveira there, but couldn't quite squeeze his nose in there in time. As we go back up front, Nikodem Wisniewski just in front of Marcel Chinchik. Then we've got the side-by-side for 8th place. Max Beneke in a poor position here in terms of making it tomorrow. He breaks late into the second chicane. Here comes Oliveira. It's a much better run from him. Here comes Josh Rogers as well, up into Lesmo 1.
Yes, certainly so. Let's see what Rogers can do. He sent it in a little bit too deep. There's a brush of contact between the two of them. And Beneke just being just able to hang on. Again, how many times have we seen Beneke versus Rogers? We were talking about it in previous races. We're seeing them not battling where we expect them to fight, only for 9th and 10th, which normally I'd be like, maybe that's not great. But when you consider how many people have had to fend off to get into this competition, how strong this competition is, this is going to happen from time to time.
It absolutely is, and you've got to, yeah, as you say, these two so good on iRacing. These two have been the top names in sim racing for quite some time. Josh Rogers has won about everything there is to win, and right now he's in search of an ESL R1 major, forcing Max Beneke to defend in towards the Parabolica. It's outside line for the Porsche, still benefiting from the slipstream of Oliveira. He'll break late around the final corner, swing it wide. Beneke will hold on to the inside. The two will just make contact, and they'll remain neck and neck towards the start-finish line.
Yeah, this is feisty stuff. Rogers trying to work his way back up as the drag race into the slipstream. A round of applause from the Porsche Coanda team as they realise that position has been complete, but it might not be done so completely as we head down into the first corner. Helicopter cam flying all over the place at the moment as we're watching this action. As we head our way through the chicane, it is Maximilian Beneke behind Joshua Rogers now, who's trying to get past Oliveira.
And it's really not good news for him. Kevin Ellis Jr., as I mentioned, does need to gain some more places, otherwise he will be out at the moment. But Beneke is glad that he's not, because otherwise Beneke would be in trouble as well. Down the inside he goes on Josh Rogers into the second chicane. Here comes Tommy Usgaard as well. It's going to be free wide towards Lesmo 1, surely. He's going to squeeze up the inside as the Norwegian. 3 wide on the way in. There's contact. They all slide through. They hold on to it, and Rogers and Beneke are still side by side.
Yeah, wow, that was feisty stuff. Rogers trying to keep Beneke at bay and just about managing to do so. A cheeky little bit of 3 wide. We don't see that often between Lesmo 1 and Lesmo 2, but here comes Rogers taking the defensive line towards Ascari. This is that slipstream that we were talking about. They've, in their own little fight, they've lost so much time, which is such a typical thing around Monza. If you fight, you lose time hand over fist. They've dropped back nearly 2 seconds from Oliveira. They've dropped back 4 from Rietveld. They are not going to be fighting for anywhere high up in this race.
Absolutely, Beneke in real trouble right now. Ideally, he needs to get ahead of Enzo Benito here in this race, because at the moment, Kevin Siggy's going to get ahead of him. Ellis Jr. won't. At the moment, as things stand, Beneke and Ellis Jr. will both be out as far as I can see here. It could be quite close, as meanwhile, Marcel Chinchik tries to make a move for the lead.
Yeah, let's see if Chinchik's going to be able to get through. So he's down the inside at the moment. He's sending it over the curb. Wisniewski's going to be able to hang on, unable to get the up and under. It could well be RAG also going all over the rear end, because Yuri Toman's not too far off as there's more side by side. Rogers able to keep Beneke at bay, but Beneke potentially's got the run here off of the first chicane as they head their way around Curva Grande. It's going to be inside line every single day of the week for the Mouse driver. Maximilian Beneke working his way up the order, but here comes the battle for the race lead. It's once again Wisniewski, it's once again defensive, and once again Marcel Chinchik unable to fight his way through.
Everyone going all over the place into the second chicane here as well. Beneke is through. Josh Rogers has got a battle on his hands here, but the German there you can see on the left-hand side, shaking his head just a little bit. He knows he's only picking up 3 points here at the moment. He needs things to go wrong for those behind him, because otherwise, as things stand, I believe he'll be out.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. I mean, for drivers like Maximilian Benneker, where we know how strong they are, it is really disappointing to see how difficult this competition is. I would say disappointing how difficult this competition has been. He's just not been able to keep up that form that he started the season in, and that is such a shame. But that's just how this competition is. It lives, it breathes, it changes every single time we go racing. And once again, we might well be seeing a big heavy hitter leaving our way. That was always going to be the case. We were always going to lose someone massive from this event on this Saturday. That's just what this championship, that's what this is always poised to do.
I didn't think it was going to be Max Benneker, though. I've got to be honest with you. It was, you know, sort of one of the people, one of the guys people were picking as maybe a choice for the overall win. But that's looking a long shot at this stage. He needs another point, or a couple of points ideally, to get ahead of Enzo Benito, which is a couple of places. And look at how far Rietveld is ahead of him. For example, Czincik, though, very close to the race leaders. We've got battles for 6th as well.
Yeah, it's Rietveld getting down the inside of Moritz Lerner, and the drag race between them. We'll see Lerner, I think, dropping back behind Rietveld. Kevin Siggy, who's just about above the cut line at the moment, is having to fend off Kevin Ellis Jr. as well, as we'll see this attempt from Marcel Czincik. We can see on the right-hand side that's basically on board with Nikodem Wisniewski, able to keep at bay the Hungarian behind. It's Czincik, it's Toman, then it is Siggy, who will be desperate to move forward. We're on lap 6 of 9 around this Monza circuit, and there is plenty of time for them to get racing back again. But it goes quick.
It does go quickly. At the moment, Siggy's doing enough to confirm his place in the next round. He's doing enough right now as things stand. If the race was to end now, Beneke and Ellis Jr. would take up those final 2 places outside of the top 12, and so the Group A people will have a free race, and they'll just need to get as many points as possible for tomorrow, of course, which we can start to talk about a bit more. However, it's not done just yet. Kevin Siggy might be able to get more places. Kevin Ellis Jr. certainly might be able to, with the amount of battling we're about to see.
Yeah, certainly so. Wisniewski still trying to fend off. It is not an easy circuit to defend that. It's a surprisingly hard circuit to sometimes pass at, because as much as like the slipstream's king, you know where that slipstream's going to come from. You know where and when to defend. There's not going to be any major shocks, especially for someone at the likes of Nikodem Wisniewski. As long as he doesn't make mistakes, it can be a little bit difficult to pass. But that is where it comes to an end down into T1. So he moves over to what will be the left-hand side of the circuit, the right-hand side of our shot, and Nikodem Wisniewski not taking the defensive inside line into the first chicane. There's contact between the two, and once again Wisniewski's just able to keep him at bay. The up and under, the drive off slightly better for Czincik, but the outside line all the way around Curva Grande. This is a defensive masterclass being played by Nikodem Wisniewski. He's putting his car exactly where he wants and is reading the move from Marcel Czincik brilliantly.
Here he goes down the inside, Czincik in towards the second chicane. He's not fully committed though in that one. The thing that's helping Czincik a lot here though is the fact that Toman's behind him. If there was anyone else behind, i.e. not a teammate, then he would have a lot more difficult of a time at the moment. However, yes, he's got his teammate behind. He can do what he wants almost in terms of trying to make this move for the lead.
I will say, Siggy is no longer in 4th in this race. He's actually dropped back behind Kevin Ellis Jr. So Kevin Ellis Jr., he's going to be hungry to try and fight his way past Yuri Toman and Marcel Czincik.
Doesn't change anything in the championship, unfortunately, despite the swing there. Kevin Siggy would need to lose some more points, and that's exactly what Beneke is hoping for, because at the moment he's not going to score any more points himself, surely.
But maybe Kevin Ellis Jr. might score some more points. That's the thing that's on the horizon. That's the thing that's the risk now. Can he get past Yuri Toman, Marcel Czincik and Nikodem Wisniewski, all in the space of 2 and a very small bit of laps left to go in this race into the final corner at the Parabolica as we end lap 7. There will be 2 more laps left to go, and surely Kevin Ellis Jr., he knows that he's basically win it or bin it right now. Go for it.
It is. He has to win. Even second place is not enough for him right now. So it's first place absolutely has to be the place that Ellis Jr. ends up in. That's going to be a big problem, though, I feel, with the 2 RHEs in front of him, because Toman's going to support Czincik as much as possible because of the situation in the overall championship.
well, each time they go through a corner and Kevin Ellis Jr. is not making his way up, it's an opportunity that's going awry. Of course, we know that Alex Simpson's going to be in the ear being like, move, move, move. I mean, try and do what you can as they're side-by-side off for the final position on the grid. Eamon Murphy versus Tumi Usgaard. They're basically battling for the last time in ESL R1 in the spring season.
They certainly are, and they've known this for quite some time as well. They're just having some fun with it, maybe. Inside line for Usgaard was attempted. Murphy didn't let him have it, and so he'll stay on 11th. Josh Rogers still can't find his way through on Max Benecke. Maybe there's still a story to tell there.
Yeah, certainly. So Kevin Siggy, who we're looking at here, you got him on the right-hand side, is just about doing enough to confirm his way through. At the moment, the only person that's behind him that can actually make some progress is in 12th position at the moment, so he'd be in 11th, and that is Enzo Benito. So there wouldn't actually be a change that would actually affect his championship standing. It's more down to what Kevin Ellis Jr. can do and Maximilian Benecke, but I think that ship has sailed.
Yeah, Ellis Jr. needs to win, as we've mentioned, and as you said just there, Benecke is too far away, surely, to gain positions here. If Siggy loses a place, though, to Moritz Lerner, I know that's unlikely at the moment, then he would be tied on points with Benecke, and then I don't know what we do.
Grudge match.
What, just fists on the straight?
1v1 me on dust. We'll play some Call of Duty. It'll be absolutely fine. Krim can coach them on that. It'll be absolutely fine. It's fine. No worries. Let's see if there's going to be a switch, though, as we see Jeffrey Reedburn a little bit slow out of the Parabolica. Moritz Lerner's going to be quite close. He's going to pull over to the left-hand side quite late here as we cross over the line to start the final lap. Marcel Chinchik, though, he's going for it. This could be his best opportunity as well. Is it going to be 3 wide as well? Yuri Toman's looking through it, and Marcel Chinchik is going to commit to the first corner, but is it going to be too much from Nikodem Wisniewski as they push their way through? Marcel Chinchik squeezed off the road. Kevin Ellis Jr. might well come through. He's going to clear himself from Yuri Toman and might well pick up the slipstream as well from Nikodem Wisniewski.
Oh, he squeezes into third place. Now Kevin Ellis Jr. is going to come for second place as well. Through the Curva Grande, he's looking up towards the inside at the second chicane. Chinchik's being caught as well in the slipstream. Kevin Ellis Jr. has to go for it. He decides to back out, and he'll try on the exit, I suppose. He can't go through here.
No, he might well be hoping for something from Wisniewski on Chinchik. That's what he'll try and pounce on. This race is not done yet. These transfer spots into Sunday are not done yet. Let's not count ourselves right now as Kevin Ellis Jr. trying to apply all of the pressure to Williams. Let's keep our eye on this fight because this is where it's all at right now.
Yuri Toman might have something to say about this as well, because he doesn't care about the situation with the top 12. He's through. He wants points, and that could be a thorn in Kevin Ellis Jr.'s side. This race is going to come down to the final corner. Nikodem Wisniewski wants to go out with a bang.
Yeah, well, there is only one more straight left to go as we race our way down towards the Parabolica. Is there going to be any move right now? It's Slipstream City as we head down towards the Parabolica. Marcel Chinchik just about hanging on and looking for back-to-back victories. As that's a little bit of a look from Nikodem Wisniewski. There might be a look as well from Yuri Toman. But as we come through the Parabolica, it should be Marcel Chinchik taking back-to-back victories for R8G as he crosses the line and takes the first win on Rennsport at Monza. It's tight though. Wisniewski behind, Ellis Jr. behind, and that will feel great after the previous race. Question marks as to what actually happened through that race. Marcel Chinchik, no question marks now as we head down towards Ash, who I think is going to be chatting to Kevin Siggy.
Kevin, Monza, Temple of Speed, how was it? Did you have a lot of practice here or just a lot of experience from Monza previously?
Yeah, I mean, the practice, we were doing as much as we could at home, practicing as much as we could how to nail the chicanes and everything. But evidently, as you see with the BOP, our car is just the slowest on the straight. We gave all of the guys all the info we could, but they just still kept taking the power out, so it's just impossible for me to even catch up to them, let alone even stay behind them. So, yeah, it's just an absolute terrible track for a car like this.
Are there any moves that you wish you made or any moves that you didn't make that you kind of regret?
No, not really, because I think it was just me being on the edge in P12, so I'm hoping that I still stay there. My engineer's been telling me to keep calm and stay in P5, and obviously I want to keep it out of crashes, like unlike I did at Spa, which is some of the stuff, it is my fault, which is unfortunate. But no, I just wanted to chill in P5 and see what else can happen, because it's just impossible to overtake. Our car is just absolutely nothing in the race.
I mean, you look extremely calm to me. Like, you haven't broken a sweat this entire race. Kind of, what's your thought process, and how do you stay so calm?
I don't know. I've been having issues with staying calm, especially in qualifying. But at least at least in this one, I didn't really nail the lap, but like I was fairly happy with it, so I'll take it. But like, I mean, I usually don't sweat normally, but if it is sweat, it's just because it's evidently way too hot. But at least right now it's not, so it's not too bad.
Yeah, luckily we have the aircon on, so great job in today's race. Of course, we're going to throw it back to Jazz and Krim to go over the results.
Well, Crimsix, another back-to-back victor, as it were, here at ESL R1 at the major, nonetheless. The debut of Monza on the broadcast.
It looked
Thoughts,
good.
feelings, emotions.
It looked really good, actually. So did Kevin right there. He's kind of handsome. And yeah, let's see the results, though. Where are the results?
All right, let's talk stats. Let's talk
We got all these
results.
monitors
Let's see how
and
everything.
no results.
Let's see how everything shaped up. Krim, talk to me. Marcel Chinchik from the side of R8G finishing in first place.
Yep, impressive, impressive. I'm still terrified to say his name. How do you say his name?
Chinchik.
Chinchik.
Chinchik. Yeah, there
You're
we go.
a
You got
beast,
it.
man. And I'm sorry, brother. But again, Siggy, he was one of those drivers we were looking at the whole entire day because he was one of the, he's on the cusp of not making tomorrow. I don't know where this puts him overall. I think, do we have to wait for Group A?
I think we've got the overall standings provisional, of course.
Here we go.
Taking a look at this, obviously, for the side of Team Redline, we have Luke Bennett performing absolutely exceptional as per usual. But Marcel Chinchik, with that previous track that we've just seen there, Luke Bennett has been knocked off his podium for now, as it were. For now.
Yep.
Who knows? Maybe he'll be able to take it. But taking a look at his two teammates in the form of Kevin Siggy and Enzo Benito as well, do you think this could be it?
I mean, this is, I'm looking at it right now, that's your final top 12. Because all these drivers are, that's your top 12. Sorry. Completely ruined the hype for the Group A, but no, that's awesome. Because, Enzo and Siggy, I'm friends with both of them, I brag about having friends occasionally.
Occasionally.
But yeah, no, Monza, Group B is concluded. Last race of the day.
We still have another Monza coming on up, but before we do that, let's find out some more about the side of Team Redline. I'm wearing red for the red line as well, it's perfect.
Might go car shopping here.
Hey guys. How good is everyone at drawing?
Drawing?
Yeah.
Terrible.
Could you like free?
Are you ready, guys?
That's the exhaust pipe.
Nope.
No.
Tire.
Wait,
Yeah, of course.
How did you make that easy?
Come on.
Pulling this.
Next.
Grill.
Radiator.
A wing?
That's the rear bumper.
Oh, diffuser, rear diffuser. Okay, okay.
Hood. Door.
Yes.
Nice.
Clean, really clean.
It's gonna be hard actually.
This is the gearbox.
Damper?
Front stop.
No.
Spring.
No. Nothing to do with suspension. Not sure if this is how it looks, but yeah.
Is it something to do with
Is the antenna for the radio?
It's a catalytic converter.
It's bolted on, but very gently.
Shit drawing.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I give
Spark
up.
plug.
Spark plug. Oh, yeah.
man. Not everyone
I mean-
the drawing's okay.
So this is the head. This is the airline. This is the fade.
The nose.
Not.
I think it's safe to say that they're definitely not professional artists. However, they are professional sim racers, as it were, as well. Did you manage to get any of those right?
Yeah, I got one.
You got one.
I'm like literally their cheerleader, okay? I don't even know why I was there, but making appearances left and right. Redline is making an appearance in the final.
Yes,
tomorrow.
that they are as well. But you know what? I'm excited. I'm hyped. I'm ready. It is time for our final group, Group A, taking on Monza. Please, a round of applause once again. A warm welcome to our teams. Fellas, coming on down. has been a little bit of a long day for all of our drivers. They've certainly been put through their paces, but if you're only just joining us, then don't worry, we got the lowdown on all of their latest points. Nils Nyox with 132 points to his name. Dara McCormack from Team Williams with 215 points. Luke Bennett for Team Red Line. Please give it up for him. We got Yuri Kazdorp as well with 107 points. Yoni Tormala for Cider G2. I'm hearing someone screaming for Yoni. Han Yayovsky as well. He's ready to show you what's up. We've got Jakub Brzezinski from Team Williams as well. Marko Pejic currently in 8th position. Enzo Benito for the side of Team Red Line, definitely not an artist by any means. We've also got Mr. James Baldwin himself. The Big Mac, once again, it is Mac Backham. And alongside him, he has his teammate Mitchell de Jong as well from Porsche Coanda. I gotta say, I've been loving the Porsche Coanda kind of support we've seen throughout today. They've been incredibly loud. They've been incredibly cheerful.
Yep. Yeah.
Expecting.
Except, I was kind of disappointed that last round, or right there. You know, it was like mild cheers. Okay. What was that?
There was some
what was that, guys?
There were some whispers here and there. Maybe they'll just get a little bit louder once we get Monza underway. But speaking a bit more about Monza, Krim, how do we think this load of drivers are going to fare up on Monza itself?
I don't know anything about Monza. So I don't know. But the top 12's already decided. This is probably going to be the most interesting race.
Do you think the 12 that have already made it are going to be cruising, or do you think they're still going to be giving it their all?
I honestly have no idea what's going to happen right now.
Because from my perspective, I'm thinking you've not had the opportunity to play Monza out in a professional setting.
But they have.
This is their opportunity.
We're going to
now,
see
again.
carnage. Like, have you guys seen Mad Max?
I haven't actually.
If you haven't, you're about to see it, okay? Because the top 12 has already decided this race is basically for points for the conversion tomorrow and to settle some personal beef, probably. I'm looking at this guy right here.
You're pointing.
Can't trust him.
You're pointing in that general direction, but I know Ash is ready and waiting. We spoke about the family support at the very start of the broadcast. So what better person to interview than Luke Bennett's dad?
Oh my God.
Here we are with Tony Bennett right behind his son's rig, who keeps checking to make sure he's not embarrassing him too much on live broadcast. How does it feel to see your son, in action, performing so well?
I'm a very proud man, very proud.
And how's the family support been throughout his entire career? What have you guys been doing?
We watch every single thing he does, without fail.
And you don't yell at him for sleeping over curfew or anything. You just let him race to the night and practice.
He sits in his sim room for about 12 hours a day. He only comes out to feed.
Oh, so you do feed him?
Sometimes.
And how important is to have that family support?
I would think it's very important. Yeah. It's an expensive game, so we've supported him from day one, really.
And what advice do you have to parents whose kids are interested in sim racing? Should they explore that? Should they be open?
Buy some cheap equipment. If they have it, you can tell pretty quickly if they've got it, and then move on.
Even if they don't got it, they can enjoy it as a hobby, though. Right?
Absolutely. Enjoy every minute of it.
Absolutely.
It's good fun.
And what do you hope for your son to happen for this weekend?
We're going to win.
Oh.
He's going to win, absolutely.
With those kind of words, how can you not believe that? We're super excited to see
You
what
have
happens.
to believe it, don't you? Of course he will.
Of course he will.
Yeah.
And then are we ever going to see you behind a sim rig one day?
Not unless I've had a drink.
Or two.
Or two, at least.
Well, thank you so much I appreciate it. Good luck to Luke. And I can't imagine how stressful it is watching from the stands.
Incredibly stressful, yes.
Are you texting other family members while it's happening?
Yes, all the while. I got out my phone bill.
And any predictions for this race?
Yeah, Luke's going to win.
Anyone in P2? Is it Luke again?
Let's say Enzo.
Perfect. Team Redline all the way,
Absolutely.
right? Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And that was Tony Bennett, Luke Bennett's father. Family support is just so important when you're doing a hobby that takes up so much time, especially sim racing. A lot of mental and emotional concentration day to day with races, especially like today with the production, just lights on you, the camera. I mean, the production team talking about you right live as you're racing. So having family support, friends support, like the whole entire crowd has been here supporting our racers. And I can't imagine that without the support. So I'm going to throw it back to Jazz and Krim.
Family support really is everything, isn't it? I love the fact as well that Luke Bennett's dad is not only a Luke Bennett supporter, rightly so, but also an Enzo Benito supporter and a Team Redline supporter at that as well.
Yep.
Did you get that family support as well?
No, actually, I just, watching that, I wish my parents loved me.
Right, well, I don't know what it is, bro. Every single time I'm asking you, first you have no friends, now you have no
Sorry,
family.
Mom and Dad, I'm sorry.
Well, okay, let's focus in a little bit more about the upcoming race that we have. And two drivers in particular I want to talk about are James Baldwin and Dara McCormack. Obviously, Dara, during the online era of ESL R1, gave us back-to-back victories. But the real question is, have you been disappointed with the performance he's given us thus far, Crimsix?
Well, I don't know, actually. What was the question again?
Are you disappointed with the performance that you've been seeing so far from Dara McCormack? Do you think he'll be able to bring it on back?
Oh, no, 100%. I would say anyone in the Mercedes right now is a major threat, okay? Just talking to all the drivers, they fear that car right now, okay? And it went from it basically went from 0 to hero. At the start of the season, it just kept getting stronger and stronger and stronger. And all of a sudden, we're at the final where they, dare I say, have the best car. So.
Okay. It's now or never. I feel like I'm hearing a lot of clinging, a lot of clanging all around me as well. All of our drivers are getting ready to race it up. Our final track of the day, it is going to be Monza once again as well. What's your prediction, Krim?
Ooh.
You were right the first time, so no pressure.
Baldwin, P1.
Okay.
Bennett, P2. He's saving the wins for tomorrow. Nils, P12 for sure. Maybe. Is he talking crap to me? Is he talking back over there?
Nah, I don't think I can hear you from all the way over there. Surely not.
I don't know. I don't know where Yuri's going to place. Maybe 7th? Because he's 7 feet tall. McCormack, though, what? P2, P3? I think we're at P3.
Well, I know Lewis
That was
McGlade,
all over the place.
it really was. I feel like we jumped around a timeline of some sort as well. I know Lewis McGlade has some thoughts and feelings of his own about the performance of Yuri Kasdorp as well. I'm wondering whether or not he's ready, though, for me to throw it over to him. Lewis McGlade, I'm putting you on the spot now, homie.
Okay.
Yuri Kasdorp, tell me that story one more time.
Which story?
The infamous story.
Which story?
All of the stories.
Oh, I don't know which story. I got word in my ear as soon as you said that, so I've got no idea what story I'm supposed to be telling. I've got a lot of stories to tell from the world of sim racing.
You have, yeah.
And none of them are good.
Well,
I've got a story about Oscar Harbuck at Le Mans, but I can't tell that one.
No, you can't.
No, that's fine. We'll just keep our eyes focused on this. I do know a few things about Yuri Kasdorp. I think this is what she was alluding to, is the fact that I'm a better driver than Yuri Kasdorp, as proved by one championship a long time ago. I only beat him in one championship. Actually, no, to be fair, we beat him in VEC as well. So, I'm better than Yuri Kasdorp.
Confirmed. Yeah, so...
I'm just not as nice of a person. It is, you know, it is what it is. Like I say, some drivers have struggled, some drivers have battled well, some drivers have done really, really well in this competition. Other drivers have come here in the live event and they've kind of lost a little bit of speed.
Yeah, not so much. I mean, we've only seen, as Ian said, we do have our 12 confirmed now. We can't see any change within that. We've only got one of the drivers who started outside of that top 12, now inside of it. That's Enzo Benito, who's currently made it in by 4 points, but having scored some, you'd think, in this side of things, he will do the same here as well. Sorry, he'll move up forward. How important, though, do you think on the left-hand side we can see 3 red line logos over the course? When we talking about finalist mode, we can start to sort of venture into that kind of area of this major. That could be crucial.
Yeah, let's discuss tomorrow just a little bit then as to how that's going to work. Because effectively, whoever's leading the points today, let's say, for example...
Let's give the example of Chinchik.
Let's say Marcel Chinchik. Actually, we'll talk about that in a second. We'll head down to Ash.
I'm here with Luke Bennett because we've talked to Team Redline. I mean, we've talked to his dad. The least I can do is talk to the guy himself leading the points. Luke, how is it going to this last race? What's going on with the team support and everything?
Well, I'm quite confident coming into this last race.
Yeah.
Pace has been good today, much better than yesterday, so I'm quite happy. But yeah, no, we'll see what happens. Hopefully I get a nice result and I can lead into tomorrow.
Is Monza one of your favorite tracks? One you do very well? How do you feel about it?
No, well, the way the tracks have gone today is it's gone from my best to my worst.
Okay.
So, yeah, but it is what it is, you know. We'll see what happens.
So the main goal today is, are you trying to get obviously P1, or are you just trying to survive? What are you looking at here?
Just decent points is fine. With the way the points are tomorrow, it's not going to make too much of a difference. So, yeah, I'm quite happy with where I am now. If this race goes quite badly, it's not such an issue.
Any regrets or any moves that you made or wish you did make from today's races, or do you feel pretty good?
Yeah, I made a bit of a rash move on Dara earlier, but you know, I still ended up with a P3, so it wasn't too bad. But yeah, sorry to him for that.
And how's the support been? I mean, I just talked to your dad, right? We talked to Redline in the beginning of, hours ago, right? So how's that been?
Yeah, we're all very close, so it's nice, you know, we're always speaking to each other, you know, egging each other on. So yeah, it's nice support. It helps you mentally for sure.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Luke. Have a great race. Enjoy your practice. And we're going to send it back to the desk.
Thanks very much, Ash. It's great to hear from the drivers down on the ground there. Luke Bennett, only 13 points, as we've just seen, behind Marcel Chinchik in the drivers' standings right now, meaning 4th place would get them tied, and anything more than that, and he's a championship leader.
Yeah, this is the thing, is that he wants to obviously return back to the championship lead. He's just lost it to Marcel Chinchik because of that race victory for Marcel Chinchik. If he gets the race victory, awkwardly enough, it returns back to the 12-point margin that we had before we even came here, at which point this day for those two has been almost pointless. But you know, for them, it's about focusing on basically on tomorrow, isn't it?
It really is. Speaking of tomorrow, let's show you a little bit more about how this major works.
The best 24 drivers from the regular season have qualified for the major LAN event,
where they will compete for the title in the final rounds of the ESL R1 spring season and for the prize pool of €225,000. The major is a LAN event stretching over 2 days. Major Day 1. The 24 drivers are divided into 2 groups, 12 in each. The 2 groups will now be racing 4 times each. After each race, drivers score points from 0 to 25 depending on their placement.
These points will be added to their existing points from the regular season.
The overall top 12 drivers after the 4 races will be qualified for the Major Day 2. Major Day 2. At this stage, the points of all 12 remaining drivers will go through a little transformation. This means that the points tally of the leading driver will be set to 100 points. The points of the other 11 drivers will be transformed so that they maintain the same percentage gap to the leading driver. From now on, the drivers will race at least 4 races before a champion can be crowned. When a driver reaches or surpasses 160 points, they gain finalist mode for all following races.
Once the driver has reached finalist mode, they only have to win 1 more race in order to be crowned champion of ESL R1 2023 spring season.
It's unlike anything we've ever seen in sim racing before. The ESL R1 Major here in Munich is nearing the end of its first day. Day 2 to come, as you've just seen, and we're going to relate that a little bit now to what the points we currently have, because we've been avoiding the subject all day, to be quite honest. It can be very confusing. When you start to look at it all as a whole, as you go through it, you realise it's not so bad at all. At the moment, Marcel Czincik is championship leader with 100 points at the front, or would have 100 points when we squash the points in together. To give you an example of how things will work from here on in, if the points were to stay as they are, Josh Rogers will be on 85, Yuri Toman and Moritz Lerner will both be on 69, and Kevin Siggy will be on 61. So you can see just how it would really close up the field, but that, of course, provides that Czincik stays championship leader, which could not happen.
Yeah, exactly. Now, the thing is from there again, like was said, it's then 25 points for a race win. So for those that are outside of it, they can work their way up to that. The important number at that point, or the important number tomorrow, will be 160. All drivers will be aiming to get to 160 points. Ideally, they'll be aiming to get to 160 points faster than everyone else. And once they do, they enter finalist mode. If they win one more race with finalist mode, they win the entire competition. We will go into it in depth, of course, tomorrow, because we have to. But you know, it's one of these things that sounds a little bit more complicated than it is. In hindsight, basically all the drivers have to do is just win.
Yeah, that is
Easy,
it.
right?
I think the fantastic thing about it is the fact that you do need a win to take the whole thing, because sometimes you get these. It's about striking balance, isn't it? In my mind, sometimes you get some very boring championships where it's over 5 rounds before the end. That's not going to be the case here, because somebody has to win at the end. You don't want a really manufactured championship like we see in some series in America.
Are you talking about NASCAR, right?
I am, yeah. You don't want to see that either. So I think personally we've struck a really good balance here in terms of making race wins important, making it close, but also not manufacturing it into a ridiculous kind of thing.
Yeah, I think the important thing is it's one of those things that's a bit of an experimentation. It's something that we've not tried before, and I like the fact that we're trying to do something. It's one of these things that sees drivers have to take it to the next level. Marcel Czincik, the best example of this. Throughout the season so far, he's picked up so many podiums, so many second and third places. When it comes to race victories, he's not won that much. Until recently, where he won in the final race of the major season, and then he's won 2 races today as well. He's looking a lot stronger. We've got Dara McCormack on our stream, one of the drivers that we're expected to focus on potentially even winning tomorrow if he's got the pace, if he's got that consistency. He certainly has the chance.
He certainly does. This could all change, though, of course, the numbers I just read out, based on what Luke Bennett does here in this race.
Yes, absolutely.
As you say, 13 points behind at this stage. He just said there, this race doesn't really matter that much, because when they get squashed together, the points will be near as makes no difference anyway. Would you go along with that theory?
No, because I think let's say, for example, he wins. He gets a little bit further ahead of someone.
4 points. 4 points ahead.
It will be 4, yeah. So it's that little bit further down the road. What that will end up doing is it's not only about the points gap to the people directly behind, like Marcel Czincik. What he's doing is he's actually decreasing the percentage of points that some of those lower down will get that already have points. Like you say, was it Josh Rogers has got 85 points. So if Luke Bennett actually takes over the race win, Josh Rogers might only have like 83 or 82. Only 2 points sounds like much. But we've said before, what if you get 159 points tomorrow, 158 points? You're so close to finalist mode, but it doesn't matter, because that next race you win is not your race. You have to have passed 160 points to get that finalist mode.
Exactly, and that's what makes it so crucial. So while this race may not decide who goes through or not, these drivers will know whether they will or not. In fact, 7 of them will, and 5 of them obviously know that they will be going home. But it's still important to pick up the points, and it's still going to be close as well. It's a bit of a learning curve. It's the first time they've gone around Monza in anger. I know we've had our first race now in anger for us to watch, but these drivers were watching like us, so they now get to experience it for themselves.
And I was having a little bit of a chat but with a member of the FIA, so they are the enemy. That's not true. But Eric Strana, we were having a little bit of a discussion about, is this race going to be more chaotic or less chaotic? Because there's almost like, it's sort of 50-50, because they've got nothing to lose necessarily, or not much to lose.
Yeah.
Then they kind of have to go all out on the attack. But if they do go a little bit all out on the attack, then they might push it a little bit too far, and then they might lose out. It's kind of like, it's 50-50. I don't really know.
Absolutely. Well, let us know what you think about the format using our survey and many other things as well. Exclamation mark survey in the Twitch chat if you're watching along at home. Tell us what you think. Let us improve the championship. Let us improve the experience for everyone, here, including us and you at home as well. Make sure you follow us on all the socials as well to let us know and all those kind of things.
I was going to say, judge everything except the commentary because we don't want to get sacked.
No, not particularly yet. Not really.
Oh, you know.
So there you are. Let us know what you think there at home. But a couple of minutes left until we get into the qualifying session, the final one of the day. It's race 8 of day 1 in the ESL R1 Major here in Munich this afternoon. It's a very different proposition to what we were expecting, I've got to say. I was really expecting it to still be on the line at this point, but
so did I.
Yeah, you don't know what's going to happen, do you?
But I think that's just that's the nature of how things have unfolded. There are some drivers. There's been some drivers that have got very, very unlucky throughout the day. There are some drivers that have got lucky throughout the day. There are some drivers where we're sort of sitting there thinking they were shoo-ins to move their way through, Maximilian Benneker. And like you said, when you were looking at the championship standings, how important is it that Team Redline have 3 cars in tomorrow, as we were kind of talking about what their methodology would be if they have 3 cars in, and how that kind of changed things up going into tomorrow. Now, there's a couple of things to play out with there as well, is the fact that Redline have 3 cars in, and also 2 of them, no disrespect to Enzo Benito and Kevin Teague, but they are also quite a lot further back down, being, at the moment, the 11th and 12th. We'll see what Enzo Benito does. Quite a lot further down than where Luke Bennett is. Are they literally just going to go through the day and try and help Luke Bennett win the title?
Marcel Cinsik's not helplessly on his own by any means, is he?
No.
He'll have the very loyal support of Yuri Toman as well, who will also be going for his own chances, to be fair. So maybe there'll be that kind of awkwardness there, where Toman's still sort of going for the positions himself. Because let's not forget, it's not only money for first, it's all the way down to 12. Every single position is going to matter.
But also, RAG have one more driver in this race, being Erhan Yayovsky, who's even higher up than Yuri Toman. This is kind of what I'm meaning about it. Is it kind of a problem where like Team Redline have 1 driver at the front and then 2 drivers at the bottom? Meanwhile, RAG have 3 drivers in positions where they could theoretically win. I know everyone can theoretically win, but you know what I mean.
You could look at it in 2 ways, I think. First of all, the fact that it's a very easy decision for Redline, possibly. Do they get those 2 who are further down to help the Bennett, who's at the front? Possibly so. But also, you could look at it in the way that RAG have actually got 3 bullets in the gun. So if things go wrong for one of them, does it matter? Because they've still got 2 drivers with a big chance to take the whole thing. So, it depends which way you look at it in terms of that. I would like, as a team, personally, to have the 3 right up there.
I agree. I think, like you say, if there is something which goes wrong tomorrow, which, let's be honest, with the style of racing, it's likely that the day's not going to go perfectly, that you might well come out on the back foot in at least 1 race. The fact that you'd have a couple more bullets in the gun, ready to go, and hey, maybe you might get all 3 drivers into finalist mode, and then at this point it's sort of like, just make sure someone wins.
Every man for themselves, pretty much.
Yeah, right.
So that'll be very interesting to see. Welcome along, everybody at home and in the studio as well. We're just in qualifying for the final round of the final race, of day 1 of the ESL R1 Major here in Munich.
Now, I want you all to get... No, I was about to say, I want everyone to get loud enough that they kind of distract Erhan Yayovsky a little bit. Don't worry, he's already in a decent position, but let's all make some noise! Oh, almost. Okay, we're going to try that one again. All right? Everyone here in the Rennsport Summit, make some noise! That's better.
So reaction times.
Yeah, I know. You are not making it on the grid with that kind of reaction time. My goodness me. The race starts are questionable. Let's go with that. Erhan Yayovsky then, first sector's looking all right. Let's see what he is through the second.
Yes, it's sector 2 just on the road towards Ascari, 35.8 for him on this occasion. And we'll see. We'll be able to compare him to Marcel Cincic as well, because the interesting part to note from that first qualifying session was just how far Cincic was ahead of the rest. This is, of course, his teammate Erhan Yayovsky, right up there in the standings. Came in today 5th. He still is 5th in the standings. Has the possibility to move ahead of James Baldwin as well. They're both in this race. They're only separated by a point. The Macedonian comes out of the Parabolica turn now and up towards the line for the benchmark of this session. It's going to be a 36.4, a few tenths away from Marcel's time.
I saw a couple of shakes of the head there, even coming out through the final sector. He was not particularly pleased. What can Dara McCormack do? Can he settle the nerves of what what has been a difficult day in the Williams Esports camp. It's been up and down. They've had quite a lot of talking points to take into the evening. I'm sure they'll discuss at the hotel this evening as they debrief effectively over the day's action. First and second sector looks okay. Let's see what Dara McCormack does across the line as he heads over. It's a 46.193. That would have been a tenth off the time that was set in the previous session by Marcel Cinchik. So it's decent. That would have been good enough for second in that session, let's not forget.
And by a tenth of a second as well. It wasn't really that close between first and second, as we saw. James Baldwin through the final corner now. This is the only session that he didn't top in practice for Group A. He was fastest in all the other three, but not here at Monza. Up towards the line he goes now. It will be a 46.3 from him. He slots into second place.
Yeah, indeed, and it's not particularly ideal. You can see Dara McCormack just above us here in the pole position cam, almost seemingly feeling that pressure immediately. Could Enzo Benito be putting an end to it straight away? I think that first sector says no. It's not great. 34.9 in the first sector is not ideal. We expect at least a tenth, maybe 2 tenths faster than that. We'll see what Enzo Benito could do across the line. Of course, he wants to score as many points as possible right now because he's presently 12th in the standings. Whilst he's guaranteed into tomorrow, a third position on the grid, a third position in the race, some extra points onto the board could throw him that little extra higher up in the championship and make tomorrow a little bit easier.
Yeah, as of right now, he'd be roughly 40 points back with the disadvantage going into the last day. So that's not easy to overcome. He's just going to try and make his future life a little bit more easy. Jakub Brzezinski comes around the final corner right now and goes over the line. He's been pretty strong today. He moved up to 16th place in the points from 20th where he started today. He will stay 5th, though, in this time in qualifying.
Yeah, just going a few hundredths slower than Haniyovski. Next one up towards the line is Mitchell de Jong. And again, the first and second sectors for Mitchell de Jong have not been great. He has struggled a lot today, has Mitchell de Jong. The pace maybe is just not right, not quite been there. Maybe I'm not 100% sure as to why. Maybe he's not had enough preparation. I don't know. It's just not quite clicked. And the problem is with doing all these races on one day, if it doesn't click, that bleeds into the next race and into the next. And unfortunately, he's half a second off. Although, let's be honest, Josh Rogers struggled a little bit around this circuit in qualifying in the previous. Maybe it's maybe the boys kind of struggling a little bit. I don't know. I don't want to speak of that because
no, because we're not Porsche drivers. Clearly.
And also, we'll get in trouble with anyone, the BOP police. They'll come after.
And it just so happens that they're the most represented here as well. So we're going to get knocked out by everyone. So I hope not.
Goodness me. They are allowed.
Yoni Termela makes his way around the final corner now. Cuts off as much as possible there, but goes nowhere near. I don't know why he was getting so close to the wall, to be honest, because he's nowhere near 2.8 seconds away.
Practice, maybe.
Yeah, I guess.
I don't know. No, he lost out quite a lot there. It's because he had a slowdown penalty in the second sector, which I think might be out of the second of the Lesmers. I want to say Degners then, different circuit.
Wow.
Out through the final corner, Mac Backham goes. The second sector's decent. The first sector's losing a little bit of time, but we'll see if he goes faster than his teammate Mitchell de Jong and gets himself into 6th position. At the moment across the line, the answer's no, because he had a slowdown penalty as well.
Yep, and just a little bit slower than Tormela, who had the same fate, unfortunately. Marco Pajic was not so high in the practice session, but clearly there's quite a few fast drivers down towards the bottom here in terms of practice. Marco Pajic being one of them. Luke Bennett, of course, the one we've been circling this entire group all day long, really. Pajic makes his way up towards the line, though, and he's made a big jump up in points today. 6th place so far in this qualifying session.
Yeah, Pajic has been absolutely fantastic today, and I don't have anything more to think about when it comes to that. He's been phenomenal all the way through and looks to get even stronger as we see Yuri Kazdorp now into that final sector again, first and second. First decent second average, out of the final one he goes, and at the moment he's got a few people he can get ahead of. He can definitely get ahead of Tormela and Backham. He might well be able to sneak his way ahead of de Jong and maybe even Pajic as well. Let's see what he does across the line. The answer is ahead of de Jong, but behind Pajic, but he's only ahead of de Jong by a 1,000th of a second.
Yeah,
which is about how long I can stand here in the cockpit.
Thank you for that. Niels Dykes makes his way towards the final corner as well. He's not been having a particularly enjoyable day, unfortunately. He's only scored 6 points so far in this event. Started today 17th, has dropped a few places as a result as well. He'll make his way up towards the line as in the only PS competition car Naix over the line. It's a 47-0, and that will be 9th place. He'll probably stay there. Luke Bennett, though, does have a job to do. Here he comes to the final turn.
Yeah, he's got a tall order to go and beat not only Enzo Benito, his teammate, not only James Baldwin, but also Dara McCormack. And again, he is looking to take victory here to take over the champion lead. If he doesn't take over the champion lead, or if he doesn't win, he's going to lose ground on that championship lead that he's got. It will make tomorrow even harder for him. Bennett comes across the line, and it is only good enough for 6th. That is not great for Team Redline, but if there is a raceable circuit, Monza is it.
Absolutely. Isn't it interesting, though, that both qualifying sessions have been so far apart in terms of 1 and 2. It's been very bizarre. And this man on your screen right here, Darren McCormack, has been the best of them so far in this session. Qualifying goes to him. He's on pole, and he will lead the field away. But will he lead them out of turn 2? That's a whole nother prospect. Let's have a look at the VRS starting grid for you for the final time here on the first day of the major. That is Mac Backham at the back with Joni Turbula. They had slowdown penalties, of course, nearly 3 seconds back. Niels Naix and Mitchell de Jong are on the road just in front of them. Then Yuri Kazdorp and Marco Pejic, who's down in 7th. Luke Bennett down in 6th as well, with Jakub Brzezinski alongside him. Erhan Yajowski and Enzo Benito are on the 2nd row, with James Baldwin and Dara McCormack on the front row together. It's the Irishman who's taken another pole position. Started today in 8th place, has dropped to 10th in the point standings, but could really do himself a favour with a good result here.
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, like I say, his online performance was phenomenal. He may have struggled a little bit when it came to some of the results, but he did have the pace back in Katowice. We know that this kid is talented. He is a rapid driver behind the wheel. He just needs to put it together. But could you imagine being, 18? I know it's not that far away for you. All right, fair enough. Let's not joke about that too much. But having the pressure of potentially winning 45k from the prize pool at the end of the weekend, at the end of Sunday, that's a lot of pressure.
It's a lot of pressure, yeah. And you do wonder about the experience with such a driver of this age. But younger and younger drivers are getting more and more experienced as things go on, and more mature in the races as well, which has been sometimes a problem in the past. You've always had very fast young drivers, not always having the race pace and the maturity to sustain that over a long period of time. Darren McCormack is one of those who certainly can. Luke Bennett alongside him certainly can as well. Similar kind of age range there as well. So yeah, it's very, very impressive, and very, very scary sometimes as well.
And they're also battling on the practice server at the moment. I did see a little bit of communication between Bennett and McCormack there in the on-screen set that we saw there. They are sat next to each other in the rigs, so there is a bit of tension. And they also have had a little bit of tension today at Hockenheim Ring, where they might well have come together.
At least they're smiling about it now. They don't seem to be overly.
That could have been trying to pump me off this time, mate. Ha ha ha.
Hey,
we don't know.
That's true. That's true.
You know me, I enter maximum sarcasm mode.
Yeah. Well, yeah. It comes back to that thing it was talking about earlier on about the fact you don't really get your time to ease tensions and things like this and calm down. It's a very rare phenomenon, really, in sim racing. This relentlessness of races, and that's going to be even more the case tomorrow, isn't it? We could be going on theoretically forever. That's not going to happen, but
no, we couldn't be going for theoretically.
No, not
that was not to be a pedant.
But you are a little
but I am
bit.
going to be.
Yeah,
anyway,
yeah.
Why not?
Well, yeah, it could go on for a while, but there we are. It's going to be fun though. It's going to be a lot of driving for them though. That's the key thing to point out.
This is the thing, is that tomorrow, as I think Krim's talked about this before, is that tomorrow we could see fatigue being the big factor. Yes, they've done 4 races today, but tomorrow is the big one. Last race coming up, though. Once again, make some noise. Here we go.
Red lights coming on for the very final time this evening. Monza, the venue for the last race. Race 8 of day 1 of the ESL R1 Major, about to get underway right now. James Baldwin with a good start on the inside line there. He'll immediately pull alongside pole sitter Darren McCormack, but can't get through. McCormack holds the inside in towards the first turn. Baldwin going to give him a hard time in towards the first chicane. He'll brake late, but he won't go through. Meanwhile, behind, it's RAG making the dives, and Erhan Yajowski, a lot of contact in the midfield, but they all make it out the other side.
Yeah, certainly so. It was actually actually fairly clean into the first corner. Dara McCormack's going to continue to lead. Luke Bennett actually dropping almost backwards into the clutches of Marco Pejic as he's trying to work his way forward, as he's trying to get some more points. At the moment, it's all very civilized on the run around Curva Grande as we head up towards a Rogier once again. A little bit of squeezing, a touch of squeezing from Kazdorp on Pejic. Also a dive down the inside from Mitchell de Jong, who's going to go around the outside as they leave the Rogier. This would have to be a mega move around the outside of Lesmo 1.
Yeah, there's two right-handers coming up, I'm afraid, for de Jong, so he's not going to be able to do it there. Pejic will hold on to 8th place for now, and he'll stack up those 4 behind him. There's the other Porsche Coanda Esports driver there, Mac Backham, at the back of the field at the moment. Yoni Tomala involved in this. He'll be advancing through. He needs more points than 1, which is where he's at right now.
Yeah, the defensive line being taken a little bit from McCormack there. It was more so to break slipstream on the run up towards Ascari. He takes the first curve and they race their way through. At the moment, the 2 Mercs at the front of the grid are starting to pull away from that BMW of Enzo Benito behind, but he's got the double slipstream, which comes into pure effect now on the race down towards the Parabolica and then out of it down towards the Retifilio.
On board with Baldwin in towards the Parabolica, looking for that exit out of this corner. It's still battling side by side behind. This is Niels Niox getting through on this occasion ahead of Mitchell de Jong, although it's a very, very good exit from Niox. De Jong pulls out of the slipstream, but Niox has got some, and so de Jong won't be going anywhere. Yuni Tomala certainly will be. He's got the double slipstream. He'll go to the very inside. We'll go 3 wide in towards turn number 1, and side by side for the race lead. James Baldwin, outside line through turn 1, gives him the inside for the second part. Dara McCormack won't give in. He should hold on through the Curva Grande.
Brilliant stuff between the 2 Mercedes at the front of the field. 1 Williams, 1 Mercedes AMG Petronas Esports team, as there comes Enzo Benito, who's just been oh wow, that was close. He got covered off quite late from James Baldwin, said nah, you're not going around the outside there, mate, as Enzo Benito darts, ducks and weaves across the braking zone as Dara McCormack sends it in to take over the race lead once again, but the up and under could be good for James Baldwin as we head down towards Lesmo 1.
He can't do it though. Enzo Benito's alongside him instead, and so the 3 leaders remain somehow in the same positions they were before. Jakub Brzezinski's gotten ahead of Erhan Yujovski for 4th place in the Williams Mercedes just behind as well, with Luke Bennett very much embroiled in that battle as well. What a great fight that was, and how aggressive was Enzo Benito around the Curva Grande.
Yeah, wow, was he? He was trying to make it 3 wide in the run towards the Rogier, which I've not seen too many times in my sim racing commentary career. We head through Ascari once again, and you're absolutely right. The top 3 remain in order. McCormack, Baldwin, Benito, Brzezinski ahead of Yujovski. Bennett still remains in 6th place. He's not been able to work his way forward yet.
Not yet. He's still in the front group though, at least,
yes,
which gives him the opportunity to move forward. If he was at the front of a separate group, he'd find it very, very tricky indeed. Coming towards the end of lap 2 then at Monza in the final race of the afternoon. For Group A, it's Dara McCormack from James Baldwin, Enzo Benito, Jakub Brzezinski and Erhan Yujovski, your top 5. The slipstream down the front straight should provide some opportunity in towards turn 1, possibly for Benito, who's closest here. Erhan Yujovski is alongside Brzezinski as well, just behind this camera shot. It's going to be side by side. Yujovski not really far enough alongside to actually make it work.
No, he should be scoring decent points being in 5th place, but he obviously wants a little bit more than that. He wants to move himself even further ahead of his teammate in the point standings of Yuri Toman, but also, again, closer towards the front. His eyes are on victory overall in this competition. Brzezinski seems to be struggling for speed right now because Yujovski's trying to send one in. Of course, Luke Bennett is going to pick up any pieces he can, but Bennett was on the brakes early. He doesn't want to get involved in this fight, mostly because his dad's watching over his shoulder, and I'm sure Tony would not be too pleased if he sees his son take any unnecessary risk at this point.
No, absolutely. There is the case of the fact that it's only 4 points anyway, so he might as well try. But even so, I don't know if he's quite going to take that attitude into it. The top 3 are getting away just a little bit, McCormack, Baldwin and Benito, because you got that battle from Brzezinski on backwards. They're all trying to break the slipstream down towards Ascari here as we take a look at that really great battle for the race lead. This is good racing towards turn 1, but just watch when Enzo Benito gets involved in the black and red line BMW. It is absolutely wonderful to watch.
But was it too late of a move from Baldwin? So we will see. We'll go on to Curva Grande now. The team red line car moves over and he's just being covered off. Nah, it's not too late. That's just basically saying, I think not, mate. Absolutely not. And then this send. How good is this from Dara?
Yeah, this is fantastic round the outside, not giving up at all. Baldwin realised that, so had to slow up through the second part. Very nearly gave Benito the chance to come back again. Erhan Yujovski and Luke Bennett then, side by side. There's the same red line BMW going side by side. Cheekily, Jakub Brzezinski clearly prefers Erhan Yujovski because he's given him the slipstream rather than Luke Bennett, even though there was no tactical difference in it at all. Marko Pajic and Yuri Kastorp also fight side by side in towards turn 1. It should be Pajic on the outside, which gives him the inside and the place into 7th.
Yeah, but the thing is the drive off. If you can actually stay there, the drive off going around the outside, if you're on the inside for the first part, outside for the second, it gives you the drive off going up towards Curva Grande where you have the inside line as well. It's very difficult to race those bits and kind of think of 3 corners ahead, but that's what you kind of have to do at this sort of level. Kastorp unable to get past Pajic at the moment. Did you see how casual Enzo Benito was, by the way, on the start-finish straight? One hand on the wheel, other hand in his lap. He's basically just sat there thinking, this is fine, don't worry about it. I'm already in a decent position. I'm just going to let you two fight out a little bit, and when you crash, I'll pick up the pieces.
And to be fair, it's mission accomplished for him this weekend almost, because he's gone from outside the top 12 to into it, which no other driver's been able to do from outside the top 12. Of course, at the expense of Max Berneke, who started within it. So it's, it's I don't want to say job complete, but he's got into the second day, which at the start of the day was by no means a given.
And also, not only that, this will actually show how strong Enzo Benito has been in this. Is not only has he gone from outside to in, he's also going in and also moving quite a bit forward in the top 10.
He might do, yeah.
Results from this race, especially if he can get on the podium in this race.
Yeah.
That'll be pretty healthy to move him forward and once again closer towards his teammate, who at this point actually would not be retaking over the lead of the championship.
Not right now, but there's still plenty of racing to go. 5 laps remaining, and Darren McCormack is getting more and more aggressive in his defence. It's side by side between himself and Baldwin. Just seen that Williams Mercedes has a little bit more in terms of straight line legs there. Outside line for Baldwin once again in towards turn 1. How late is he going to be on the brakes? I think he's just going to back off on this occasion. And the same story in that battle for 4th place as well. We return to this sort of conundrum again, like we saw at Spa. When is too early? Do you wait for the last lap? It's a fine balance you've got to strike.
And also with Monza, unlike with, say, for example, Spa, you slipstream up towards Les Combes, you overtake into Les Combes, and you try and then use the middle sector of the circuit to pull away. Where do you overtake around here where you can pull away from someone? You can't. You've got here, if you overtake into the Roger, you've got the short straight up towards Lesmo 1, Lesmo 2, and maybe you might have enough of a gap to keep that into Ascari where you have to go full send. But then after that, it's the slipstream which drags you back in. It's such a difficult circuit to break the slipstream. The only way you have it broken is by being a bit silly and fighting too hard for positions which you shouldn't need to be fighting for.
Exactly. You're not going to do it on your own. You wouldn't imagine.
Not at this level.
No, surely not. We might be able to, but they might be able to do it from us.
I reckon I could break the slipstream from you.
Yeah, I'm not going to doubt that too much either. McCormack is withstanding this pressure really quite well at the moment, and it's not been the best day for him. He's been up there. He's not been on the podium yet though. A couple of top 5s. Of course, he's had that problem with Luke Bennett as well at the Hockenheim and all of the saga that came from that. He has lost 2 championship places today though.
Yeah, I mean, it's been, like you say, for some drivers it's been a difficult day. It's not been the perfect day. So for some drivers, it's been the perfect storm, if anything else.
Yeah.
But that's sometimes how these LAN events go. You show up to them, and you never know really which version of yourself you're actually going to turn up. I was actually kind of joking with McCormack about this before we came here. I was like, which Dara are we going to get this weekend? Because there's 2 very different sides of it, and we're not really 100% sure. Well, we'll have to wait and see as to which Jakub Brzezinski and which Erhan Yujovski we get in this. At the moment, the Yujovski we're getting is one that's moving forward up to 4th position. Decent move there from Yujovski, and shout out to his uncle who's clapping in the crowd.
Absolutely. Nice move. And so up into 4th position for the moment. Brzezinski, of course, out, as we know, of the major here this afternoon. Bennett very much not so, but not going for a move on this occasion either. 2 red lines inside the top 6 then, in that famous BMW, as Yuri Kastorp gets back in front of Marko Pajic again. He alongside Joni Turmula getting dragged into this fight in the bottom half really, when they ideally should be gaining points. But Pajic can't have any complaints about his day today.
No, certainly not. Like I say, his pace and form has actually been really fantastic. To be fair, like, he's had flashes in the online season, obviously with the race victory and one of the final victory. He's had flashes, but it's just about piecing it all together again. And who knows, maybe this is the weekend. Like, this is the thing, is that looking at it now, to be honest, some drivers, you might see a couple of drivers that struggle, and then suddenly a night's sleep is enough to put them into a completely different frame of mind coming into tomorrow. So if you are a fan of a driver that's maybe down in 6th, 7th, 8th in the standings, tomorrow's a new day. Let's go with that.
I can't write anyone off from this at the moment, because the maximum they're going to be down, in my eyes, is 40 points or so. And when it's 25 for a race win, yes, it's going to take you a minimum of 2 to catch up, but that could happen. Yeah. That can very much happen. So you never know. And you can't underestimate how close it's going to be as well when we're seeing these guys time after time after time, as we will do tomorrow. James Baldwin will be seeing a lot of Darren McCormack, you'd imagine. They're quite well matched at the moment. Outside line towards turn 1 again. He's giving it a real go on lap 7. Inside for turn 2. He might finally have the place. He'll have to give the same respect to McCormack on the outside.
Brilliant.
We're almost watching the replay. But that's the moment he was waiting for. Get to the inside for the Curva Grande. Don't have to go right round the outside. He's into the lead.
That is a brilliant, brilliant move from James Baldwin. Enzo Benito sat on the rear end. Darren McCormack going to try and do what he did a few laps ago as he sends it into the outside of the Roger. Thinks wisely of it, settles for second at the moment. Offline though, James Baldwin goes. The up and under potentially up towards the first Lesmo. Could this drag Enzo Benito back into it? As we head our way up, the red line driver looks to the outside. They remain single file as they head their way through. Baldwin hangs onto the race lead. 2 laps left to go after this one. We've still got half of this one to complete.
And Yuyovski has just connected the 2 trains as well. So we had 2 trios beforehand. Now it's 1 6-car train from Baldwin down to Bennett at the back in the top half of this order. Under the bridge they'll go and towards Ascari. They probably won't fight into here or the Parabolica. It's all about waiting for that front straight and turn 1. Now we'll see though if Baldwin does have that little bit of an edge of pace, or whether these 2 are just really well matched and the slipstream is facilitating this fight.
I think genuinely, I think this is slipstream. I think this is slipstream every single day of the week. I think it all comes down to timing. It all comes down to risk versus reward. You knowing when and how to defend. Look at Wisniewski in the previous race. When and how he was defending. He was kind of like not defending into some corners and was defending into others. And it worked brilliant because he knew which ones he needed to defend and wasn't just defending for the sake of defending. When you're defending for the sake of defending, that's when you're leaving yourself wide open.
Darren McCormack gets very close then on the penultimate lap. There'll be another chance here into turn 1. He pulls out very late. He'll go later on the brakes. Side by side, very nearly contact. Baldwin skates in.
Whoa.
That was great racing between the 2. They were so close to contact, but they just about avoided it.
What a thrilling fight between Baldwin and McCormack. Of course, Baldwin's been in sim racing for quite a few years now and has been towards the front of it for quite a long period of that, including winning the 2022 Autosport Award for Best Driver of the Year. Darren McCormack is one that's been moving forward again and again and again. I remember commentating on him 2 years ago and thinking this kid's got some talent. Here he is, absolutely showing it off as he's tried to battle with one of sim racing's best.
Absolutely.
Well, I say one off. There's a few in there. It might well be 5 other sim racing bests, including then chucking in him for the 6th.
5 or 6 of, yeah, absolutely. Penultimate lap of the race here at Monza. Not long to go now in the first day of the ESL R1 Major here in Munich, and we're going to have a grandstand finish to the day. Yeah, Erhan Yuyovski is going to provide some of it too. He doesn't go for it into Ascari. He very much could have done.
Yeah, I mean, he gave it a good look, but again, Yuyovski might be playing a bit of a longer game here. To be fair, he might know, hang on, I'm in 4th position, I'm actually scoring some decent points here. Let's play the slightly long game. He knows how to get championships done, but unfortunately, tomorrow for him, it all comes down to win. Let's see what happens. Defensive line once again being taken by James Baldwin. Look at this gap, though, between McCormack and Benito, as Bennett's now getting himself involved in the mix, trying to get past Brzezinski.
He's been really close, actually, in these last couple of laps as Bennett. Now he'll have the chance, but he's so close, he might not even get a slingshot here, really. They'll all get possibly free wide here. Yuyovski could be in a bit of trouble from Brzezinski, and Bennett could be trying to go through as well. Benito's in trouble here. We'll see side by side between these 2 groups, possibly for the lead as well. Darren McCormack to the outside. He very nearly got squeezed out there. Baldwin is defending aggressively at turn 1. Look at the fight for 3rd though. 4 cars separated like you wouldn't believe. The 2 red lines on the inside. It's RHE and Williams on the outside. It's Benito versus Yuyovski at the front, with the Macedonian right round the outside on the front. in the Audi. He should have the place there. Here comes the battle for the lead as well.
Yeah, McCormack's going to give it a go, but he backs out of it once again. Out deep, though, goes the Mercedes, though. And he squeezes out wide. That was naughty. McCormack getting pushed off as we head our way through. Erhan Yovsky unable to make his way past Benito. Brzezinski might well be dropping back behind Bennett. After all of that, this might be the only switch in all of that. Team Redline down the inside as he heads into Lesmo 2. That was a little naughty, though, from Baldwin, squeezing out wide of McCormack.
I don't know about you, but I thought that was over the line as well in terms of what he did to McCormack there. After all, McCormack wasn't given any room on the outside line. Speaking of outside line, Jakub Brzezinski is going to try and use it right now on Luke Bennett, although maybe... Oh, he is going to go for this. Wow. Side by side into Ascari. They make contact. That must have been a nerve-wracking moment for the points leader. Well done, Jakub Brzezinski. He gets through. Luke Bennett's not done with you just yet, though. Side by side towards the final corner for 5th place. A couple of points on the line for Luke Bennett. Jakub Brzezinski just trying to have a nice afternoon, to be honest. Inside line, he should hold on by the looks of it. There's more contact as well. Meanwhile, it's James Baldwin who's going to win the final race of the day. It's a great victory as well from him. Darren McCormack, Enzo Benito and Erhan Yovsky follow on. Race 8 of the ESL R1 Major in Munich goes to James Baldwin, who takes it by the smallest of margins again. What an exciting race.
Yeah, thrilling stuff. Won the first, won the last. He is phenomenal. James Baldwin taking another victory, and guess who we're chatting with Ash? Of course, it has to be Baldwin himself.
Some people might say this is rigged because you won the first race and I got to interview you, and now you've won the last race and I'm interviewing you one more time. What was your thought here going into Monza?
To be honest, I didn't expect that. I've had troubles all day, race 2 and race 3. Yeah, I need to rewatch the final lap again because I don't know how that kind of panned out. Felt very aggressive, but yeah, happy to get the win and on to tomorrow. It's gonna be good.
When you're battling like that so close, I mean, what are you focusing on? Racing clean, just defending, the offense, everything? What's going on in your head?
Everything. Like, yeah, it's a lot to think about at once. Yeah. Qualifying was pretty poor, but everyone else made mistakes, apart from Dara, who did a really good quali lap. Yeah. And yeah, even if you have a pace advantage at Monza, the slipstream will keep you there. So yeah, good race, happy with that.
And how's the team feeling with your sandwich wins, essentially, over here?
Yeah, so yeah, 2 wins, they're happy. Not so happy with race 2 and race 3. It was a bit of a disaster, but yeah, I'm ready to go and relax now for tomorrow.
And what's the game plan for tomorrow?
Win as many races as possible, I guess. I mean, I've got a massive points deficit to, I think it's Luke who's leading the championship. So yeah, it's good. I need a miracle, but yeah, we'll do our best.
Absolutely, congratulations.
Thank you.
And we're going to throw it back to Krim and Jazz as we wrap up today's set of races.
Monza, Monza, Monza. We've had so much action here on the broadcast indeed. James Baldwin, nonetheless, taking a victory there. How are we feeling about it? What was your prediction again?
Baldwin to win, right? I think.
Maybe, potentially. Let's get
Can we hit the mod real quick?
A fact check on that one.
I'm pretty sure. I don't know how, but I'm pretty sure I guess that.
It's been a long day, bro.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. But as we take a look at our race results from Monza, which we've just seen a moment ago, before we dove into that one, I pointed out the fact that, you know, Dara McCormack, we saw some frustration coming out of him, wasn't best pleased with some of the results from today. However, taking a look at this, 2nd place, not bad at all.
Yeah, I mean, it got a little bit sketchy the last lap, second to last lap, but you know, they got it done, sort of a warm-up for tomorrow, a preview for tomorrow, because a lot of these drivers are making it through.
Well, how about that Jakub Brzezinski and Luke Bennett face-off that we saw? But they're almost playing bumper cars with one another there. Is that BM? Is that a little bit of flame coming out from Brzezinski?
I don't know. Maybe he's testing Bennett's gangster.
Just trying to ruin everybody else's game and successful run. But let's go ahead and visit our driver championship standings so far.
Ooh.
Talk to me. Talk to me. How are we feeling?
Ooh.
I'll be honest. I'm pretty impressed with Enzo.
Yeah.
Definitely. I know we spoke about it previously. Kevin Siggy was almost on the cusp of not making it previously, but the fact that they have got those 3 red line drivers definitely works to their benefit, absolutely. Do you think they're going to be the force to be reckoned with? Because we've also got, conveniently enough, 3 of the R8G drivers as well.
Yep, 3 R8G drivers, 3 red line drivers. I feel sorry for everyone else. Yeah, because I mean, I don't know. Look at them. The one thing about sim racing that's so cool is they all got the matching merch. They all look official as hell. But yeah, tomorrow's going to be interesting because there's what? So 3 RAG, 3 red line. I believe I saw 2 of, can we go back to the standings? No, we can't. Well, we can't see it. Yeah, a lot of teamwork going on tomorrow. Okay, there we go. And we're back. 2 Mercedes, 1 Williams.
That's the weight of the world is on Dara McCormack's shoulders right now. But I think it's definitely going to be bragging rights for Team Redline. Imagine that, just bragging rights about the fact that you've won the team championship and then also the driver championship. I'm looking forward to this R8G and Team Redline face-off. I want to hear more from FaZe Blaze, though, because I believe he's been hanging about, doing his thing. Get on up here.
He's back.
Get on up here.
What's going on?
I'm banning selfies. No selfies.
It's going good. How you doing?
I'm doing fantastic.
How we doing over here, Mr. Crim6?
I am tired.
Welcome to this side of the broadcast.
It's been a long day. You guys have been working hard, you know?
Yep.
It's been exciting stuff, so talk to me.
It has been exciting, yeah.
Highlight from today. Obviously, you've been here, there, and everywhere.
Highlight from today. I would say from a racing perspective, my favorite thing to watch was the 4 people going side by side at the same time. I mean, that's something very rare, and they were really racing each other, which was cool to see. Highlight of my outside of racing experience, I just love the crowd, man. There's so many good people in the crowd. Everyone's excited to be here, and it's really good vibe inside the arena, so yeah.
I'd say vibe-wise, I feel like Porsche Coanda have continued to amaze me, by the way. The support you folks over there have shown. Chef's kiss, absolutely beautiful as well. Highlight drive-wise, I would say the Kaiki Oliveira overtake.
Oh, yeah.
Oof, beautiful comeback coming out from
Kaiki's a beast.
Absolutely, yeah. I completely agree. How about you, Mr. Crimson?
Ooh, I would say Siggy and Enzo clutching up, making the cut to tomorrow. And yeah, I mean, that was an absolute battle because, I mean, we talked to them and they were worried about it. They were pretty worried about it. So especially Enzo.
Well, it worked out.
Super worried about it.
It definitely worked out well for the side of Team Redline. Impeccable teamwork from them. But you know what? Impeccable teamwork from us here on the broadcast.
That's what I'm saying. You guys are doing such a good job. You guys are doing such a good job.
Well, we've not been the only ones on the screens for today. I'd like to welcome to the stage as well my wonderful colleagues and wonderful friends as well. Come on over, Lewis. I know I give you hell sometimes. Come on, squeeze on in, squeeze on in.
Come in the middle.
Get in.
Squeeze on.
Oh yeah, I'm a little short.
There we go.
I have to stand sideways.
This has been your broadcast team for today, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you to all of you for joining me here on the broadcast as well. And another reminder for everybody at home, go ahead and type !social in the chat. Remember to follow at ESL_R1 on Twitter. If you've enjoyed the broadcast as well, remember to share your thoughts and feelings using the survey as well as hashtag ESLR1. From myself and the entirety of this team here today, thank you and good night. We will see you for day 2 tomorrow. Great work, everybody.
And the first race of the ESL R1 Major begins on that race down towards the first corner. Baldwin with a decent launch is going to cover off Bennett on the race down into that first corner. Dives from the Williams in the background as they head their way through. It's a decent start though from Baldwin. Bennett just about to hang on, but he's left the door open for Marco Pajic as they head into the Mercedes Arena section.
Yeah, he's got the inside line for turn 3 as well, which could give him the place, but Bennett's done well on the outside there, braking late to give him the inside for 4, and he will stay in front of the BMW. Then it's Pajic, McCormack, Benito, Brzezinski in the top 6. There's bigger fights behind, but the leaders have got single file.
Yeah, it's Kasdorp that's pushing it to the very limit. Once again, the defensive line being taken by Luke Bennett. It might allow James Baldwin to check out here as they're starting to work their way forward. Let's see what James Baldwin can do, though. Is he going to clear himself off into the distance? This is the train, though, for 8th position. You've got Erhan Yajovski at the head of it, who's taken a defensive line to Yuri Kasdorp. Yuri Tormala's trying to get around the outside, though, after starting from the back of the grid. He's worked his way past Mitchell de Jong in the early phases, but as we head up towards the Michael Schumacher S, let's see if
not really. Not really. Not really. Free wide even into the final corner as Kaiki Oliveira tries to make his way through into 8th place. 3 wide through the turn as well. Unbelievable respect between the 3 of them. They'll run down the front straight with Marcel Chinchik trying to get involved.
Here we go.
And make it 4 wide on the front straight.
Absolutely incredible here. 4 wide on the start finish straight. Kaiki Oliveira trying to move over. Marcel Chinchik trying to get down the inside as they send their way in. The Moritz Lerner driven Mouse car goes out a little bit wide, just about comes out on top in the entire situation, and they still remain side by side through the Mercedes Arena section. The dive down the inside though from Kevin Siggy is still 3 wide. Kaiki Oliveira just about giving enough room. Fantastic stuff, and the Furia car goes to 9.
It's Josh Rogers who comes round the final corner, and the second race of the day will go to the Australian. It's Josh Rogers for Porsche Coanda. On the inside, he's clearly not done. He's helping his teammate Moritz Lerner, going for 2 places in 1.
Goodness me, 3 wide once again. Mouse one side, Mouse the other. It's an Apex Racing Team sandwich between some delicious Mouse bread. As out wide goes Kevin Ellis Jr. coming down into the arena. It's so tight between the pair of them. There's going to be a big move around the outside from Moritz Lerner. Round of applause for that. What a sensational move from Lerner. Beneker in 6th position as he drops back, and now the Furia car's involved. This is fantastic racing. The final corner, and the Williams driver is about to cross the line as our 3rd winner of the day, the 2nd winner of Group B, Nikodem Wisniewski, dominates at the Hockenheim ring. He is going to look and he is going to go for it. He's played it well. He sends it down the inside. There's contact though, and Dara McCormack might have come off, and here comes Marco Page. There's more contact, and Marco Page goes round. Somehow they're all almost safe, and Dara McCormack's been sent round by James Baldwin. It all absolutely kicks off, and Joni Tormala comes out of nowhere.
Joni Tormala comes round the final corner to win at the Hockenheim ring in Group A.
Okay. And it's pedal to the metal, and it's go, 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 go. It's finally from Marco Pajic. He leads off from pole position as we race down into the first corner. Enzo Benito trying to challenge, but Pajic has the whole shot, racing down towards the likes of Eau Rouge and Radion. G2 Esports being pushed out wide as we're side by side towards one of the most famous corners in world motorsport. Fantastic stuff here. Let's see if Redline can work their way through. Is that right? It's having a look on Enzo Benito into that final corner. It's more of a look trying to force a mistake as Pajic comes out to take victory at Spa. It's a historic circuit and it's a historic win for Marco Pajic.
Will come on and they will go out. We're underway at Spa. It's another good start from Josh Rogers on the outside line, going down towards the source for the first time. Marcel Chinchik will take the lead. It's a huge dive from Kevin Siggy in towards the inside. Josh Rogers is pushed way out wide. He goes miles back in the field. He's almost back in 10th out of the first corner of this race with 3 wide towards Eau Rouge.
Yeah, that was quite the send there from Kevin Siggy, who's just got into the rear end though of Nikodem Wisniewski, and it's caused a monumental crash at the top of Radion. Wisniewski's round, he's out, Ian Beneker, and it continues all the way down to the Ravage, and they head over. It was Eamon Murphy and all of that. This is absolute chaos.
Carnage. Both red lines are involved. That was rude from Kevin Siggy. Max Benecke off the road, and he knows that was, well, not nice. Shakespeare's driver who holds on for now.
Just about, but look, the inside into No Name once again. Chinchik sends it in. Oh my goodness, what's happened for Kevin Ellis Jr.? He's been spun round. I'm not 100% sure as to what happened there. He was driving so well.
Chinchik out the final turn, over the line. It's a race win at Spa for the man 2nd place in points, just ahead of his teammate Yuri Toman. A great drive from the two of them. Not too much happiness there, I've got to say. He's almost shaking his head as he goes over the line.
Down towards the first corner. It is underway here at Monza, and it was a decent start there from Marcel Chinchik. Of course, he's going to keep giving the slipstream to his teammate Yuri Toman, but it is going to be Nikodem Wisniewski down the inside of Chinchik into that first corner. Is he going to send it in a little bit too deep? He's got nothing to lose in that Williams car, as there's a couple of squabbles in the background. It is going to be Williams taking over the race lead, but look at this from Kevin Siggy as well. He's got up into third position and might will be challenging for second. He cross over the line to start the final lap. Marcel Chinchik, though, he's going for it. This could be his best opportunity as well. Is it going to be 3 wide as well? Yuri Toman's looking through it, and Marcel Chinchik is going to commit to the first corner, but is it going to be too much from Nikodem Wisniewski as they push their way through? Marcel Chinchik squeezed off the road. Kevin Ellis Jr. might well come through. He's going to clear himself from Yuri Toman and might well pick up the slipstream as well from Nikodem Wisniewski.
Oh, he squeezes in. He squeezes into third place.
Through the Parabolica, it should be Marcel Chinchik taking back-to-back victories for RAG as he crosses the line and takes the first win on Rennsport at Monza. It's tight though. Wisniewski behind, Ellis Jr. behind, and that will feel great after the previous race. Question marks as to what actually happened through that race. Marcel Chinchik, no question marks now.
As we'll slipstream, he'll go to the very inside. We'll go 3 wide in towards turn number 1 and side by side for the race lead. James Baldwin outside line through turn 1 gives him the inside for the second part. Darren McCormack won't give in. He should hold on through the Curva Grande.
Brilliant stuff between the two Mercedes at the front of the field. One Williams, one Mercedes AMG Petronas Esports team. As there comes Enzo Benito, who's just been oh wow, that was close. He got covered off quite late from James Baldwin. Said, nah, you're not going around the outside there, mate. As Enzo Benito darts, ducks and weaves across the braking zone as Darren McCormack sent it in to take over the race lead once again. But the up and under could be good for James Baldwin as we head down towards Lesmo 1.
We'll see side by side between these two groups, possibly for the lead as well. Darren McCormack to the outside. He very nearly got squeezed out there. Baldwin is defending aggressively at turn 1. Look at the fight for third though. 4 cars separated like you wouldn't believe. The 2 red lines on the inside. It's RAG and Williams on the outside. It's Benito versus Yoyoski at the front with the Macedonian right round the outside on the front in the Audi. He should have the place there. Here comes the battle for the lead as well.
Yeah, McCormack's going to give it a go, but he backs out of it once again. Out deep though goes the Mercedes though, and he squeezes out wide. That was naughty. McCormack getting pushed off as we head our way through. Erhan Yovski unable to make his way past Benito.
Meanwhile, it's James Baldwin who's going to win the final race of the day. It's a great victory as well from him. Darren McCormack, Enzo Benito and Erhan Yovski.